Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fresno City Council meeting for May 12th, 2016. Could we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Baines. Here. Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Brandow. Here. Councilmember Olivier. Councilmember Quintero. Councilmember Soria. Council President Capriolio.
I am here. Thank you. Next is the invocation by Pastor Kevin Foster of the Life Bridge Community Church. Would everyone please stand and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here.
It's an honor. Thank you. Let's pray. God, we just thank you so much for today. We thank you, Father, for this meeting that's going to take place this morning. We just pray for your wisdom, for your strength, for your power, Lord, to address the challenges in our city. We thank you so much for the victories, Lord, we've seen in our city. We honor you and we praise you for that, Lord, but we also have some challenges, Lord, with the housing, and we just pray for your strength. Thank you that you sent your Son to this earth to destroy the dividing walls, Lord, that are between us racially, the dividing walls that are between us economically, and the dividing walls that are between us politically, Lord. I just pray, Father, that today, instead of building walls between each other, that we would see you tear down walls. We thank you so much, Lord God, that you can give us the strength and give us the power to be able to get along and to be able to solve this city's issues. We thank you so much for it. In the powerful name of your Son, we pray. Amen.
Face the flag. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
Thank you again, Pastor Foster. Appreciate it. Okay. Are there any changes to the agenda?
I have a couple of changes. The first one is there is an add-on proclamation. The sponsors are Councilmember Baines and President Capriolio, and it's for College Making It Happen. And then we're removing a proclamation from the agenda, and it's the proclamation for lupus, and that's being removed by staff. Those are all the changes I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Motion by Member Baines, seconded by Member Brandow. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you. Are there any changes to the minutes of April 28th?
I haven't received any changes.
No changes. Very good. The screen is clear. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of April 28th? Motion by Member Baines, seconded by Member Soria. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Next is council member reports and comments. Anyone have any council comments? The screen seems to be clear. All right, here we go. Member Brandow.
Hey, Council President, thank you. So today there's an article on the front page of the Bee that's talking about the slum housing situation. Yeah, no, not at all. So, which is very great, right? They're following up. They're bringing this subject to light. And I was on KMJ the other day, also on Power Talk later on in the same day, addressing the main article that came out last Sunday. And my comments led to a second column that's in the Fresno Bee today, so I just wanted to talk about that a little. And hopefully a cartoon tomorrow, right? Really, I don't think my comments were misconstrued. What I was trying to do is bring balance to the situation, which is the city of Fresno and our multifamily housing is not a situation where we're run by slumlords. And that's beginning to be the public discourse is becoming around we're a city that's run by slumlords. And I was trying to bring some balance to that, both in the fact that not all of our slum housing is a result of slumlords, and then the whole problem put together is a small part of housing in the city of Fresno. So I was trying to bring a little bit of balance, and I thought I would mention that from council comments today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. So I just want to make an announcement that next week in District 1, I will be having a community coffee at Cup of Joy in the Fresno High area. Just want to make sure that my constituents know we do this on a regular basis at 8 a.m. With the budget coming very shortly, I want to hear from my constituents regarding any priorities and issues, and then also just any other issues that are happening in the neighborhood that we can be helpful with in supporting our district residents and also fixing their problems. So again, May 18th, which is Wednesday, at 7:30 at Cup of Joy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else comments? Or I guess it's my turn. I wanted to advise everyone that several of us up here on the dais attended the Producers Dairy expansion opening of their plant. They've been there 77 years, was it, my colleagues, I think, and we enjoyed some double chocolate milk and enjoyed cutting the ribbon to the new facility. It's really modernized. It's one of the mainstays of Belmont Avenue. It's been there forever. And it was really a lot of fun, and we all enjoyed it, and I think we overdosed on double chocolate milk from Producers. Also, I had the honor to present a proclamation to Dr. Castro. He received the Outley Award. This medal is the highest medal bestowed by the government of Mexico to Mexican-American leaders in the United States. So congratulations to Dr. Castro. It was really an honor, well-attended, and well-deserved. And last week we attended the Fresno County Peace Officers Memorial. It was a moving ceremony. It is every year, and including releasing doves for those that have given the ultimate sacrifice for our society and our city and our country. And it would, I'd love to see more people there, more of my colleagues there, but it was a great event, and fortunately for Fresno, we did not lose any officers this past year. We're very blessed, but other communities were not as lucky. And I know Steve's going to help me with this one. Tomorrow night's Grizzly night, Chauncey Stadium, and we're going to have the president of the Pacific Coast League attend the game, and he's going to help us celebrate our, I think they say a national championship, Steve, but I think you and I agree it's a world championship.
And there you go.
You know, for the Grizzlies. So they had a great season, and hopefully they'll repeat that this week. And if you know their uniforms, it doesn't say Grizzlies on the front. It says Fresno. It's the Fresno Grizzlies. So they're very proud, as we are of them, to celebrate for our community and our city and let everyone know that, you know, Fresno baseball is alive and well. The screen is clear with that. We'll move on to the next item. Okay. That would be the consent calendar. Would any council member like to pull any item for discussion from the consent calendar? If you do, then we will hear it at 1:30 in the afternoon today. And I see Council Member Quintero has punched up.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pull item 1L, which is the Fresno Municipal Code relating to management of real property. And you said that'll be at 1:30?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Quintero. Next is Member Soria.
I'd like to pull item 1E.
1E, that's on page 4. Okay, screen is clear. Do I have a motion on the ballot? Oh, excuse me. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on the consent calendar this morning? If so, please come forward and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the consent calendar. Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Motion by Member Olivier, seconded by Member Soria. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? And it passes 5-0 with Members Baines and Brand absent. Now we'll go to General Admin. General Admin 2A is the annual action plan item. And we've addressed this earlier in a different meeting, and at that time the public comment portion of the item was heard and closed on April 28th. However, staff had wanted to address a couple of items. So, Director Clark, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much. 2 weeks ago, you heard public comment on the annual action plan. As you recall, we talked about our annual action plan a lot last summer. How does the city utilize its federal portfolio of grants from U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to affect and impact our facilities in our city, our housing stock in our city, public services that we provide in our city. And to that end, we held a needs hearing earlier this year. We developed a program, a scope of programs. It was published on March 16th for public review. You had a a public hearing 2 weeks ago, and today it is here for your final approval. I do have a very brief presentation. With your indulgence, I'd like to go through it very briefly just to give you the summary, to just remind you of what those actions are that we are proposing today. Any action that the council takes on the annual action plan will be submitted to HUD. It is due on May 15th, which is Sunday. That's why we brought it to you 2 weeks ago, but we're here today because we wanted more time and you wanted more time to be able to evaluate these programs. Anything that is voted on today will be included in the city's budget, and then will be voted on as part of the budget in June. But this annual action plan is due to HUD on May 15th. So what were the 5-year consolidated plan priorities that the City Council adopted last year? To increase the development, preservation, rehabilitation of affordable housing, to provide assistance to the homeless and those at risk of becoming homeless, to provide assistance to low-income and special needs households, and to provide public facility improvements to strengthen neighborhood revitalization. So all of our programs that we are proposing today fall within those 4 buckets. So what are the 4 areas that we receive funding for? There are 4 different formula programs that we are allocated based on a federal formula. Cities all across the country receive funds based on this formula allocation. The first and the largest is our Community Development Block Grant Program. This program is designed to improve communities through building of facilities, improving of housing, community revitalization. $6.3 million. We anticipate some program income from prior year activities for a total of about $6.5 million. Home program, the second largest, is specifically for the development and the improvement of affordable housing. This can include homeownership as well as rental housing. Emergency Solutions Grant, we spent quite a bit of time talking about the Emergency Solutions Grant program, and we continue to receive those funds. It's gone up a little bit this year to $565,000. And this is our second year that we will be administering the housing opportunities for people with AIDS and HIV. So let's talk a little bit about specific activities within each of those program areas. Community Development Block Grants, CDBG. We've allocated in this proposed annual action plan the majority of the funds to go to public facilities and improvements. So those might be community centers, they might be public works projects, infrastructure, parks, those kinds of activities. $1.5 million to housing activities. That includes rehabilitation of housing. That includes targeted and very specific proactive code enforcement. Our small programs for senior paint, minor repair. We'll discuss those in a minute. Public services. Those are those activities that assist individuals with services such as senior meals, youth recreation programs, training, and the like. Administration and planning cannot exceed 20% of our budget. Most cities utilize almost the entire 20% on administration. We are a very lean organization. We use only about 12% on actual administration of the program, and which allows us more money to allocate to planning activities. And you'll see that in a minute. And then we have a continuing ongoing obligation to repay our Section 108 loan. So under housing activities, we are proposing $1.5 million to continue our proactive code enforcement and to increase that to 10 neighborhoods. Currently, we are in Lowell, Yacomie, Kirk, Jefferson, and El Dorado. 2 of those were new this year. 3 were new this year, Yacomie, Kirk, and Jefferson. 2 were continuing maintenance. We're proposing to add 10 new neighborhoods next year and 1 team to add to that. So there will be 3 neighborhood revitalization teams that would be doing proactive code enforcement in 10 neighborhoods, as well as continuing the maintenance in the 5 existing neighborhoods. Housing Rehabilitation Program Delivery, this is the team that actually goes out and conducts the inspections, determines eligibility, and administers the program in terms of inspections and ensuring that the work gets completed. Lead paint, we will continue our lead paint program. We're actually going to be able to leverage our current allocation and this proposed $75,000 to receive an additional nearly $400,000 from the state. And you'll be seeing that contract soon, which will allow us to remediate 25 lead paint in 25 units. Senior paint, again, an extremely popular program. We're at 10 so far this year. We'd like to be able to do an additional 10 to 12 next year. That's citywide. Code compliance is we typically can only do 2 to 3 with our allocation. This year, we'd like to expand that to $100,000 to assist up to 8 households. Public facilities, you notice this is our largest portion of our budget, public facilities and improvements. We have 4 proposed neighborhood street improvements that are listed here. Park facility improvements, specifically at Romaine Park. Dickey Park shade structure, this was an application by the Lowell CDC. They've already raised $25,000. This would enable them to complete this project. The Hispanic Foundation administers and runs a small business incubator downtown. They applied for $250,000, but the HCDC recommended $163,000. These are accessibility improvements to the exterior of the parking lot to provide security, lighting, fencing, and accessibility improvements to the building. Highway City Community Center, this application, they've actually submitted several years in a row. HCDC recommended that this be funded at $329,000, and this is for the construction of a new community center in Highway City. And then Fulton Corridor Facade Grant. This would be in partnership with the Downtown Partnership to administer a facade grant. This would be a matching grant program to allow for owners of buildings to bring their building facade up to standard to match the completed new Fulton Street. Public services, we are right at the cap for public services. One of the things that really was raised heavily in our needs hearing were services specifically for youth. Job training and senior hot meals, as well as continuing to provide assistance to neighborhoods through our targeted neighborhood revitalization program. So the EOC Sanctuary Youth Services Program, the Transitional Living Center, the Youth Recreation Program through the Boys and Girls Club, the Smart Moves program at Fink White that they administer at one of our local community centers, and a new program, Section 3 program. As you know, last summer you had adopted the Section 3 plan, which allowed for us, or which requires us to allocate a certain portion of our construction dollars to be contracted to Section 3 businesses or individuals. We talked about that a lot last June. And we had an application this year from an agency that actually does training at some of our housing authority properties and has offered to provide training as well to eligible Section 3 workers within our community to give them construction experience so that they can go out and get a job and hopefully then be able to become self-sufficient. Continuing funding of the Fair Housing Council to implement some of the items that were identified in the analysis of impediments. We'll be talking about that in a little bit. Historic preservation, which is continuing our compliance. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped. Senior hot meals, finish that out for our seniors in our community centers, and then continued neighborhood association capacity building. In our planning and administration, as I said, the cap for this is 20% for all programs together. We're right under that cap at 19.6%. The Section 108 loan repayment is not part of that calculation, but it is not really, it doesn't fall into any of the other categories. It's simply an obligation that we have. Continued regulatory compliance. Completion of the Southeast Specific Plan. We allocated $50,000 in our current budget. This additional $500,000 would allow us to complete that plan. As I stated before, Fair Housing Council, historic preservation is regulatory compliance, and then the planning that's needed to implement our community revitalization program. So let's talk a little bit about our home program, specific activities. As you recall from last year in the consolidated plan process, we talked about balancing the need for home ownership activities and affordable rental housing activities. Last year we allocated over $1 million specifically for home ownership rehabilitation. This year we're proposing to allocate it for either new construction or substantial renovation or reconstruction of affordable rental housing. Tenant-based rental assistance. This is the continuance of a program you started about 2 years ago to assist persons who are trying to step out of homelessness, who do not need wraparound services, but need to get off of the streets, need to get into quality, decent housing, and need assistance for a short period of time, up to 2 years. We are required to provide a certain portion of our home budget to Community Housing Development Organization, or a CHODO. Right now, Habitat is our only CHODO, and this is the allocation there, and then the programmatic compliance. I will note that we just received a note yesterday from HUD that our home allocation went up slightly by about $8,000. We'll be bringing back that additional, because we have not had time to review it or to go through our process. We'll bring that back at a later date for your review. Emergency Solutions Grant Program. These are the categories that were identified by the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care. We are in the process of evaluating applications for those funds, and we'll be bringing that back to you in June. And then the Housing for Persons with AIDS. We just started the program this year. We're continuing to pick up what the state started for us, and so we know that these are the categories that we believe to be the priorities, but that will be reevaluated as we start getting our first reports from our subrecipients, and we may come back with a change to these allocations. But again, this does not allocate to specific agencies. And that concludes my presentation. I apologize for the time, but I wanted to make sure that we were all knew what was in the annual action plan, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that review. Very concise and to the point. Thank you. Do any council members wish to be heard on this item?
We had the public hearing 2 weeks ago.
Okay. We'll start with Member Soria.
Thank you, Jennifer, for the presentation, and thank you to you and Kelly. I know last week you guys met with me for over an hour to go over a series of questions that I had, so I won't go over all of them because I think you guys answered majority. I did want to, a couple things that did come up after that I had questions about. So one related to the TBRA. I don't remember asking this question, but I was just wondering if you could explain who manages the program. Do we just issue the money out to nonprofits? And so that's one. And then out of those funds, which is a $785,000, how many units do we believe will become available? About how many people are we attempting to serve with that money?
That's a great question. So tenant-based rental assistance program was identified as a need through our partnership with the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care. There were individuals who needed assistance, who were homeless, who did not have did not need those wraparound services and who needed to, but needed assistance with rent to be able to move off of the streets. So we actually have a partnership with the Fresno Housing Authority because it is really just a voucher program. They administer a voucher program for us, and they provide identify the clients through our other partners within the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care. Those that are identified that come through potentially either the MAP Point Center that say, hey, this individual is homeless, but they don't need special support services. We need to get them into housing. It's our Housing First model, making sure that individuals get into housing first. So the Housing Authority administers the TBRA program for us. We serve it. So far, we've served over 60 individuals in that program. They've been administering it for us for a little over a year. And it's picking up steam. Those funds will run out in August, and so this would allow us to go through June of next year to continue making sure that we have available programs. So we're anticipating an additional 20 households. So that could be an individual, it could be a family. It's just getting them into that permanent housing.
And so 20 households out of 4, that will cost us about $785,000. Is that what?
So
and maybe
it varies.
And maybe can you explain? Is it a one-time voucher? Is it 2 months? Is it 5 months?
It's
is
up
it a
to
year?
2 years. So
Okay.
it depends on the individual. So it is it's defined as the individual cannot pay more than a certain percentage of their income for rent and utilities. Maybe it's someone who's lost their job. Maybe it's someone who has had an accident and has had significant medical bills and can no longer pay their rent. So it really depends on the individual. Some clients stay as short of a time as 2 to 3 months. Some are assisted for up to 2 years. We say up to 1 year with the first round, then they're reevaluated, and then we can continue to provide assistance for an additional year. So it really depends, but our average is somewhere between 3 to 6 months that individuals are staying in the program.
Thank you. The other question I had is related to the Section 108 loans.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know that I had a question for you when we met, and then subsequently you sent me an email with some information in terms of those Section 108 loans. One is to the Regional Medical Center project, which was 1994, 1999, Neighborhood Streets and Parks Improvement Project, and then again, a Senior Resource Center project. And so from the information that you provided, it seems like some of these last payments, one will come, I guess, due in 2018, then subsequently 2020 and 2023. So will there be monies in 2018 available for reloan, or
No.
kind of
So,
how does it work?
The Section 108 loan program was designed to enable a community to take on a very large project that exceeded the capacity of a 1-year allocation, or if they used a 1-year allocation, wouldn't allow the city or the community to do additional projects within that year. And allows the city to borrow against future allocations and to commit future allocations of their community development block grant funds. The U.S. Department of HUD, you apply, you say, here are the activities we'd like to conduct. Here's our capacity to repay that loan. And then HUD will evaluate, one, are they going to do an issue that year? They used to do issuances about every other year of Section 108 loan, and it's a bond issue that the federal government does with all of the programs in the country that apply. However, the last 2 issuances were in 2015 and 2010. So I do not know when the next time they're going to do an issuance. So I can't say if they would have the money available, and then it has to conform to their 5-year plan. So if we wanted to do an activity that wasn't part of HUD's 5-year plan, even if they were doing an issuance, they wouldn't accept our application.
But we don't know of an issuance for the next year.
We
or
do
so.
not know when that next issuance. It takes about a year to prepare. So for if we were looking at something past 2018 or 2020, we need to start preparing and identifying what potentially that project would be.
Thank you. Then you mentioned under the home program specific activities for the CHOTOs were you required to, to set aside some monies to work with CHOTOs. And you mentioned we only have one that we work with, Habitat for Humanity. Is there a reason why we only have one? Is there only one in the city of Fresno? How can we...
We're in the process of working to provide capacity building opportunities and development with our other CDCs. Typically, community development corporations are agencies that are doing some kind of work within their neighborhood. They might be doing social service work. They might be doing physical activities. Those that are doing physical activities like construction, rehabilitation, could apply to become a community housing development organization. There are some very strict criteria that the federal government has as to what qualifies as a CHOTO. So they're the one agency that has applied and has continued to certify. But we encourage other agencies to work through that process. Depending on the agency and their capacity, they have to have a full-time executive director that has experience in managing these types of programs. They have to have a certain board composition in terms of representation of low-income communities. And so it's difficult and challenging for agencies without a long track record to become a CHOTO, but we're trying to build that capacity.
And you guys are going to be doing the building of capacity through workshops, or how are you guys going to be doing that? We
actually have a consultant. The city and the housing authority have joined together to bring on a consultant who is working and meeting with our local CDCs regularly, the Highway City CDC, the El Dorado CDC, the Southwest Fresno CDC, the Lowell CDC, and I think there might be another one. I'm not positive. And they're meeting on a regular basis on how to create their financial capacity, their board capacity, their staff capacity, not just to become CHOTOs, but to become very effective community development corporations within our community.
Then I just want to make some other comments. Obviously, I went through in detail through the action plan, and so many great things that are occurring or that District 1 will benefit from. So excited about that. Very supportive of some of the investments that are going to be made in the Highway City area. One ask I think that I brought to your guys' attention, to the administration's attention, and hopefully we can work through this. Some of the infrastructure in the Highway City area. I actually have some pictures. I don't know if I can show them. If I can show you some pictures. Yeah, those. You can just click through all So these are just some pictures of Highway City, and this is Shaw and Polk, and so obviously it gets very backed up. This part of the city used to be county, and so now it's city, and there is a tremendous need in terms of public, of infrastructure. In particular, and more recently, because we did get Inspiration Park opened up, which is a very exciting amenity to have west of the 99, given the lack of green space. There's still obviously a number of challenges in terms of the infrastructure when it rains. So imagine kids walking to school, waiting for the bus, people on wheelchairs trying to get to the park. This is what they have to deal with. And so a number of the advocates from District 1 and advocates working with the disabled community have approached me because there is a serious need in Highway City. And so I just want to make sure that I know that when there's opportunities like Cdbg, it's exciting to see, many neighborhoods or some neighborhoods benefit from this. So I just want to make sure that I highlight, one of the neighborhoods in my district that is in tremendous need. And I would, ask that if it's not through funding through the action plan or maybe the programming that we considered through this budget process, at least paving or putting some asphalt on at least the west side of Polk, which is the route that gets people to the park. People need a safe pathway to get to the park, and that's been an issue too with access in terms of transportation. The bus stop drops off people on Shaw and Polk, so for people to get to the park, they have to get through the dirt, and if it's raining, you guys see the challenges that exist in this part of my district. So I just wanted to really highlight an example where there is great needs. And so when we're talking about public facilities, for me, obviously, this is a priority. And so I say that because I know that we are allocating funds for nonprofits, and I'm excited that the nonprofits get to benefit from these types of dollars. And so in reviewing, I know that I asked you guys for the applications. I'm always interested to see in much more detail what folks are trying to do with these monies. And so for me, in terms of one that at least I want to bring up is the one for the hub, which is $163,000. And so in reading through the application, I'm not sure now what exactly the $163 will pay for, because I know that they initially asked for $252. But one thing that struck me was upgrades in terms of repaving a parking lot. And so to me, for me, this is a greater priority in terms of people trying to get to the park and the neighborhood being flooded with water because we don't have the adequate infrastructure. And so, I just wanted to make those comments because I would have difficulty in supporting that piece. And I think I mentioned to you guys when I met with you guys, I would have trouble supporting that specific allocation of funds, given that in my district, I'm dealing with issues like this. And the advocates are calling me saying, hey, we need a safe pathway to get to the park. So for that reason, it would be very challenging for me to support that specific allocation of funds. And so that's what I wanted to bring up. I think I have one other thing. I did want to ask in terms of the notification that went out. And I think my council colleague, Oliver Baines, maybe mentioned that in regards to the outreach that happened to the community. It seems like the outreach happened in the Fresno B. And yes, you guys provided Spanish and Hmong translation. But again, I have a hard time thinking that anyone that speaks Hmong and Spanish will read the Fresno B and decide to participate. There's a problem here in the city of Fresno when we are not doing proper outreach because we are not getting really the input that we need to get from our community residents. And so again, I know that I harp about this every single time we're talking about outreach to the community. If I need to introduce a policy so that there's consistency among our departments in terms of notification, I don't think that I should have to do that. I think that we should understand the type of community that we serve. We're a very large city that is very diverse, and we know that there's some the Spanish-speaking population, and so just making sure that we do the proper outreach and notification. So in terms of the Fresno B, I know that there was additional outreach done, which I'm assuming that that's what you're going to talk about of some of the other Spanish language media that you guys outreach. So I get that. I just wanted to point that out in terms of the Fresno Bee being, I know, one of our main sources, but really being sensitive to the fact that people that don't speak English don't read the Fresno Bee and would benefit from the notification there. And then lastly, during the budget cycle, I think, or back in December of 2015, I remember, I think we were going through the Cdbg funds, and I believe that 500,000 of those funds had been allocated to pay off, or potentially if we needed to pay off debt. I just want to make sure that you clarify that those $500,000 were included as part of this action plan. No?
So that'll be your next item this morning. That's the
Okay.
substantial amendment.
Okay, so then
Yes.
we'll talk about it then. Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that. And those are all the comments I would have. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Soria. Member Quintero.
Jennifer? In mentioning some of the upcoming projects that you'll be doing, and you spoke again about the Lowell Jefferson, how many years have we been working in there?
Lowell has been since 2008, 9. So Lowell is in what we're calling maintenance mode, which means that we check in on an annual basis or semi-annual basis. How are the properties continuing to be maintained? Are we seeing a regression of issues and problems in the alleyways or in terms of property deterioration? What can we do to, again, continue to support and add capacity and build up the neighborhood association that was created, the Lowell Neighborhood Association? They're very active. How can we participate? Both Mr. Estabrook and Mr. Trujillo check in with the neighborhood on a regular basis. Our action neighborhood revitalization teams, we check in. How are you doing? What can we do to support you? So it's really in maintenance mode. It's not that active, proactive code enforcement that would be occurring in the new neighborhood. So the 5 will now become maintenance, and then we'll be adding 10 new for next year.
Okay, and I'm sorry, but I didn't catch the neighborhoods. How many of those 10 for next year are in Southeast Fresno?
The 10 are currently under identification, and we are working with the school district. We're working with the police department, and we're working with our code enforcement teams to understand where are those areas that really need the most assistance. They haven't been identified yet. They will be identified over the next 2 months.
Well, if you're in maintenance mode in Lowell Jefferson, I think you would have had ample time to already have identified some of the neighborhoods you want to go into next.
Yeah, Kirk, Jefferson, and Yokomi were new this year. So those 3 were our 3 new neighborhoods this year. So they're still actually, Jefferson, we just started in March. So it's in the startup phase in the beginning, and then it will be going into maintenance next year over the summer.
None of them sound like they're in Southeast Fresno, though. We do have older neighborhoods.
And I would encourage you to, if you have specific suggestions, we would be happy to.
I've made them over the years,
Okay.
Jennifer. I've made specific suggestions, and I haven't had any results, any feedback. And realistically, I think if you drive the neighborhoods, you can see yourself. I mean, it's good to have a lot of meetings and all that, but I mean, you can even go identify them. It's pretty simple. I mean, we've got Calwa, we have Butler Hazelwood, we've got a lot of the older neighborhoods in there that need help. Winchell area is another neighborhood. I mean, I've got 3 or 4 of them, and I mean, if you're in maintenance mode in Lowell Jefferson, I mean, that's 7 years. You know, and I appreciate the work that's gone in there. It's a lot of hard work that the city's done, but it's getting a fair share, I think, of attention to some of the older neighborhoods that we have, And also, I was looking at the report here that you have that have been the evaluation of past performance, the Cedar Court and Inyo Terrace Apartments. That's 193 units with Housing Authority. That was done. Interesting that that particular complex was mentioned in the Fresno Bee's story of substandard housing when it just got completed and fixed. Also want to thank you for the 9 units that we have one left to do at Laval and Belgravia. Mr. Torres, thank you for showing up for some of the openings there. Really appreciate it. And that's with Habitat for Humanity, and they've done a great job. And I'm a big proponent of home ownership, a little bit more so than building apartments in that regard. And I want to thank you, too, for the Hot Meals program. The other one that I wanted to mention is in the report you have recent public facility accomplishments, okay? And the last one you mentioned is Townsend and Heaton Street improvements, okay? That's not an accomplishment, really. It was approved, but Public Works went out there and just painted, circled the potholes with white or fluorescent paint and everything, and they haven't done anything since then. I keep asking, and the date gets moved, and then they tell me it's because school is in session, and it's just frustrating, not only for me but for the neighbors that live there. Scott, you don't have to answer because I always get an answer that I don't like because nothing's been done, and it's a weather, it's a schools, it's one thing or another, and I just, I get these glowing reports and appreciate them, but nothing's been done, so I don't see it as an accomplishment. And then also the number of code enforcement that you're using in these neighborhoods and project maintenance areas that you're following up. How many code enforcement officers does that leave us to do the rest of the city? I mean, it's like giving Dell a box of Band-Aids and saying, good luck, Dell.
Good. So the code enforcement that is targeted specifically for these activities, currently we have 2 teams of 4 members each. Next year we will be adding 4 additional.
What do those 2 teams do?
So they evaluate the neighborhood. So there were 3 new neighborhoods this year. We're not fully staffed until probably January or February of this year. So they evaluated the neighborhoods in terms of the condition in Yacomie, Jefferson, and Kirk. And then they identify specific activities that need to be done. They inspect the housing units. They provide resources in terms of the rehabilitation program.
That's 8 code enforcement officers, okay? 2 teams of 4 each.
2 community revitalization specialists, 2 seniors, 2 community revitalization technicians, and 2 community coordinators. So 2 outreach.
Good titles. Good titles. How many code enforcement folks do we have left for the rest of the city?
So that does not impact the code enforcement team at all. These are separate, specifically targeted. So the code enforcement teams were not in any way decreased because of this activity. So we continue to have the same level of code enforcement for the rest of the city. These are specific to our community development block grant neighborhoods.
Okay, that's what confused me. You called them code enforcement teams, and I thought,
right.
What does that do for the rest of the city?
It doesn't. It does not impact the city at all.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Brand.
Few questions. Just looking at the overall, size of Fresno, 13 square miles, approximately 520,000 people, by probably the latest population. 42,000 medium family income, and 159,000 households. But roughly, correct me if I'm wrong, about 26%, is that our poverty rate in Fresno?
I think
Is that about right? 26%? About 1 in 4 people?
it's higher than that.
What is it? Okay, by what standard? Okay. Well, there's a lot of people that are low income in Fresno. Okay. And here's my point. I'm looking at the size of the problem in Fresno, the thousands of people that need help one way or the other. And I'm looking at these allocations of what we're doing. For example, in the goal number 1, and this is not a critique, this is just a comment on the scale of the problem. 7 rental housing units, 2 home buyer units available, tenant-based assistance for 20 people, code enforcement citations 500, which really 500 could be only a handful of complexes. So really, when you figure the scale and scope of the problem in Fresno, we really don't have the resources. Would that be a fair statement to really address the problem?
We could use a lot of additional resources.
Yeah.
That is absolutely true. And we have expressed that to our partners in our local HUD office, that we need additional resources to address our problem.
Yeah, I'd like to know, and again, this is not a criticism. You're doing the best you can, what you have to work with. But and since I've been here, it's my 8th year, I've never seen Fresno ever have anything remotely close to the resources that we need to address these, long-term, really generational problems in the city of poverty. What do comparable cities like in Southern California or in the Bay Area? They must have, what are their allocations compared to ours?
Their allocations are similar. It's based on the same formula. So the formula is based on 1, population, 2, poverty rate, 3, property that is either distressed or doesn't meet code standards. 4 is infrastructure. So there's a broad formula. It's about a 2-page long formula. I've tried to digest it over the years, and then it's allocated nationally. So there's a dollar amount that's appropriated by Congress, and then there is the formula then allocates each year that a new city becomes larger than 50,000, then that takes away from the pot for the overall, for all of the rest of the communities.
Yeah. Do you think that actually is carried out mathematically? Do you think politically that other areas in the Bay Area or Southern California probably get a bigger share than we do per capita?
Probably not per capita. Our share per capita is slightly above the average nationally. I could do a little bit of research on that.
Okay. I just want to make sure we get our fair share. And the other thing I'm thinking too, and I know a lot of this has been done already, but I think needs to be expanded, is really getting the private sector business community in more engaged in the community on these kind of programs and solutions, and even private foundations that do fund a lot of these programs that we can. And I know the mayor is worked actively, but it seems like we just have to really step it up to really have an opportunity to address these problems. Again, it's just my observations of being here and the frustration of seeing all the needs and the lack. It's like getting a fly swatter trying to knock down a swarm of locusts. It's just almost impossible. A few other questions. You said 47% of the households pay more than 1/3 of their income, or 30% towards housing. But wouldn't that really apply to most communities? I know in real estate, typically it's 3 to 1. That when you qualify for a home loan, you basically have to have 3 times the income. I know for rental properties, it's the same thing. So that doesn't really stick out per se, because a lot of people are stretching their dollars for home ownership or home whether it's ownership or home rentals. Any comments?
Our cost burdening rate, which is households who pay more than 30% of their income for rent and utilities, is higher than the national average.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I saw the statistic from 2000 to 2013. The median home value went up 82%, and during that roughly that same period, household income only went up 30%. So I guess widening the gap substantially. Just one comment: if you took, and I know this because I've been in this business for 40 years, if you took home values from 1980 to 1999, it was almost exactly flat. For 20 years, values went nowhere. I could tell you a story of a fourplex I sold on Ashland for $152,000 in 1980, and I sold it to the client in 1999 for $150,000. So he lost $2,000. So there's a long period of time that real estate values went nowhere, and that period of time, 2001 to 2006, was probably the biggest real estate bubble we'll probably see in a couple of lifetimes. It was, so I realized there was a recession since then, so that's a little misleading, but my point is, I've had this time and time again, on a comparable basis, our home and rental values are relatively inexpensive compared to other parts of the state. It's the income levels in the city are extremely low. That's where we really, and again, some of these statistics show that we need to really work hard on, and this is going to be the private sector on generating jobs and getting people employed and getting people on good paying jobs where they can afford housing and all the amenities that we all want. Is there a goal in here for home ownership?
So our assistance to Habitat for Humanity typically includes the construction of new homes. Mm-hmm. They are also wanting to establish a critical rehab program to assist property owners in the neighborhoods that they build with critical rehab to allow homeowners to remain in their homes. But usually we have about 3 to 4 homes that we can leverage our dollars, our home dollars, with Habitat for Humanity. We additionally receive funds from Cal Home, which is a homebuyer assistance program. Mm-hmm. We assist probably 1 to 2 households a month. It's a very complex program for homebuyers to get through, but it is very beneficial. It's $50,000 to $60,000 of down payment assistance that allows individuals to purchase a home. There are limits to the specific zip codes that they can purchase in, right, which does limit housing choice.
In my 8 years here, I think the best program I've seen was the Neighborhood Stabilization Program that came in, I believe, in 2009. And I don't know if that's still active on a federal basis, but that provided the funds, to get a low down payment, a large silent second, which had a tremendous subsidy to the home buyer with covenants that they live there for at least 10 or 20 years or longer. Any chance that funding may come around that you're aware of?
That funding was made available through the HERA, the Recovery Act for the housing crisis, as well as ARA, which mm-hmm. was the Recovery Act, I honestly don't remember what ARA stands for. But so both of the Recovery Acts, one for housing in particular and one for the recovery of the economy, that was how the NSP, the Neighborhood Stabilization Program, came into effect. And we do not anticipate, there have been some efforts to try to create a new neighborhood stabilization program, but we don't anticipate that will come around at that level again.
Yeah, because I remember the lenders were cooperating. They would show their inventories to the partners we had selected, like the Housing Authority and others, to get these homes that were, in need in some cases all across several zip codes. And I remember the criteria was the census tract had to be a certain low level, which unfortunately we had too many that qualified. But I thought it was a great program if we could ever get it back. And the only other thing we can do is to try to build a business model within revitalized areas that we can bring the price point down on home ownership. And I know in our new development code we've got, is it 2,500 square feet down on our smallest lot, Jennifer?
2,750.
Yeah, 27. So by doing that and using some of the provisions in the Economic Expansion Act that incentivize the development impact fees and offsite improvements, there might be the incentive in the business model to build homes maybe under $200,000 that a lot of our population can qualify. And I think the more home ownership we have in neighborhoods, the more stable these neighborhoods are going to become. So that's my comments on this. And again, thank you for all the effort.
Member Quintero.
It's all right, Jennifer. You can sit down. But I'm on a roll right now. Anyway, you know, we're talking here right now about a quality of life, and I know I was talking about Heaton and Townsend, and which brought to mind another very major street, Scott, that I've mentioned in the past, is Orange Avenue between California and Church. And I've brought that up 2 or 3 times during council discussions, and even brought up a couple ideas, and you say good idea, and haven't heard anything about Orange Avenue. And I know one side of the street is county, the other side is city, and that's another street with major problems, and it links into Calwa from the California Avenue there. And so, I mean, I'd really like to see those types of improvements coming forward, or at least some discussions. There's, I had mentioned to you before, there's 3 major companies there that PG&E, the fence company that's there, and Shamlian Enterprises, and they own most of that, the private property on those streets. And I don't know why we haven't asked them to participate, but it's, we're still constantly getting calls from people needing to balance the wheels on their car, do alignments on their cars. So, I mean, I would really encourage you to drive that stretch and try going 40 miles an hour on that one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Quintero. As for my comments, I wanted to congratulate Director Clark, her team, and the administration. All you folks said you would have this action plan to us in a timely manner. Mission accomplished. So I know it was a lot of work to get that together and get it to us. So thank you very much. Appreciate that a lot. My next comment is that to Director Clark, when you said lean on administration, 12%, that's fantastic. I mean, that's really making it lean when you have that 8% latitude. And what that means to me and my colleagues, I believe, is that presents 8% more of Cdbg money that goes into the pot for the disadvantaged and less fortunate people that these funds address. So keep the leanness up. But be effective, as you always are. Appreciate that. So I had some questions on the 10 neighborhoods, but I understand that I can talk to you about that. And we can. I think all districts have some needs that would like to be included in that. So we'll discuss that further. And when you come up with the 10 areas, would you be sending us a memo or some sort of notice, or maybe in a month, that would tell us where you are and where you're going, you and your team, just to kind of help us out, and might save you time and energy for each one of us to come to you and again, take up your valuable time. For me, in looking through the report, the nonprofit public facilities to be funded with Cdbg are, and that's on page 3 of 4. And the 2 of them I'm pretty happy with, and 2 I'm not so happy with. But the first one's a shade structure at Dickey Park, which is a community facility, public community facility. That sounds great. And then the much-needed construction of a new Highway City Community Center. That seems to be under the vein and the intent and the thought of Cdbg money. On the other hand, I agree with Member Soria and her comments on the hub. I think you analyzed that very well, and what our goals are in our minds for Cdbg funds, as well as, for me, the other is the Fulton Corridor Facade grant at $100,000. I generally support these types of programs, and I don't oppose the concept. And we generally want to help small businesses. We all think that's sort of the heartbeat of our community. But I believe there's more appropriate funding that could be available for those commercial type buildings and privately owned commercial type buildings that could get some appropriate funding to make those changes or additions or deletions to those facilities. But I think the CDBG block grant money should be more directly toward assisting, as I said earlier, underserved and disadvantaged communities within our wonderful city. So with that in mind, I'd like to make a motion to approve the action plan, except make a motion to move the $163,000 of CDBG funds from the Hub and $100,000 from the Fulton Facade information, move that back into the public infrastructure in CDBG areas, which would include, in my mind, sidewalks, park maintenance, things of that nature. I know there are many eligible areas for CDBG, low, moderate census tract. For me in District 4, it would be Vinland area, Cary Park, Rotary West, Robinson Elementary area. There's great needs for the money and funds there. So I would make that motion. I don't know if I have a second. Do I have a second on my motion thank you. Okay, good. So we have a motion and a second, but the screen lit up again, so we'll go to Member Baines.
Thank you, Council President. And generally, I'm supportive of the ideas of the motion, but I will not be able to be supportive of taking money from our businesses, our small business community on the Fulton corridor. Obviously, we've made that a major focus. The businesses there are undergoing some pretty strenuous times right now, and I think that this would be the absolute worst time to pull funding from our small businesses, which really are the lifeblood of any community. So we don't do a whole lot in this building typically to support our small businesses. We know that they employ, just a moment ago, Councilmember Brand kind of went down the list in a way that I agree with, discussing our poverty and our economic situation, and we know that small businesses are essentially the people that employ a large segment of our population. So these facade improvements help their businesses attract new customers, are going to be important for when the Fulton Mall reopens. Council President, I know you didn't support the Fulton Mall, but I do think that you do support small businesses, and really that money's targeted toward them. So I would not be able to be supportive of the motion as it currently stands with that in there.
Thank you, Member Baines. Perhaps, City Attorney, if I amended my motion or rephrased it, that we'd make a motion, two separate motions, one to move the $163,000 from the Hub back to CDBG, and then a second motion to move the $100,000 from the Fulton Facade aspect back to the CDBG areas. Would that be
yes,
clarification?
You could effectively split your motion, have separate votes on moving those two different items, and then have a vote on the main motion.
Well, thank you very much. I'll make that motion.
Okay, and for point of clarification, specifically when you say into CDBG, you mean into the public infrastructure? Because we want to be able to allocate the funds. Be able to allocate the funding. So you're talking about moving it back into the public infrastructure category?
Correct.
Thank you.
With emphasis, I think each one of us has emphasis, but as I stated earlier, just for me, it's not part of the motion, but Vinland, Cary Park, Rotary West, and Robinson. And I think Member Quintero had some other areas. I'm sure we all do. And Member Brandel will probably tell us something more. You're up.
Thank you. Council President, since you made the motion, my first question's really directed at you, and it kind of follows what Renee was asking or saying. This money, this $163,000 and $100,000, would you tell me exactly where in the activity list that you would place that money so that I understand where it's getting transferred to?
I think generally citywide, are as illustrated by the presentation by Member Soria, and certainly in my district, I'm sure in yours, sidewalks in particular.
So we have this.
And then that would also include park maintenance for all the parks in our community, not just District 4, but any and all that need further assistance. $250,000 would really go a long way for any or all of those.
No, for sure, for sure.
And if I may intercede, we can't specifically do park maintenance with that, but we can do neighborhood improvements.
Well, I'm sure $250,000 would not go very far in the city, but every little bit helps. We just did some work in the Melody Park area of my district, and it was much needed and well received by the taxpaying citizens of that area. Does that help you a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit, but I'm going to call Jennifer up. Jennifer, in your PowerPoint, where exactly is Councilman Capriolio shifting this money to? I want to see the literal box that we're going to shift that money into. Which one? Okay, but so not specifically in any of these eligible activities?
So I believe that the council president, correct me if I'm wrong, is asking to reallocate $263,000 to the general line item of facilities and public improvements for us to work with the council to identify specific projects that could come under that and bring it back to the city council. It would require us to go back to the advisory commission and to this body to identify specific projects that we would utilize the funds for, but having the generic category does allow us to continue to file our application on Sunday.
So on this page, is it inside of any of these eligible activities specifically where we're going to subtract the 163 and the 100,000 and move it into one of the other total categories?
I'm hearing that it would be a generic.
So you could shift it right back into the same
Public facility line item that we would come back to the council with a specific activity that met the intent of the motion.
Okay. All right, then. Now I want to shift to understanding more specifically the two items that are going to be removed, because I have to know from your opinion if those are those a high priority. So let's talk about the Hub Incubator first, and then we'll go to the facade improvements for Fulton Corridor. So the Hub deal, what actually is that all about? I mean, so that's...
So, and there are representatives here if we'd like to get more into detail on specifically what they do as an activity. Their application was to improve the parking lot infrastructure outside of their building. They received a grant from the EDA to purchase and renovate the building to provide a one-stop shop for small businesses, for startups. It's a place where they receive all of the administration as part of their rent. So there's a receptionist, there's all of the equipment. They walk in with their computer and they can plug in. They did not have funds to finish the exterior of the building, improvements to the parking lot, lighting, fencing, accessibility into the building. And so that's specifically what this activity is. And what we view this particular activity as the middle of a continuum of support to small businesses and to individuals who want to have meaningful and viable, sustainable, family-sustaining jobs. So the Section 3 program, which provides training to individuals who are low income or who live in public housing, would provide carpentry and construction training. Once they graduate there, if they wanted to learn and become a small business, they could go to the Hub. They could become a small business, and then they could apply to be one of our contractors for the senior paint program or for the minor repair program. So we look at it as a continuum. This was ranked by HCDC, and they requested that we fund this particular project. So it's at the direction, obviously, of the council as to where we go from here. But we see it as part of a continuum for creating those meaningful, long-lasting job skills and opportunities.
Okay. And then same question on the Fulton Corridor facade grant. What will that actually be improving on the Fulton Corridor?
So as we reconstruct the street and put it back to its condition as the main street, the heart of our community, there are many businesses along the street frontage whose facade has either been altered over the years, that's no longer either accessible or historically accurate in terms of its context within the street. This is the type of activity that's pretty common across the country in terms of assisting small businesses who own buildings in historic areas to bring the facade of their building into, they have to meet the Secretary of Interior standards for historic context to bring the building up to standard, and they have to meet all of the ADA accessibility requirements. This would be a matching grant. So for every dollar that we put in, there would be $1 or $2 or maybe more dollars put in by that small business to restore their facade. We're looking at probably 3 businesses that we would assist, and it would definitely take more than $30,000 to restore a facade. So the business would have to invest some of their own resources. So it's really just, it's leveraging those additional resources outside of our funds to enhance and improve the ability for those businesses to operate.
All right, thank you, Jennifer.
Member Brand, I just found some information that might give you a little bit more clarity. Under the Code of Federal Regulations 570.201, it talks about, included in this is parks. It says you can use this money for public facilities and improvements. That would include acquisition, construction, reconstruction, rehabilitation, or installation of public facilities and improvements. You can't maintain a park, but you can certainly do all those things to parks in our community with that extra $250,000. Is that
Cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And Renee, what are your thoughts on that? You agree with that?
No, that is accurate, that we cannot maintain parks, but we can do those other things with it. One thing that I do want to point out is that these items that we're talking about deferring will require us to come back to council, at least for this $250,000 for subsequent approval and going through the entire process for that. So basically a substantial amendment to address this $250,000. So any projects that are identified will be pushed out further into the year as far as being able to perform on those projects.
We couldn't just identify those. So could we just identify those projects right here at the dais?
The idea is we're trying to keep this as a public process, and so we need to make sure that we are complying with all the regulations that HUD has as far as public participation and transparency. So I would recommend that council can say we want it to go into this category, and then we can go out and do the public process and then bring it back to the council for final decision.
Okay. Councilman Capriolio, did you have any specific needs that you wanted this money shifted into, or did you wanted it shift into a pot of money for the types of needs that you would like to see, or did you have specific?
Well, without being selfish to District 4, yes, I have some specific needs. I mentioned the Melody Park area, which is a CDBG eligible area. Would need some additional sidewalks. We just touched the edges, the peripheral actually of that neighborhood, and there's lots more to do within it. But I don't want to be specific in the sense of taking that money to me and my people, so to speak. I'd rather put it in a pot and let all of us participate, because we all have needs, and I think we should all have an opportunity.
I get that, but I'm also hearing what Renee's saying. If we put it in a pot, then it goes into this big, it's going to be put in the very back. But could we hypothetically, Renee, say that we want to shift this, and I think it's only $263,000, 50% into Councilman Capriolio's determined need at the park, and 50% into Councilwoman Soria's need for sidewalk adjacent to Highway City. I mean, could we just nail it today? And
I'm going to defer to Director Clark on that question. I think that we maybe could, but that is not the best approach. And since we have been working very hard with HUD to make sure that we are following all of the regulations and staying within our policies, I would, if council wants to go down this path, I would recommend putting it into that category, but then still going through the public process and then coming back and having this debate. That way it goes through the HCDC, it goes through the public process, and then council's final approval.
So it would be permissible to have a general activity. We could just say we're going to spend $2.3 million on public facilities. But to identify the specific projects without having included the public in the process, that's something we heard very clearly last night at HCDC was please include the public in identifying the specific projects that we are going to undertake. So the ones that are here are because they were included either in the needs hearing this year, they were presented to HCDC earlier, they were heard last year specifically as needs. So it would be it would be better if we had that generic category or even a specific. If you say today I'd like it to go to X park, we still need to go back out and get the public input to make sure that that is an activity that has been thoroughly vetted. I don't know if that helps you. It's not a requirement per se, but I think it's best practices to ensure that we've included the public in our needs assessment and determination of specific projects.
thank you, Jennifer. City Attorney, you had some thoughts?
Since the amounts are substantial, you would need to treat this as initiating the process to make those changes and recommend go out to the public with a 30-day notice before you actually complete the process to move the funds to a different category. But if you don't do it today, then that likely would not happen. So yes, you cannot really complete the process today, but this would start the process to move the money.
And you're suggesting? One more time, Doug.
Yes, if you intend to move these funds to a different category, treat today as starting that process, and then there would be some further public process required, and then a final approval before it is complete.
Okay. All right, I'm good with that then. So, but I would like to say, I'm going to listen to what other council members have to say, but it's also my understanding that, so I would also prefer, if you're going to spend CDBG dollars, I guess I'm saying I would prefer a sidewalk that is going to be walked on by many, 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 many people compared to a parking lot that will be used by, it's necessary, but it's kind of prioritizing. So I think I would prefer a sidewalk or a park that would be used by many, many, many people versus rehabbing a parking lot that would be used by fewer people. So that's kind of the concept I'm using right now, but I'm going to be listening to what my fellow council members have to say. But I think so far I would be supportive of these changes.
Thank you, Member Randall. Member Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to briefly thank the maker of this motion. I think that I will be in support. I like where you're going with this. And with of course, all due respect to city staff and the member from District 3, I think that when we get phone calls in District 7, and I know my colleagues as well, they're people crying out for infrastructure. Rich people want infrastructure. Economically disadvantaged folks in my part of the city are crying out for infrastructure. And so I think that's if we have an extra $263,000, I think that we should use it for infrastructure. I've never received a phone call for someone who wants a business incubator in the city of Fresno. I've never received a phone call from someone. Well, actually, there are folks on Blackstone that are in my district that want the taxpayer to pick up the cost of rehabbing their facade. I think that right now the Fulton Mall is experiencing a rebirth, courtesy of millions of dollars from the taxpayer. I think that we have an opportunity here to take $100,000 that could be used for facades, and then we can put that back into the system, kind of echoing what Member Brandow had to say, to serve the needs of the many people from all walks of life, all economic levels, all racial groups, religious groups who are crying out for infrastructure. And I think that, we have $1 billion budget in the city of Fresno. This is $263,000, but it's a start. And so I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Olivier. Member Brand.
Just a few questions, Jennifer. Again, this may be redundant, but just for clarification on the 162,000?
163.
63 for is it a business incubator?
Correct. It's the Hispanic Foundation Hub Business Incubator, which is here in downtown Fresno. It serves startup businesses.
How long has that been in operation?
I would have to defer to the agency for that.
Anybody here?
Yep.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
My name is Yeri Olivares. I'm the Corporate Relations Director for the Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation. And the Business Incubator has been there for 5 years now. The organization has been in existence for 11 years.
Okay, so it's been in 5 years. And on the funding, has the city always funded the incubator?
No. Back in 2009, the organization received an EDA grant. It was a $1.7 million to renovate the entire facility. And right now, a lot of the funding comes from different foundations, corporations. We do have tenants that we lease office space to. It's not all city funds.
So in the budget this year, what is the total budget for the incubator, and how much impact would the city not having money there impact the incubator?
Our budget this year is $400,000. You're talking about the organization specifically, right?
Yeah, well, the total funding for the incubator. We're scheduled to give them 163. If you added all the agencies contributing, what would be the total budget for the incubator?
For the incubator, we don't have it broken down just for the incubator specifically. We have it all overall programs and services, so that would be $400,000.
So you believe roughly $400,000 is the total funding. So 163 would be a significant portion of the funding?
No, that's not included.
Okay.
No, that's separate. All of the $400,000 that I'm talking about is to continue operating our programs and services, which include helping the small businesses. The 163 is separate.
So it's not clear then exactly how much goes then to the hub?
I don't think I'm understanding your question.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. What I want to do is just find out if anybody knows what the actual budget is. What I'm trying to determine, if the budget, let's say, is $1 million and we're taking away 160, there's an impact, but not as big. If the budget is $300,000, this is what they 410.
That's what they're asking.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember, let me see if I can attempt to answer this for you. So the agency requested $250,000 for a capital infrastructure project outside of their regular budget. The regular budget includes all of their operations, their small business support, utilities, maintenance of the building, ongoing services within the facility. This is separate and apart from their operating budget. They applied for a capital grant. If they do not receive the capital grant, the project will not go forward. So it does not impact.
Our contribution will be towards the capital.
Yes,
Is that a tenant improvement? Is that what we're doing?
It is an improvement to the exterior of the building to provide improvements to the parking lot, the lighting, the fencing for security and accessibility to the building.
Okay, all right, good. Okay, I got another question. Thank you. The second question would be, what is the success rate? How many businesses have started there, and how many are still operational now because of the start they got on the funding from the Business Hub?
Since the organization was founded back in 2004, we've assisted over I want to say over 5,000 businesses, and that includes not just Fresno County. We've assisted businesses from Kern County, Merced County, so we cover like an 8-county region. I want to say within the last year, we've assisted roughly around 300 businesses. What we do is we do a lot of one-on-one technical assistance. So, if they come to me and they say, I want to start a business, a lot of it is just guiding them with the simple steps of, where do I go to get my business license? I want to say eight out of the 10 people that I assist are people that follow through with the business plan to get the business started.
Can you think of any recent businesses that started in the last 12 months that received funding, at least in part, from the Business Hub?
Yes. So just here on Plaza Mexico Mall, which is on Fresno Street, it's called La Herencia Restaurant. We were able to provide them with a $50,000 microloan in partnership with Valley Small Business Development Corporation. This was back in July of last year, and he opened up his own restaurant. So he had been a food vendor, mobile vendor for about 5 years, and then he came to us. He was ready to expand, so we helped him with opening up his own restaurant here on inside Plaza Mexico Mall. Just recently, we have a husband and wife who are Peruvian. They came to me because they wanted a $80,000 loan to open up a Peruvian restaurant. So they're under construction right now, and they're going to be opening up out on Herndon and Milburn area.
Oh, sounds good. Let me ask you a question. This is for a capital outlay. So let's say we reduced it from 100,000 to say 162 to say 80 to half that. Would you still be able to complete the tenant improvement with half the amount of money?
Probably not all of them. I'm sure we can definitely do some. We had already looked into the different estimates of the capital improvements that we wanted to do. So it would just be a matter of finding that.
Scaling back?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for answering the questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Now the second part, the 100,000 is the facades. This is for you, Jennifer, on Fulton. And you said there's a match of up to 3-to-1. So if we put 100,000 in, is it federal or state? We'll put in up to 200,000 or 300,000 to match.
No,
that?
the individual business.
Okay, so you've not determined what the match is yet.
Correct. It will be a minimum of 2-to-1, but typically we see the facade improvements cost well over $100,000. So depending on the improvements needed on the building, most of the businesses will put in an excess of 3-to-1.
Okay, man, I know that when we approved the opening of the Fulton Mall, a lot of discussion was about the impact on businesses, and I knew from my experience in business for many years on property management, when you do like road improvements and those kind of things that block access, there's generally a very significant impact, and we've seen some of the businesses already close. Does this in any way help those businesses recover? Because there's going to be casualties along the way, and ironically, if the success of the Fulton Mall opening to a street will probably ultimately move a lot of these businesses out of there because the rent's going to go up and they won't be able to afford it. Some will adopt. I hope and they're successful, but others will probably end up relocating. So, how important is the facade improvement for the overall plan?
It's just part of the overall plan in terms of being able to give the businesses an opportunity for to start on equal ground. So a business that may not be able to make those improvements without additional resources, we're leveraging what they have and what they can borrow to be able to improve their facade, bring it into standards, both ADA as well as historic standards, so that they can continue to operate once the street has reopened.
So realistically, how many businesses could you impact with 100,000?
We're estimating 3 at this point.
Out of how many?
Out of how many businesses along the
mall,
corridor?
yeah.
I don't have that number off the top of
So
my
how do
head.
you determine which ones get help?
It would be an
which-
application process.
Okay.
The Downtown Partnership would be working with us to identify those businesses, to provide them an application, to evaluate their capacity, not only to provide to provide the match, but also to complete the project. It's a reimbursement project, so that if they don't complete the project, they would not be reimbursed.
Okay, but I think it's probably fair to say that there's probably 20, 25, 30 businesses or more up and down the mall from the north end to the south end.
At least.
So this would only really impact probably maybe 10%. Okay, thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
I have kind of mixed feelings on this stuff. I've been, walking a lot of precincts lately, and they've all been south of Shaw. And like Councilmember Olivier said, I'm getting a lot of, they don't care about a lot of things, but the primary concern is sidewalks, curbs, gutters, streets, all those essential things that affect every neighborhood. And there's a feeling that, the city is not doing its job. And they try to explain, well, we only got so much money, but then they see other things that go out, and I realize it's complicated. The Fulton Mall was entirely funded by federal grants, but try to explain that to somebody whose sidewalk hasn't been repaired for, 10 years. On the Fulton facade, I will agree with Councilmember Caprioli on that. I know it's needed, but I think it's better needed probably in the Cdbg general improvements for streets and all the public improvements. On the Hispanic Chamber Hub, small business is the core of everything we do in most cities, and making a little bit of effort to try to help people out, particularly in the Hispanic community, to me is pretty important. Would you reconsider maybe cutting that down maybe to 100,000, cut that to say 63 taken out, leaving 100,000 in there? It sounds like that would probably still accomplish most of their goals on their capital improvements. And basically, instead of making a total of 263,000 transferred to the category of the general Cdbg, just amend that to $100,000 coming from the Fulton facade, and 63,000 coming from the hub. So that make a total of 163 versus 263.
I appreciate your effort to reach a compromise here, but part of the application included $1,000 for a bike rack. I'm not saying that's part of the application for one bike rack. And then I've driven by the facility. It's in better shape than my law office, which is not too far from there. And,
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, really. So too much time at City Hall. But I've driven by it, around it. The parking lot looks fine. I don't have a fence at my facility, my parking lot, which is, again, a few hundred yards away. So I just think that, again, on priority basis, to serve many is important to me. And infrastructure to serve many is important to me. So I'd rather stay with the motion as stated.
Can I make one final request?
Of course.
Could you bifurcate the motion into one motion for the Fulton Mall facade and a second motion for the Hispanic Hub?
Yes, I did that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, next is Member Soria.
And I just want to make sure that for the record, the discussion in terms of being supportive of small businesses or not, I'm a strong supporter of small businesses. And I think in particular for the application funding requested for the hub, I think that without awarding the $163,000, they're going to be able to continue to provide the same service. I will say that one of the things that I would have asked staff, and I think for future, if this can happen, we didn't even get a copy of the application. The application wasn't provided until I asked for it on Friday, and I just got it on Tuesday. And so I think that it is important that the public also knows how we're expending these dollars. I am in strong favor of really looking at projects that are going to be served, are going to service much more than a smaller group of people. I get it. We need to support our small business community is important. But I think when we're talking about resurfacing the facility parking lot, installing a gated entry and exit to the parking lot for security purposes, installing a bike rack, and beautifying outside the building with benches and tables so those using the facility have a place to relax and network, CDBG and using it for those purposes, to me, is not a priority. You guys saw the pictures of the needs that exist in District 1 in Highway City, where there are no sidewalks, where it gets flooded when it rains, where these kids have to walk through mud to get to the park, where people that are disabled have to wheel themselves through dirt and really dilapidated infrastructure that we have. So there's a clear need. In terms of priority and what is important for me and what I think the intent of CDBG dollars, yes, we want to support our nonprofit organizations. Yes, we want to help our small businesses, but there's a lot of infrastructure needs, and I agree with probably the majority of my colleagues here that have made those statements. I just don't think that by making their budget smaller or allocating a small number, that they're going to not be able to service and provide the same services that they provide. I just think that that's, for me, something that is very important. The other thing that I noticed in terms of the budget, they provide, and I know that they requested $252,000. We don't even know what the $163,000, how that was reduced. They asked for $75,000 for salaries. I don't know if I'm comfortable providing CDBG dollars to pay for salaries. I don't think that that's the most adequate usage of our funds. And then, there's operating supplies. So I don't think my colleagues had a chance to really look in detail of this budget, because it wasn't provided to us until I asked. And so a bicycle rack, again, $1,000. I know iBike Fresno actually provides bicycle racks for $350, which includes installation. So to me, those are things that maybe I'm getting too nitpicky, but I think for me it's important to really prioritize the real need of infrastructure for the community at large in these impoverished neighborhoods. And so for that reason, I will continue to support the motion. I think these dollars really need to go to those neighborhoods where we don't have the sidewalks, where we don't have the gutters, and people need safe pathways to move in their neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Baines.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate you bifurcating the motion to the motions earlier. I think that before some of the discussion, I was leaning towards supporting one and not supporting the other. But, things being as they are, my colleagues being as they are, they have talked me into not supporting either. Because now I've realized what's going on here today. The two motions actually focused on those services that are used to the allocations towards small businesses. Funny enough, our most vulnerable small businesses. And we don't have a lot of opportunities in this city through our budget to help small businesses in any form or fashion, let alone the most vulnerable ones. CDBG is really one of the only areas in our entire $1 billion budget that we can help support our most vulnerable businesses in the city of Fresno, small businesses in the city of Fresno. Both motions seek to attack those businesses at this point. And I didn't realize that until we started talking about it. And while I am in complete agreement with the sentiment that money should be put back into infrastructure and parks and what have you, no one more than me has advocated stronger for all of that, for the 6 years I've been here. But I want to be very clear that, those areas have budget items in our budget. We have public works budget items. We have parks budget items. They have parks and public works and streets both have abilities to get these types of things done. Small businesses and our most vulnerable small businesses have none. So what we've done essentially today is, and what we're going to do essentially today is we're going to remove one of the only sources of minimal funding for small businesses that we have. and we only targeted the small businesses. We didn't find things in this budget. There were 30 or 40 things in here that we could have gone after to allocate resources. We could have taken a little bit here and a little bit there, but we decided to cut entire line items only targeted at our vulnerable businesses. And as the more I thought about it and the more I listened to it, I realized I can't be supportive of that effort at all under any circumstance. Like I said, I have always been one that has fought for parks needs and infrastructure needs in our community, and I will continue to fight for those things. But we have a budget process for that, and there are places in our budget that exist for those items. There are no places that we can support small businesses. This council always, listen, we doth speak with forked tongue a lot, because we say we support small businesses, but in this situation, we're not. So thank you, Council President. I appreciate the bifurcation of the motion, but you all talked me into not supporting either. Someone, I believe, on this dais has to stand up in solidarity for our small businesses, and instead of finding a more creative way to maybe take incremental areas, we decided to attack entire line items. I think there was a better way to do this, and that has not been exercised today.
Thank you. Member Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. I just had a question. Can HCDC money be used to hire code enforcement to go out and inspect multifamily? Could we add, so what I'm saying is for the 263, how many code enforcement could we add to City Manager Rudd's task force to go out to multifamily?
So in this particular budget recommendation, about $1.1 million, just shy of $1.1 million, is for our 10 targeted neighborhoods, which is a proactive code enforcement. It will inspect every housing unit in those neighborhoods, as well as providing the capacity and support to create neighborhood associations, homeowner associations, resident associations to start to build and develop those neighborhoods. So there already is a significant amount of dollars in this particular budget for that activity. Very much needed, agreed, and so we will be adding a third team to conduct that proactive enforcement.
What about not proactive code enforcement? What about reactive code enforcement? Because that's what I like. I like when we can dispatch a crew to go out and address yard cars and address those kinds of problems. And I know that I have people here on the council who join me in maybe support of the old-fashioned kind of code enforcement a little bit more than the proactive crews. Although we've seen them out there, we've seen them doing good work, but in terms of yard cars and yard sofas and stuff like that, could we use the money to do that?
No. So the purpose of Community Development Block Grant, we cannot use those funds for generic or general code enforcement activities.
But we can use it for proactive code enforcement.
We can, yes.
What's the difference? Knocking on a door before there's a couch in the yard, or?
It is about housing conditions and
Okay.
improving housing conditions within the neighborhood as
Okay.
well as the neighborhood conditions. But the priority and the primary purpose is the housing conditions. So
Right.
one, we assess the neighborhood. We determine what the needs are. We plan our course of action depending on the type of composition of housing units versus commercial, rental versus owner. We develop an action plan. We go out and we go to door. We assess what the needs are within that particular household. We open code cases. We assist homeowners with repairs. We assist renters with getting to the landlord and making those repairs. So it is a very proactive approach, and it's addressing 10 new neighborhoods within our community, so adding an additional proactive team, similar to the STOP team, but really targeted to a neighborhood, and it has to be an eligible neighborhood to comply with the regulations.
Well, the maker of the motion is not here, but and I thank you, Director Clark, for your help on that. I mean, the maker of the motion has left the dais, but I mean, this is an example of something that I would rather see the money, this $263,000, go to a team such as that. I think that we can make a lot of difference, and I know those teams work hard, and I know they visit a whole lot of locations in the course of of the day and the month and the year. And so, I mean, if there's any question of where the money should go, I would rather see this $263,000 go back into code enforcement to go. Obviously, that's what people are talking about these days, or the problems that we're having with housing. I don't think there's any disagreement out there that problems in neighborhoods take precedence in the city of Fresno. And so that's something that I would be in favor of if we wanted to move that money over to code enforcement. As far as supporting small business, Member Baines, I couldn't disagree with you more. I support small business, but I support small business with my money. We're being asked to support, to say that, well, a vote to do a parking lot and some benches and a $1,000 bike rack is supporting small business. And then we also heard from you, Councilmember Baines, about the most vulnerable businesses. If they're vulnerable and they cannot get their act together, then they're going to go out of business. And they deserve to go out of business. If they can't hang in the market and they can't provide a product or a service that people want, then it's, in my opinion, it's not the duty of this municipal services agency to give cash to businesses that are failing so that they can make it. And so, you don't have to punch up, man. Let me have it.
Oh, no, I did punch up because I want to operate. But I did ask the council president if I could respond.
So I support small business.
Yes,
if somebody's vulnerable and not making it,
listen,
it's not for me to decide. It's for the market.
So then with that approach of let the businesses take care of themselves, then maybe we should not do anything for any business in this city and not give any fee waivers, not give any incentives of any sort for any business.
We're not talking about a fee
waiver. No. So I want to be clear what we're talking about. So I'm sure you don't have a problem waiving fees and giving incentives for businesses, right? Exactly, except when they're vulnerable. So what I would say is this: with that approach, then we should not do anything for any business and let every business stand for themselves.
I would support
good.
that.
So long as you say that for every business, I'm good.
All right.
Okay.
So whether they're making it or whether they're not making it.
So Councilmember Olivier, I would expect all of your votes for any incentive for any business to be against that.
No, are you talking about subsidizing them, or are you talking about a fee waiver?
I'm talking. That's a subsidy.
Okay, guys. Let me just interrupt for a moment. We need to kind of move along a little bit here. We're kind of no worries. I don't want to impede anyone's First Amendment rights, but on the other hand, we have a 10 o'clock timed item and a 10:15 we haven't touched yet, and the screen is lighting up again. So rather than repeating, if you have a fresh, new perspective, maybe we should do that and then get to voting. Thank you. Member Brand.
So one question on CDBG. In the past, has that been used to pay for police officers?
We have had a program in the past that supported some of our community policing activities. That is considered a public service. We are at our cap for public service, so it's not something that could be funded at this time.
Okay. There's a formula that at this point in time it can't be done?
Right.
Okay. Thank you. I want to just a closing comment and thank Member Soria for looking deeper into this subject, and I think we have to have accountability on our investments, and I think everybody here supports small business, but it's got to be done in a cost-effective way. So I'll be, and it's probably in line with most of the council members on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Quintero, and the screen will be clear.
Yes. Can I ask you back up here, the young lady up there? Or maybe Jennifer. Jennifer, if council was to support the funding for the incubator, would they be able to come back and maybe sharpen their pencils and eliminate, some of the items that they had on there, and of the concerns that the council had, like the bike racks, the $65,000? Would they be able to bring that back if we were to? The
Housing and Community Development Commission specifically allocated this amount because it was the capital portion and the capital request of their budget. Incidentally, HCDC specifically asked for the bike rack, but that is absolutely something that we can look at their budget, revise their capital expenditures to really focus on the priority needs at the facility.
So that was a request of a city committee that asked for the bike rack.
Well, it was in their budget, but when we got down to numbers, they specifically put that $1,000 back in so that they could do the bike rack.
How many bikes does it hold? That's expensive.
So remember, all capital projects are required to utilize Davis-Bacon and our procurement. So we can't just walk over to Home Depot and buy something and put it in. We have to follow procurement policies and procedures.
So, okay, but if council were to approve the funding, then they couldn't go back, sharpen their pencils, and eliminate maybe some of the...
Absolutely. They can certainly do that. We can revise, if that is the direction of the City Council, to reduce their capital investment. We can evaluate their procurement and their project and see if we can bring it in under the $163,000, and then any excess would come back to the City Council to reallocate.
And you know, Council, realistically, $163,000, you've got 7 districts, and if we were to divide that 7 ways, how much would that be for each council district? You're not going to get much done, okay? And I would rather that we have this discussion of monies for neighborhood improvements, business improvements during budget. That's when you can move the money around, is during budget. You know, and you can move it around in big chunks if you want. I mean, and that's right around the corner. We're going to get into that discussion. And to me, if they can go back, sharpen their pencils, and maybe there's a way that they can get a cheaper bike rack, lower the salaries, do some of those things. I mean, a $50,000 microloan means a lot of big things to a small business. And in some cases, it's a difference between failure or success. And I've owned a small business, so I know how that would have, this type of program would have helped me. And it's good that you're around and you're providing those services. And not only that, if you look at what it translates into, it also translates into people that are living in those neighborhoods that need help. It helps them with their income, and it also helps the city to get more in business taxes to make some of those improvements in the neighborhoods as well. And I think it was either Councilmember Olivier or Brandon that said, the small business is the backbone of our community. So, Council, if maybe we can, if you want to approve it, the majority that we can look at saying, okay, but come back, sharpen your pencils, bring it back to us, and during budget is when we can start really looking at moving some money around to help those neighborhoods. And you're already getting some of the improvements that are coming up. And so, would we be able to do that, Jennifer? Is to say, okay, we can approve it, but bring it back to us?
Sure. Absolutely. We can come back with the detailed budget and to see if we can reduce those funding allocations. Again, this is for the capital portion of their request
Understood.
only. There's no HCDC did not recommend any funds for salaries or any of the overhead costs within the facility. So this is only for capital exterior improvements.
Okay. So how many motions do we have, City Clerk?
We have 3.
3 motions?
3 motions. One to move the $163,000, one to move the $100,000, and then a final vote as amended on the budget itself, or the action plan, I should say.
Councilmember Baines, it's your district. Did you want to say anything or delay?
Well, Councilmember Quintero, I've been fighting pretty hard for this for the last couple go-rounds, but I agree. I think your comments are spot on. I think this is an appropriate discussion for budget. I think if council wanted to add more allocation to the public facilities improvements, then instead of just targeting our vulnerable small businesses, we should have gone through and potentially taken out smaller remove smaller allocations from several of the line items to cobble that together. I think that this process could have been done better.
Okay. And did you have any closing comments? Or
Is this a litigation in the courthouse? You guys are making great closing arguments here.
I'm trying to make it look
some of the best I've heard.
Thank you. I did just want to make clear that the $163,000 did not include any salaries. That was what was recommended through the commission. And yes, of course, we can definitely find a cheaper bike rack. The bike rack that we had looked at, we have a location in our building that can, I think it's about 12 to 15 feet, and you can fit bicycles on both ends. When we have people that ride their bicycles that come to our facility, they tie their bicycle to the rails of our facility. And sometimes just yesterday, one of our tenants had a client that rode their bicycle, and they literally walked into our facility with their bike.
Yeah.
But, thank you so much.
They do that here too.
What was that?
They do that here too.
But thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we got three motions in, huh? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate it.
You're welcome for all three arguments or more. Member Soria.
I just wanted for clarification. I think in terms of the information provided, and I know that you made the statement that it doesn't include salaries, but the initial application does. And so I just want to I know that it's not part of the public record because it wasn't posted online, but as I received, it does state salaries. Maybe if once the budget was cut down to $163,000, which wasn't itemized, maybe that's what you're talking about. But in terms of the original application, it does include $75,000 for salaries. I just want to make sure that that's clear and that it doesn't seem like I'm providing wrong information. Thank you.
Okay, the screen is clear, and I'm going to keep it clear so we can get to the vote on these issues. So we actually have three votes. Each motion was made by me, Council President Capriolio, seconded by Council Member Soria. So the first motion is to move $163,000 of Hub funds to the Cdbg infrastructure portion of their action plan. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? No. It passes 5-2 with members Baines and Quintero voting no. Next, motion to move $100,000 Fulton Facade funds back into the Cdbg action plan funds. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Passes 5-2 with member Baines and Quintero voting no. Final vote to approve as amended the action plan that was presented to us today. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. 5-2. 2 no votes are members Quintero and Baines. Thank you all very much. We're going to jump right to the 10 o'clock item. And that is a TEFRA hearing. Good morning, sir.
Good morning,
President,
council members.
I need to recuse myself from this item.
You're recused.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, sir. Mr. Lima, Director Lima, it's your time.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. Mike Lima, City Finance Director Controller. Before you today is a resolution approving the issuance of no more than $15 million in tax-exempt bonds issued by the California Statewide Communities Development Authority. The authority will use proceeds from this issue to pay for improvements at the El Cazador Apartments, located at 4851 North Cedar Avenue. Under the Tax Equity and Financial Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, the governing body of the entity where the facilities that gain benefit from the bond issue are located must hold a hearing to receive public testimony and approve the issuings of the bonds. This hearing was noticed in the Fresno Bee, and to date we have received no testimony either for or against the issue. Payment of these bonds would be the sole responsibility of the authority from their own revenue streams. The city will have no obligation or liability associated with this facility or these bonds. Staff recommends the council conduct the required TEFRA hearing and at its conclusion adopts the resolution approving the issuance of bonds by the California Statewide Community Development Authority. Thank you. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that precise and concise presentation. Would any member of the public like to come forward and comment on the 10 o'clock item? Please come forward and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to address this issue. Seeing none, bring it back to the dais. I'll make a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? This is a 10 o'clock timed item to approve the refunding bonds, etc. Second by Member Quintero. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-0 with members Brand, who recused himself, Baines, absent. So I'm sorry, 5-2. Thank you. Next is the 10:15 item. Hearing to consider a plan amendment for the areas of Herndon, Chestnut, and Willow Avenues. That's in District 6. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Council President
Thank you.
Capriola. Kira Noguera with the Development and Resource Management Department. Staff has no additional information to provide, above what was provided in your staff report. We are here to field any questions if you have them, and I do have a presentation prepared if you'd like to hear it.
Thank you very much. Now, would any member of the public like to come forward and comment on this item? Please come forward now. If you give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. My name is Stephen Spencer with Spencer Enterprises, and we're located at 5286 East Home Avenue in Fresno. At this point, I don't have anything to add either, but I am available to answer questions. In addition, our traffic engineer and architect are also both present.
So you are supporting
correct
this motion. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else in the public? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the council. Bill Robinson. My business address is 906 N Street, Suite 100. This property is 20 acres, and adjacent to it immediately to the east between Willow and the Spencer property is 20 acres owned by 2 Donaghy family trusts, and I represent those trusts. I was the original applicant for the 40 acres and having the OPL installed. And there was opposition to the OPL at the Planning Commission meeting, and we, as the trusts, are opposed to having the OPL remain in place, and we therefore support the repeal. It was originally installed to include 40 acres of commercial. 40 acres of commercial no longer exists. So, on behalf of the Donaghy Family Trust, we do support the repeal of the OPL. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public wish to comment? Please come forward and give us your views. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. I think you're right, Member Brandow. Since it's District 6, we would defer to Councilmember Brand first.
I support this application based on my interviews with the developer, the plans, and the reputation for building quality multifamily housing and basically being a long-term landlord and maintaining these properties in immaculate condition. So I'll make a motion to approve the item.
Motion by Member Brand, seconded by Member Brandow. Member Brandow, did you have any additional comments?
Steve, thanks for meeting with me the other day on this item. We ran into each other in public, and then we set up a meeting, and you went over the plans. And it reminds me of one of the beautiful projects you did in District 2. Actually, you've done several of them that are similar, but one of them's very close to this project. Is that right?
Correct. Boulder Creek is located at the northeast corner of Chestnut and East Avenues.
Yep. And I just wanted those in the public to know it's the Boulder Creek facility is fantastic, And this is, I don't want to say an exact copy, but it's got a lot of the same elements. It's going to turn out very beautiful for the citizens in District 6 and the citizens of the city of Fresno. So thank you for continuing to do good work. We've got a lot of highlighting of some of the negative things in city of Fresno, but you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The screen is clear. We have a motion by Member Brand, seconded by Member Brandow. All those in favor? And those opposed? Passes 6-0 with Member Baines absent. Thank you all very much. The next timed item is at 11. Thank you for being here this morning for these issues. Appreciate it. Next, we're going to go to item 2B, as in boy, page 5, the bottom. And that's a resolution adopting substantial amendments to the FY 2015-16 Annual Action Plan. And Director Clark, you were presenting. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. The item before you this morning is a substantial amendment to our current annual action plan, our current budget for FY16. As you recall, last summer, when we were discussing the consolidated plan and the annual action plan for this year, there was significant discussion about what if we have additional resources? How would we allocate those? And over the past 4 months, over the winter, we spent a lot of time evaluating projects that had closed and were had potentially a little bit of funds still left in them that we could reallocate, including the $500,000 that Councilmember Soria discussed just a few minutes ago that was originally allocated for repayment to HUD, but then was in your amendment to the budget in December was reallocated so that general fund could make that payment if necessary. So what we have looked at in terms of the substantial amendment, because it's to our current action plan, we evaluated the needs hearing from our current annual action plan that occurred last spring, the consolidated plan process, the testimony that was given to this body last June for reallocation or additional funds. So at this time, we'd like to present an allocation of $3.5 million to our current annual action plan, and I'll go through briefly the projects. So the reprogramming of dollars cannot be used for planning, for administration, or for public services. It can only be used for public facilities and improvements, housing activities, and that type of activity. So based on the needs that we heard last year, based on the testimony last summer, we have identified projects that would fit within those categories. $2.3 million for public facilities and improvements and $1.2 million for housing activities.
Director Clark?
Yes.
Member Soria punched up on the screen. I don't know.
I just, I wanted to see if, and I think I asked your yesterday, Jennifer, if there was time sensitive given that it's reprogramming. So one thing I didn't get a chance to look at, and I actually want to do so, maybe if we can table this item for our next meeting. I actually like to look at the applications for West Care and the Marjorie Mason. We weren't provided any information as to how those funds are going to be utilized for their, I guess, capital improvements. And so I'd like to see the actual budgets. So if you, and that wasn't provided as part of the packet. So I'd like to actually continue the item so that we can get that information and be able to ask questions if we have any.
We can certainly continue it to next week. I would ask, since this was noticed as a public hearing, that we would finish the presentation, take public testimony, and then it could be continued to next week.
Perfect.
Excellent idea.
Okay, great.
Please continue. Thank you.
Per our conversations that we had last year, there was there were several comments related to homeownership opportunities. How do we increase homeownership opportunities in our community with resources that we have? The city owns parcels that are housing parcels from the dissolved RDA, and we have the opportunity to develop those parcels for homeownership. And so we propose to conduct one activity for $600,000 to do that. The other is to increase our dollars that we are utilizing for our rehabilitation program. As you know, we allocated $1.4 million, and we are on track. We've already completed 16 complete rehab projects. We'll complete 20 by the end of June, and that would not leave us any dollars for rehabilitation for next year. So we're proposing for full rehabilitation. So we're proposing an additional $600,000, which would assist approximately 9, potentially 10 units in housing rehabilitation. And then the primary focus of the reprogramming of the budget is for our public facilities and improvements. So we are proposing to conclude the reconstruction of Roy and Almy Street. It started a couple of years ago. Councilmember Brandow brought up the need for sewer connection for homeowners who live in Herndon Town who have not connected to our sewer system. Habitat neighborhood buffer in southwest Fresno to complete this 89-unit subdivision. We need to construct a buffer around the exterior of the neighborhood. West Care provided an application last year and again this year to replace their HVAC units and their windows. These were all reviewed by HCDC, the Housing and Community Development Commission, very thoroughly last year and this year. This will improve not only the living conditions in the facility, but will reduce their overall cost to operate. Marjorie Mason facility, again, this is the second year that they've applied for these funds. They applied last year and again this year to rehabilitate their kitchen. It currently cannot be used as a kitchen. It does not meet the standards. Councilmember Quintero brought up an installation of a splash park at Mosqueda Park last summer, and so we're proposing to add it to this particular reprogramming of funds, and then additional park facility improvements. Parks Department has undergone a review and evaluation of the pool facilities, and there are necessary rehabs needed at Pinedale, Quigley, Fink White, and Frank H. Ball. And those facility improvements would bring those parks into standard. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. We do have members of the public who are here who would like to speak.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Do any council members wish to... I'm sorry, you're right. Thank you. Would any member of the public like to comment on this particular item? Please come forward and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. We're on item 2B.
Good morning. My name is Rick Morris. My address is 334 East Olive Avenue in Fresno, California. And I wasn't expecting to make this portion of the comment this morning. I must have missed something when I went outside to put coins in the meter. I was under the impression that the last timed item, Mr. Brand had recused himself. And it was my understanding that when you recuse yourself, that sort of precludes you from moving or making a motion or voting on that. Sorry for being off topic on this particular item. Generally, you know me, and I've been trying to reach out to you guys to communicate a different alternative path in the way we've been going. So what I've been trying to do is I've been trying to reach out to you through communication. We've all been doing that in our community. Unfortunately, it's getting to the point where we're going to have to start reaching out to everybody else but you because you guys just aren't listening to our comments. Tomorrow I have to attend a funeral of a friend of mine. His name is Robert. Last month it was Liz. These are two names that I assure you people will not ever be able to forget. We're trying real hard out here to communicate with you guys. We really are. But you're not making it easy. Sometime very soon, we're going to quit trying.
Thank you. Anyone else in the community wish to come forward and comment on item 2B? Please come forward and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Francisco Mendez. We start building 5 homes at Habitat for Humanity, 1994. We moved November 1996. For all these years building, we end building up there in the subdivision, Jensen and Arthur, 2008. We have been receiving a lot of promises from Cynthia Sterling, I believe, after Mr. Clint Oliver, that we're going to have received about benefits from Fresno, about the trees for the buffer outside Habitat for Humanity, outside the brick wall, as well the play equipment for our kids. We are 89 homes there, and my neighbors lucky me, and they choose me to be their president. I know where everybody is. I know how Habitat for Humanity was built. I was on the board of directors, and since long time ago, City of Fresno don't come forward. We need to apply good improvement for Habitat for Humanity. And outside look garbage, people throwing furniture, tires, burning cars, stolen cars inside, and we had to wash each other. So we need your help, please, about these items. Thank you.
Sir, could you give us your address? Mr. Mendez, could you give us, just for the record, please? Thank you.
Sorry, it's 2566 South Habitat Avenue.
Thank you very much. Another member of the community wish to speak? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Sean Jenkins, Senior Vice President for West Care, California, 1505 North Chestnut Avenue. And I wanted to just comment on the West Care application. This was to actually remove and replace 28 AC units that are aged out, that are under the old Freon and are really not energy efficient. It would also exchange out, I think it's 163 windows that are the old 1960 single pane window that if you about touch it, it breaks. We are a private nonprofit organization. The funds that we receive are really for services. We don't really have infrastructure dollars. I think we take good care of our facility, and we provide a service to all of Fresno with the service that we provide there. We provide drug and alcohol treatment there. We provide supportive overnight stay where people that come from the emergency room that don't get a 5150 but need to be linked to mental health, we bring them to our facility. We go pick them up. We bring them to our facility. They stay overnight. We link them with a mental health provider the next day and then case manage them. Provide a multitude of services there, pregnant, perinatal treatment, treatment to men with children that need drug and alcohol treatment. And we also lend our facilities in the front to the public. The Fresno Madera Continuum of Care have had their meetings there for the last several years and use our meeting room. So I just think that this is a good use of the funds, and it's sorely needed, and the funds that we have don't really pay for these infrastructure dollars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Someone else from the community wish to come forward, please do so. Your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning, council members. Ashley Warner with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I just want to make a quick comment on this item that it does not appear in any way to be reversing the city's pattern of allocating its federal entitlement dollars for support for subsidized housing in areas of racially and ethnically concentrated poverty. So there is the one item to spend $600,000 on single-family housing in infill areas, so that could, I guess, under the definition of the general plan, be anywhere within existing city limits. I know we have that particular definition, so I would be interested to hear you guys or get more clarification if there will be city policy to try to ensure that there is funding targeted to areas outside of areas of concentrated poverty for subsidized housing, because this is a really big issue that we need to work on as a city.
Thank you very much. Any other member of our community wish to come forward and comment on this item? Now is the opportunity. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. And Member Soria.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Stephen from Westcare for the presentation. I think I'd still want to continue the item because we didn't get copies of any of the budget or the applications, and so just for my reference, I'd like to be able to review the applications for the organizations. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a request to continue this matter, table it until next week, and next week we'll be starting at 1:30, and it's a pretty full agenda. So, yeah. So be prepared for that. With that comment, we'll close public comment on this item. And before we go to the next item, I'd like to wait 120 seconds to get back on time with the 11 o'clock workshop. How do you feel about that, Member Brandow? So we'll just hesitate for about 90 seconds. As Member Quintero said, we'll take a pause for the cause. Then we'll go to the 11 o'clock item, which is a workshop.
Oh, absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Yeah, he'll put it up on the screen. Ready to go.
Okay, we'll move on our calendar to the 11 o'clock timed item, a workshop, findings and recommendations, utilities, billing, and collection. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Council President. Just want to tell you thank you. Yes, sir. Sure.
Council, because it's really coming from my office, and I want to make just a couple comments real quickly first.
Absolutely, sir.
If you don't mind, Jerry?
Absolutely,
Thank
sir.
you. Council President, I want to give a little bit of background. It'd take me about a minute and a half and turn it over to these guys. About a year ago, I felt like our office was receiving too many complaints about UB&C, which is our billing department for utilities, okay? And I mean, we get complaints, but when we start to we get complaints about everything, people complain, and that's fine. We felt like we were getting a few too many about utilities billing. I started looking into it. I felt like maybe we needed to take a look at this department. I put it on the agenda. Tommy, still relatively new with the huge water plan that he's beginning to work with, he came into my office and said, "Hey, Councilman, can you give me a crack at this? Let me try and work with this department and see what you're talking about." And then, so I pulled it from off the agenda. I made a lot of people nervous when I had it on the agenda, but I pulled it from the agenda, and Tommy proceeded to go into that department, talk a little bit, and found out he felt that the department needed an overhaul as well. So if you recall, it came back to us in December when we approved about $230,000 for a contractor, a consulting service, to come in and take a look at UB&C. And that is West Monroe Partners. And I've had some contact with them because it emanated from a concern that I've had. So I've had some meetings with the consultant, as well as Jerry and Tommy and Brian. And so they've got a lot of fantastic things to talk about as a result of that consulting service taking a look at our department. So I just wanted to set that up, and so that we could turn it over to them, and then we'll have some more comments in a minute.
Okay, thank you for that introduction. Mr. Schubra, floor is yours.
I think Councilman Brando's kind of stolen the thunder I had for you, so that's good. Actually, I like that because really this is about the consultant's report and that feedback to you. So with that and the background already there, I'm gonna release the consultant to kind of give you the overall executive summary of what we found while we looked in UB&C. And so I'm going to release you to Michael Wayman. He is the principal at West Monroe Partners, and I'm going to let him take for there. So,
great. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry. Welcome, Mr.
Hi, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. This is our first project we've ever done for the city of Fresno, so thank you very much for that opportunity. Just by way of quick background, so West Monroe Partners is a management and technology consulting firm. We have about 800 consultants across the U.S. On the West Coast, we have offices in L.A., San Francisco, and Seattle. We focus on 8 industries. Energy and utilities is one of them. And then we also have groups that focus on specific business functions, and customer service, customer experience is one of those functions. So for the project we executed for the city of Fresno, we used a group of 7 individuals that bring water industry background, meter to cash utility background, customer experience, and call center expertise to the table, because that's what this project called for. So over the course of 12 weeks, we executed this project. It just ended in April. The one comment I'd like to make about just working with the folks at the city of Fresno, we had 100% access to everything and everyone when we did this project. So we met with members of management and staff at within DPU, utility billing and collections group, and across the city itself. We also went with the union leadership as well to make sure we were getting a holistic picture of the current state of the organization. So let me flip to the next slide. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So I have 10 slides here. I will not drain every bullet. I think we'll skip over some slides with some brief comments. But the first couple slides explain our approach and our scope of what we did, and then the following slides get into some of our findings. And I'd like to also say we have literally 100 or 2 other slides that get into the details of all of what we're summarizing here for you today. So our objective of the project was to perform an assessment of the utility billing and collections division both understand what the current state of that division is, and then also understand what best practices could be employed to improve operations within the division, and then build a roadmap that is actionable to close any gaps in performance that we identified during that current state assessment. So the key thing that we employed for this project was this multi-lens view of the world. So not only did we interview over 25 members of the City of Fresno city utility and the city itself, we reviewed hundreds of documents. We observed this call center in action. We went to the Manchester counter to observe how that group operates. We observed the billing function. We reviewed job specs, union agreements, the whole thing. So it was a real in-depth study from that perspective. So that's our observations of us kind of being on the ground for a few weeks and meeting with people, reviewing documents. Another lens that we employed was a customer survey. So we sent out customer satisfaction surveys to about 45,000 customers of Fresno, received back 4,700 surveys. So that's another input into how well is the group performing. We also did benchmarking. So we identified 27 benchmarks using our databases and other subscription services that we use that help us understand how well the group is doing relative to its peers in the water industry, also looking at other call centers and operations outside of the utility industry. Another lens we employed was what we call the Blue Ribbon Panel. We brought 3 utilities on property to Fresno for 1.5 days to, again, look at their performance metrics, have conversations around best practices, and allow those utilities to observe the operations here at Fresno. So Scottsdale, Winnipeg, and Portland all came on site for a day and a half to work with the city of Fresno to help identify improvement opportunities. We also did an employee survey within the division. So based on all those inputs, again, trying to get that multi-lens view of the world, because if we just talk to the management and staff, we'd get one view. If we just talk to customers, we'd have maybe a different view, and we still want to make sure our analysis was biased in any way. So we had this multi-lens approach to the project. So this slide kind of lays that out in those different buckets. So kind of items 1 through 6 are all the things I just touched on. This initial discovery, the interviews, over 25 different interviews, observing the staff in action, reviewing documents, meeting with the different organizations. We did a current state assessment. So West Monroe has its own model where we rate the maturity of an organization. So we did that within week 3 of the project to make sure we were on track and not missing any areas or had any blind spots. There'll be more on that here in a second. And then again, the benchmarking, the customer survey, the Blue Ribbon Panel, that's the utilities coming on property, and then the employee survey. All those inputs allowed us to get a great picture of the current state, which then allowed us to formulate the future state. So we did a visioning session and identified all these improvement opportunities that the group can employ in the next 12 months, and then built a roadmap, which is the last slide of this presentation, laying out the different initiatives to be executed over the next 12 months to improve the performance of the group. So summary of findings. Overall, the division's capabilities in several areas were lagging their peers in the water industry. We'll hit on a few of those here in a second. The metric and benchmarking results indicated high scores of efficiency in several areas, and then several areas where the effectiveness could be improved. So an example of that, so efficiency would be how many calls does a call center agent take per hour. Fresno scored out very well on that metric. A effectiveness measure would be what's the customer satisfaction on average of those calls, or what's the queue time? How long do customers have to wait until that call center agent picks up the phone? There's areas for improvement within the Fresno group for those effectiveness measures. We'll show a slide on that here in a second. Overall, the majority of customers from that customer satisfaction survey were satisfied with the performance of the group. We'll show that in more detail here in a minute. We met with several times and did a survey with the staff in that group. There are some areas for improvement, I think, in how to do performance reviews with the staff, how to offer them recognition in non-monetary ways, how to train them a little bit better to improve their performance. And then again, all that funneled into our recommendations for how to improve the performance, and which then built that roadmap. So just getting into some of the results here. So here's one slide that shows the results of the customer satisfaction survey. So again, about 47,000 surveys sent out. We got back about 4,500, which is a really good return ratio. It's like about 10%. Usually you get like 3 or 4%. So this kind of tells us that people wanted to have a voice, and people were more likely to share feedback than they would in another type of survey. So the results show that, again, if you kind of looked at the neutral, satisfied, very satisfied bands there, about 80% of the customers are somewhere between neutral and very satisfied with the performance. Again, the blue bar is Fresno's scores. The shaded bars are the benchmark data. The two areas to kind of draw your attention to, though, for improvements, the very satisfied band, again, Fresno scored 26% of their customers very satisfied. The benchmark for that is 48%. So again, that's an area that we'll talk through here in a second that we have some improvement ideas for. The very dissatisfied, Fresno scored at 8%. The benchmark was around 3%. So again, those gaps in those bars are where to focus, and that's where a lot of these initiatives are focused to close those gaps, to bring the bar up on the right or the bar down on the left, to improve customer satisfaction. So that was just one data readout from that customer survey. I talked about the benchmarking and metrics portion of our assessment. So again, we had 27 different metrics. I pulled 6 of them up here, 3 efficiency ones, 3 effectiveness ones. So I mentioned earlier the calls per agent, 6.9 for Fresno, the benchmark 6.6, so very good performance there. If you hop down to the effectiveness box, you look at that bottom one, average time in queue. So typically water utility customers wait about a minute to have their phone call answered. On average in Fresno, it's about 4 minutes. There's some trends to that data that we looked at. Monday and Tuesday, call volumes are higher. We have some ideas on how to address that from some staffing level shifts that could be done. Also, the employment of technology. So one thing that the customer survey yielded, as well as interviews with staff, everyone's calling for auto pay. So for customers to be able to pay their bill automatically through an automatic withdrawal versus having to call into the call center to pay their bill. That's I think 55% of customers asked for auto pay, so that's something that just came screaming out of the customer survey. It's a technology improvement that would help some of this, the effectiveness measures here, right? We'd be able to lower that wait time by getting those calls out of the queue because people wouldn't have to call in. It'd just be an auto pay type process. So just want to share some of those metrics here. Again, we've got another 21 that shows out where Fresno scored out on each of those areas. Uncollectible rate. So again, utility billing and collection. So by definition, one of the main functions of the organization is to pull in the revenue from the customers for the services rendered. Fresno's uncollectible rate was 1.1%. The utility benchmark is 0.9%. So again, the lower the number, the better. Right? This is the uncollectible. This is money that the city will not receive. So doing pretty well there. So right, almost at the average, 0.9, 1.1. Again, and the group brings in 190 million per year in collections. You'll notice that trend line there. So that darker red line from the middle to the right side of the graph, that's bad, right? So the more area underneath that curve, that's just more money that's being uncollected. You'll notice though, over the last year and a half, there's been a good trend there where that uncollectible amount has been being reduced by that red line being closer to the x-axis. So the blue ribbon panel. So a couple things here, actually. So I mentioned that maturity model earlier in the presentation. So this is a model that West Monroe utilizes to score clients on 6 key dimensions. Those are the dimensions there on the left. So strategy, customer-centric organization, people development, business processes, performance management and reporting, and technology. So when we did that initial assessment after 3 weeks on site doing all the document reviews and interviews, we scored out Fresno on these different 6 dimensions according to how their maturity scored out. So developing, foundational, advanced, optimized. So kind of left to right, you're more mature as you move left to right. So we met with management, shared our view. They agreed with the assessment. There were no adjustments that were made. Behind all of this, there's just lots of more data that kind of justifies our scores and rankings. And then we had the blue ribbon panel come to us. So those 3 utilities came on site. They also scored themselves on our maturity model. The rigor that was used for scoring them was much different than what we used to score Fresno. I mean, we did 3 or 4 weeks of work before we scored Fresno. These utilities kind of self-reported based on kind of the scoring levels that we gave them. So you'll see in many cases they're scoring further to the right, which is better. But we think those are probably maybe not sandbagging their numbers, but probably the most friendly scores that you would get. So I just want to kind of show that. So again, this is the current state. Everything that you see going forward here is all about how to move from these levels of maturity to the right by having some very specific, tangible, realistic projects that could get done in the next 6 to 12 months. So not 5 years, not $10 million worth of spend, but tactical and strategic efforts to be done that are realistic and could be achieved by staff. So here they are. So again, those same 6 dimensions that we just saw: people, customer-centric strategy, performance management, business process, and technology. Maybe I'll just hit on a couple. So people development's a big one. It's probably first on the list for management to go after. Improve morale within the division, establish a higher level of trust between management and staff, and improve the training program. So right now, everyone would agree that there's a gap in the training that the UB&C employees receive when they come on board and then on an ongoing basis. So to be able to drive that consistency in the operations, so when a customer calls in for a bill, a turn on, turn off, kind of you name it, they're getting very consistent customer service, and that only happens through a good training program. Maybe customer-centric focus, maybe just hit on that one for a second. So suggesting to do a regular frequency of checking customer satisfaction. So that survey that we did that went out to 45,000 customers, that was the first time it's been done in quite some time. So rather than having long stretches between getting the pulse on customer satisfaction, we're suggesting to do that in a more tighter time band, maybe every quarter, every 6 months, at least annually. What else? Performance management and reporting, that bottom left box. So this is key. So identifying what those key metrics are that allows management to understand how the group is doing. Right now, there's not a lot of visibility into that. There are just opportunities to obtain different metrics, additional metrics, and then report on those on a more frequent basis so that management can take action midstream in a reporting period, in a month, in a week, in a day, in an hour, versus kind of waiting to that report to come out at the end of the quarter, end of the month that says, "Oh man, our collections are really not doing what they should be," or the wait times are too high. So it's a performance reporting on a more real-time basis to allow action to be taken. I think maybe good for that. I want to be respectful of council's time here. So all of those improvement initiatives here, which is a summary of them, there's more, were then taken and laid into a timeline, what we call the roadmap, an implementation roadmap that says we had the current state assessment, it had all those gaps, we identified numerous improvement opportunities. Let's lay those into a schedule, prioritize them, sequence them in the right way. So certain things just need to get done. So we need to document some key processes before we can train people on them. So you'll see some of the timing here is done, not randomly, but because it needs to be done in a certain sequence. So this is 12 months of initiatives that I know management has already begun to undertake. They have kickoff meetings already scheduled. They're involving both all areas of management and including staff in the process of going after and addressing these improvement opportunities. So that concludes my prepared remarks. I'd be happy to take any comments, questions.
Thank you very much. Seems like you did an extremely thorough job. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Since this is a workshop, we'll not be taking public comment on it. And Member Brandow, you are first on the screen.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Michael. So, and thanks for taking meetings with me all along the way to kind of keep me up to speed with what was going on. So I appreciate that. This is a department, so for me, it's very important to get this department right because this is a frontline interaction with the citizens of the city of Fresno. And if we're not giving them the service that they deserve, really the service that they're paying for, then we're underserving them. We get a bad name. When people are but the employees that serve in UB&C also have a very difficult job. Can you imagine your job all day long, in many cases, is to deal with dissatisfied people that are upset.
Right. Yeah, there's very few phone calls saying good job.
Very few phone calls.
The water's flowing great and the bills are low. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Right. And so, and then many times one of the components that you found out is we're taking people that are already agitated and we're forcing them to wait on the phone too long before we tackle their problem for them.
Right.
And maybe sometimes we even have bad news to deliver to them. Yes, you're going to have to pay your bill.
Right.
Okay. But making them wait, and so it's turned into a negative experience for a lot of people. And then, so that's been a big concern of mine. And so I'm really glad about the findings that you've got and the recommendations that allow us to adjust that. On the employee side, I think in the meeting you stressed with me, and maybe Tommy or Jerry or Brian would also like to comment on this, on what we're finding once that you went and began engaging with our employees themselves were also asking for an overhaul and some advanced training and some different. Can you guys talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I'll make one brief comment, then I'll pass it to Jerry. So, absolutely. So we did that survey with the employees. We met with them in groups, individually, and the mindset of the employees was very much aligned with what this vision is. So, how do we treat the customers better? How do we give them better customer service? In fact, they provided 84 different improvement opportunities that they wrote on pieces of paper and handed to our team members that we reconciled, and the top 10 of those were all within our roadmap that we developed separately. But that's just one piece of it. Jerry, I'll pass it to you.
Thank you. I agree with you. I was really impressed with the staff's responses in the surveys and with their very candid responses to the West Monroe Partners folks, because they had identified some very clear areas where we could get better at what we do. And normally when you give staff an opportunity to talk, you anticipate that they're going to say, take care of me. Mm-hmm. Well, that wasn't what they were saying. They were saying, take care of our customer. So it's huge. For us, it's huge. We wanted to hear that. That's what we expected, was that the people who work there and are the face and voice of the city of Fresno in most cases would be the ones who say, we care so deeply for our customers that those are the people we want you to take care of first. And that's what they did. So we were very impressed. Out of the top 4 things they had to say, 3 of them were about customer engagement.
Yeah, when you went over it with me inside of a meeting, that was one of the hidden gems of this consulting process, right? That our own employees came forward and were very hands-on, and they felt like, yes, it is time for an overhaul, and they had a lot of positive input. And then that sets a foundation for a very positive experience now moving forward into implementing the recommendations, right?
I agree.
So we have our employees, our management, I believe, and partnering together to really overhaul this department. I might be oversimplifying, but
No, I think you're dead on, sir. I believe that as we build our strategic plan and we start working on some scorecard items to get this roadmap in play, that as we engage the employees, they will be the owners of how we direct these changes. Because as owners, they're invested. And we were very clear as we got the results from the survey, they were already invested. Right. So by helping us develop the plan moving forward, they will in essence take ownership of how we do well at it. So there are a lot of opportunities here for some very very good growth.
And one of the things, Jerry, that the employees were talking about was educational, upgrades and bringing them some training, right, and some consistency and some best practices. Can you talk about that a little bit, or?
Well, some of the things that they looked at specifically were like a desk manual, some very specific, guidelines as to how to deal with things. So if this item came up, and it comes up daily, day in and day out, most of what they deal with is repetitive, but to have answers that were very specific that could help them guide the customer through processes, and then allowing them to have a little more control over the way that engagement went with the customer, so that they could not just answer questions, but they could solve problems. Those things spelled themselves out in this survey, as well as in our interaction as we had training with them and sat down with them to listen to what it was that they felt that we needed to be on top of. Those things came back up time and time again. And as we saw them in the roadmap and in the executive summary, we realized these are areas where we can definitely make a very high impact.
Well, thank you, Jerry.
Absolutely.
Michael, I've got another question or comment for you.
Please.
So now we've talked a little bit about the employees that make up this department. So let's talk a little bit about management. Did you guys, what can you tell us about management of the department, from supervisors to the director, and where are we at there?
Yep, I'd say our first impressions were when we came on site, just again, back to that comment about 100% transparency. So, hey guys, you've got the run of the house. What do you need? Who do you want to talk to? So very open-minded and want to just, hey, let's get the facts on the table and then figure out a plan to solve any performance gaps we have. So that was like the first indication. There's certain clients where we go into and it's a very protective environment, or you're only getting spoon-fed certain people to interview or certain documents to look at. And our red flags go up as consultants saying, hey, I think we're getting trying to get snowed here by management. So that was not the case. Couldn't be further from the truth here.
Okay.
So that was a good first step. As we did our initial assessment and laid out the results in the maturity model, those it could be difficult meetings with clients too, because in this case the scores are on the lower side versus the higher side. Very open-minded feedback on those scores. Accepted them, wanted to understand more about them and how to move them in the right direction. So again, that right mindset of how do we transform this organization from maybe where it's at right now to something better, within the realistic bounds of time and budgets and rules and so forth. When we get to the visioning portion of the session, the project rather, management has the absolute right view there. I mean, they're all about customer-centric. And it starts by first taking care of the employees. Happy employees usually equals happy customers. I mean, whether you're in a service business like a Nordstrom's or a hotel chain, it's all about keeping those employees happy because they're your front line to the customers. So take care of the employees. Let's improve some of the technology items that we've identified. And with that will come that customer satisfaction increase. So management very much ready for and capable of doing this transformation.
And your process, Michael, is very heavy on metrics, measurements that can be met that tell us if we're going to make these necessary changes, right? So management, the employees, everybody's going to, the performance side of this thing is going to be able to be measured. Is that right?
Yeah, very much quantitative, some elements of qualitativeness, but mostly quantitative to your point, where we'll lay out those metrics here in the coming weeks and months, and management will know and staff will know a quarter from now, 2 quarters from now, is performance improving? Is it trending the right way? If not, why? Is it a personnel thing? Is it a technology thing? Is it another improvement opportunity that's just been found on the fly that we have to implement? So absolutely. So it won't be kind of this thumb in the air 6 months from now of, I kind of feel like we're doing better, but I can't really tell you why or point and show you where we're doing better. It won't be that. It'll absolutely be metric driven.
Yeah,
that's correct.
And I really appreciate that. You had mentioned technology, and so many parts about Fresno, as you will find out if you spend more time here, a lot of our departments need a heavy technology component to modernize them. But in this department, we've already done some investment in technology.
That's correct.
It's really getting the full use out of our technology, and then some of these training on the technology, and that will really almost bring some instantaneous results. Is that right?
That's exactly right. So the Cisco phone system, there's additional functionality that hasn't been turned live yet, but the technology has been purchased. It's just a matter of doing that last implementation step. One example would be, I think we all can appreciate this one. So when you call into a retail store or an airline, you're in the queue, you are usually told what number you are in the queue or how many minutes until you'll be called. So that technology is inherent in the Cisco product that the city of Fresno owns. It hasn't been turned on yet. It will be in the near future, so that when customers call in, they'll know. I mean, there's not in this black hole abyss waiting. Is it 1 minute, 30 seconds, 40 minutes? I think that'd be an easy win to your point.
Yeah.
Doing the auto pay, I think, would be another one. Maybe not as easy as the Cisco item I mentioned, but that'll be another opportunity. Maybe a third on that same spec of the Cisco system, to have the call center agents have the opportunity to put a wrap code at the end of a call, which is simply saying what type of call was that, so you can actually measure it and count the types of calls that are related to high bills or billing payment adjustments and so forth. So you've got, and then have metrics that say, okay, on certain days of the week, we get certain call types of this nature, and you can actually look at those volumes and then maybe adjust your staffing or adjust your training to better map to what's coming in from the customers.
Right on. Thank you, Michael. Michael, you can sit down. I'm going to call up a few other folks, okay?
Great. Thank you, Councilman Brando.
Appreciate the work. You guys did a fantastic job.
Great. Thank you very much.
Tommy, I'd love to connect with you a little bit on this. As the, they say the buck stops here, right?
Buck stops here.
Okay, so you went through this process, and you and I had met over a year ago when I first put this on the agenda. And now to get us to where we are today, what are your thoughts going forward? Where do you think we're at on this?
Oh, I think we are. A lot of it has to do with just getting the information, getting the data, spending time with it, and then looking at it, and then you tell yourself, yeah, those are the things that we really need to focus on. I want to back up one slide because one of the things I'll point out is if you look at the way this chart is, we put people development first. Some organizations say, well, you got to put the customers first. They need to be first, and I would agree in most cases. But like Michael said, and as we've talked about, if I want our agents to love on our residents, I got to love on the employees first. And so we got to spend some time developing the employees, getting them to understand and appreciate. We know the work they do is important. It really matters. So let's make the investment in the people. Start there. Happy people will make happy customers, and then we just kind of march our way through that thing. And it was what we knew. We just needed to get some structure and discipline to how we wanted to kind of proceed through this process. So the technology, very, very important. The training opportunities we have, very, very important. The bill pay that we can offer clients, very, very important. And then the metrics, because everyone, like you said, you don't want to be here 6 months from now with a tummy rub and say, yeah, I think it's kind of better. It feels better. We need to know it is better. And so those are the metrics. And so having that metrics is something that all of us, the council, the manager's office, the staff will know how we doing, how we scoring, and what can we do to make improvements, and just kind of continuously always sharpen the saw, and just keep getting better. So I'm really, really excited and pleased with how it turned out.
All right, cool.
Thanks for bringing this to our attention, too. I appreciate you doing that.
Thanks, Tommy. And Dee, if you'd like to make a comment, I know you represent these employees, and you were drug along through this process, and you had some input, and so I'd like to welcome you to make any comments that you'd like.
Thank you, Council Member. You know that we were pretty shocked last year when you put that item on the agenda.
Yeah.
But I want to thank you for putting this forward where they did and I had met with Tommy right after that, and this is one of the few times that we were really included. I was invited to be part of the RFP process. I got to meet with them again last week, and I hope that you do realize, what they were saying about the employees. It is a stressful job. We had a lot of changes with the water rates. Even though that was an enterprise department, they did lose staff. They had a lot of change during the layoffs and the bumping. So, if you even look back at the old employee surveys back from, I think, 2007, a lot of the same issues are brought to the table from the employees. They want to be included. They do usually enjoy their job. They do want to serve the citizens of Fresno. So we're encouraged by the recommendations and the training because the employees do want to be effective, and they want to be good customer service clerks. I will say this, it hasn't helped that the customer service clerks, one of our lowest paid positions within the city, they were the employees that gave up 3% of their salary during the recession. They took the furlough cuts of 2%, and we have been without a contract for almost 2 years now. So hopefully that'll be resolved soon, and that will also help. But thank you, and like I say, we really appreciate Tommy and his including us in this. So thank you.
I'm really glad you were included, prevalently throughout in the process. I mean, it's really important if we're going to really have an overhaul of a department that it's everybody's input, and then also everybody's eyeballs, to follow through. So.
And that is one of the things that that Fresno City Employees Association has really tried to accomplish, is to be part of, have a seat at the table and help. One of the things that I constantly talk to department directors about is the fact that obviously change can be very difficult, and some employees handle change better than others, but it makes it so much better and easier if they meet with the employees or the labor groups where we have a seat at the table and we can get buy-in. You know, if we're part of the process and then we tell our members, you know, this is why these changes are going to take place. And one more thing, the fact that during the last couple of years, that particular department has been under the cloud of privatization. You know, we went through the solid waste, and then when you
put it on the
even
agenda.
though it was only on the draft agenda, everybody was very aware of it.
Right.
So that also makes it difficult. But we do want to be part of it, and we appreciate when we're included. So
right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Dee, for playing that role. And like I said, one of the big gems of the consulting survey is it showed us that's exactly where the employees were. They're still very positive. They do want to serve the citizens of Fresno in a positive approach, and they had a lot of input that got put into the mix. So tell them thank you for us. All right. I also saw Nathan Alonzo from the Fresno Chamber. Nathan?
Still morning. Good morning, members of the council. We want to thank Councilman Brando for bringing this to our attention. He attended our Government Affairs Council meeting yesterday and made us aware of this report. So the Chamber has read and is supportive of the consultant's recommendations for improving and optimizing this city department. We believe that the assessment and the roadmap that were laid out in this presentation provide valuable guidance for the city to move forward in helping its staff morale in that department and provide better service for those calling for service. The people of Fresno deserve shorter waiting times, obviously, and better and more efficient service from this department. So our organization asks you to consider and support these recommendations.
Thank you, Nathan. So, Council President and colleagues, I know it took some time, but there was a lot of time and $230,000 of expense that went into overhauling this department. And a lot of people that you heard from today were definitely included. So this isn't an actionable item, but the list of recommendations, I believe we should act upon those. So I'm just going to request that we direct staff as a council, direct staff to follow through with these recommendations. Where's Michael at? To turn on the Cisco system, get that fully functional. And the other components, did you want to?
I'll just flip, I can just flip to that slide for you. I just had all of them on there. But yeah, I mean, it's the whole, I guess a key item, it's a lot of them in concert, right? Because they're like kind of levers you're pulling.
Right.
So you just can't do one without
you can't
the other.
just do one.
And the sequence is important too. But just as we've laid out and we're working through now,
right,
to do just that.
But I would like to see us, begin this immediately. And see, there's some low-hanging fruit, which you went over.
Exactly.
That we'll see immediately. And then there's some other things that are more of a process that'll take a year, 18 months, 2 years. Right. We're fine with that, but we want to get started on it. So I'm just going to ask council to recommend that we follow through with Wes Monroe's list of recommendations. And Michael, thank you on my behalf for all the good work that your company did. And I would definitely recommend bringing you back to the city of Fresno for any type of similar operations. And I've heard good things from our staff about how they feel about your company as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those kind words. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Member Brandau. Next is Member Quintero.
Just have some quick comments, and really not surprised at the findings in terms of the positive things. I just wanted to thank the work that Tommy, Brian, Jerry, your accessibility, and the attitude that you display. I mean, it just goes down to the employees that are doing the work. I know your accessibility is just great, and as far as when we call you, tell you that there's a concern from a constituent and ask you to look into it. And then when we follow up with that person, they're just like shocked. They go, yeah, they call me back, and or somebody from the staff return the call. And plus the fact that you do follow up and say, we'll look into it and we'll get back to you. So that, to me, it filters on down. And that's the human factor that I think is really important within any report. And of course, employees do a great job. But I think it's what you show that is an example to them to carry on that work ethic in each of those departments. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Quintero. Assistant City Manager, the floor is yours.
I just wanted to weigh in also that I was not surprised to hear the attitude of staff. We have exemplary staff across our city, and so having that third party confirmation is wonderful. Also to Tommy and DPU for being very open in this process and inclusive. I think that's admirable. Also want to let you know that some of that low-hanging fruit is already in process, some of those IT functions and so forth. So we are absolutely supportive of this and moving forward.
Thank you. The screen is clear, and I'd like to add a couple of things in the multiple lenses concept. Fantastic. It really sets the stage and gathers and garners enough information to make the adjustments that we need desperately in this particular area, and that will assist Tommy and his staff in sharpening the saw. So I expect that saw to be razor sharp in a short period of time. And then finally, the most important part, I think, is as Member Brandel pointed out, is the follow-up and to continue the process with the metrics and the lenses and the sharpening until we get to the point where we can see those results in 6 months and 12 months and 16 months. And it's fantastic to see everybody together rowing the boat in the same direction, and the camaraderie, if you will, and the ability to sit down and do this is, I think we can do it at every department in our city, and we'll have the similar, if not the same result. So thank you for doing that, and I encourage other departments to step up if they need assistance like this from the council or whomever. We're always ready to engage in these processes that really benefit our citizens and make Fresno a happier place. So thank you all. I think that's it for the workshop. Thank you again. Appreciate it very much. Okay. Next, I'd like to do unscheduled communication. Gary, I think you've been very patient here all day, and I have your card if you'd like to come forward and address what we call unscheduled communications, which means you can discuss anything you like for 3 minutes. If you give us your name and address first, and then we'll go.
Gary Desico, address 2029 East Penrod Way. I talked to Clint this morning, and the Manchester Mall, the bus terminal, it's got 2 gates inside the restroom. I recorded my cell phone and showing the picture. The map bus is supposed to be opening up the gates in the restroom 7 days a week. The supervisor not get a chance to open it. I don't know what's going on. I did talk to the supervisor yesterday, and didn't do nothing. And I recorded and 2 pictures on my cell phone, and because they got a restroom for buses in the bus stop and the Boston, and it's hard for people to go to restrooms, so you need to call the MATS up and see what's going on, because they need to open up the gates. So that's what you need to do. So we got to get this going for them, because every time I ride my bus on Saturday and Sundays, and I hit to the Power House Saturday and Sunday mornings. So how did people go to the restroom? So it's no open. So that's the problem is. So thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Gary, very much. This is unscheduled communication time. If anybody else would like to discuss an unscheduled item, please come forward, and then we'll move back onto the agenda. Seeing none, we'll go back to the agenda. I think there's several people here on the 2C item, And I think we'll set that over to the afternoon rather than go 12 minutes and then interrupt it. And so we'll move on to item 2. Well, thank you for that information. By the time we get through with the presentation and then public comment, can you do it in 13 minutes? That's my only question. I'm not so sure we can. I apologize for that, but as you saw earlier, we had an item that took an exceptionally long time. Item 2C, setting that over to the afternoon. And the balance of the calendar would move rather quickly. I think we could get a couple items done in the next 10 minutes. Member Soria?
If can you hear me? If people have to leave, can they just put some public comment for the record?
City Attorney, is that protocol to have public comment before we have a presentation on an item on the agenda?
There's nothing that prohibits it, but you could.
So if they have to leave.
Would that be helpful to you folks? Okay, it's 11:49, so we'll open item 2C, a resolution adopting the fair housing choice. And at the request of members of the public, we'll go out of order and do public comments first. If you please come forward and give us your name, your address, and you'll have 3 minutes. And if you'd like to come forward and be sort of lined up so we can move the process along, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Council President. We do have translators here. They may need slightly longer than the 3 minutes if they have translation, if that would be at the permission of the Council President.
Sure, please advise us if we need that.
Thank
you. Okay, please come forward and have a seat if you would, and then we can hear from each and every one of you. The first person would like to come up? Please come forward and give us your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes. Yes, you can pull the microphone down closer to you. There you go. If you give us your name and address.
Su nombre y su dirección.
Sí, buenos días.
Yes, good morning.
Mi nombre es Margarita Villaseñor.
My name is Margarita Villaseñor.
Vivo en la calle 3825
East
Orleans.
Here's what we'll do. Excuse me. But if you'll give a couple of sentences, and then you can interpret it, and then we'll go back and forth, because it's hard to hear you as you're talking over each other a little bit. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Perdón, le está indicando que dé su información o que dé las palabras que va a dar y luego espere yo a traducir para que se pueda traducir de una manera clara cuando se está anotando la información.
Yo vivo en 3825 East Orleans, en el sur de Fresno.
I live on 3825 on East
Orleans,
in the city of Fresno.
Mire, el problema de nosotros pues es que tenemos muchos problemas en uno, ¿verdad?
And our problem is that we have many problems.
Las banquetas están quebradas. Hay mucha gente que se tropieza en las banquetas.
And our sidewalks are broken, and there's many people that trip on those sidewalks, on the cracks.
Me gustaría que fueran a chequear y para que saquen un poco de raíz de los árboles para que la tierra esté más pareja en la yarda.
I would like for somebody to go check and to look at the roots that come out through the sidewalk so they can look at that area.
También están muy crecidos los árboles, a ver si también les dieran una bajada porque son muchas hojas y se caen mucho cuando hay aire o algo así.
Also, the trees are overgrown and they need to be trimmed because when it's really windy, there's debris from the trees.
También a mí me gustaría que se mirara de que hay un recycle ahí, y hay muchas casas abandonadas.
I would also like to mention that there's an area there's an area there that there has a lot of abandoned homes.
El reciclaje depende mucho la tienda Fresno Supermarket, porque ahí y el reciclaje y la tienda y un lugar que hacen comidas, trailers móviles de comida, como que están todos haciendo mal en esa área.
The recycling on that area, it's very connected to the store that is right there.
En la una comidas móvil.
And there's like a mobile food place or vendor.
Hacen mucho mal a la área porque como que de ahí dependen mucho cucarachas, ratones, y luego los señores que venden con unas poquitas de recycle que vendan o se roban los cables de por ahí para vender, van a comprar cerveza a la Fresno Market.
And it's bad to that area because those food places or vendors create a lot of roaches, mice, and there's also other people that come to that area, and it's bad for us or for that area.
No estoy a contra de las personas que no tienen casa, sino que yo quisiera más bien que los ayudaran.
I'm not against the people that are homeless, but I would like for them to get some help.
Pero están nos sentimos intranquilos porque nos llevan carritos a las partes de atrás, no podemos tener limpio el callejón porque carritos y carritos.
But we are not fine with this because they take many carts and they leave them and they just keeping carts and carts there on the area on the back of the area.
Me gustaría que quitaran las casas, mejor que las hicieran, porque si los dueños no las atienden, mejor que las quitaran para que no estén en tentación de ellos de quedarse ahí tanto carro. Hay veces ahí se juntan como 100 carritos en una casa.
I would prefer to see those homes removed from the area instead of those people being tempted to live in those homes because there's accumulation of those carts and carts there.
Y también nos gustaría que nos atendieran más, que nos ayudaran más en nuestra área. Somos muy pobres y queremos trabajar con ustedes. Nosotros trabajamos limpieza voluntaria y queremos que no irnos de esa área porque es muy pobre y con muchos defectos, sino crecer ahí.
And I will also like to ask for your help, for assistance, because this is an area, a very poor area where we're at, and we need all the help that we can get from you because it's a very poor area.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Con permiso, señora. La área donde usted nos está discutiendo es en nuestra área, el distrito número 5 que yo represento. Y no agarré su nombre ni número de teléfono.
Sí, soy Margarita Villaseñor y mi teléfono es 559-367-2116.
Espérese, 367.
2116.
2116. Y es Villaseñor.
Villaseñor.
Okay. En varios hemos hecho la lucha de arreglar la área, pero lo que nos ha no hemos podido arreglar todo bien allí porque no tenemos las personas aquí de Code Enforcement de ir, porque yo sé que muchas veces en los viernes iban los trabajadores, sí, allí enseguida a tomar la cerveza y cerraban los cercos enseguida de la tienda y
Sí.
sí, entiendo lo que está diciendo
Y
también.
hay
Y también
mucho-
drogas, unas casas de drogas.
Mucha, en una ocasión yo paramos con el carro ahí en la Fresno Market y sale una muchacha y un señor y nos dijeron que si nosotros no comprábamos crack. Le dije, ¿me ves la cara así?
Sí, hemos por varios años
Tenido ese
haciendo la
problema.
lucha de cerrar la tienda o a ver lo que pueden hacer para arreglar la área también, porque nomás
Sí,
sacan
gracias.
el dinero y no arreglan las cosas. Pero agarré su número y vamos a estar en contacto. Y esta es la primera vez que nadie nos ha llamado del área. Nosotros somos los que vamos allí a buscar los problemas. Gracias.
Si me permite un segundo más. Sí, es un problema porque por ahí pasan muchos
Sí.
niños a la escuela y hay veces van solos y ahí hasta a veces está desnuda una señora ahí y es muy serio ahí, de verdad, sí. Muchas gracias. le
Y la
agradezco.
buena cosa es que la ciudad acaba de arreglar la calle Orange. La ciudad arregló eso y también ponemos los stop signs allí donde está la Fresno Market.
Eso fue muy bueno y a mí me sorprendió muy gratamente que se arreglara esa calle, no más falta eso. Y el reciclaje es muy mala influencia para nosotros ahí. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank
The
you.
recycling is bad for the area.
Council, we really, for the record, we really should have at least a summary of the translation of what the discussion was.
Would that be Member Quintero? Summary or? Okay.
Okay. Buenas tardes.
Un
mi
momento.
nombre-
Yeah, I'm sorry, Council. The summary is that we spoke about the area that she was talking about. I did not get her name or phone number, which she gave us, and told her some of the improvements that the city's recently done in there with rebuilding Orange Avenue, putting up stop signs, and that we're aware of the areas. And this is the first time that a constituent has come forward to call us, but we try to be proactive and have turned in that grocery store she's talking about to code enforcement. And the problem has been that we don't have enough code enforcement people. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may make a suggestion, perhaps if we figure out what district the person is speaking about, could have a staff member from that district come and discuss it in detail with the particular person speaking, and then we can move along as well as get effective comments back and forth. Just a suggestion. Thank you. Please give us your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Mi nombre es Isabel Vargas. Mi domicilio es 1805 Sur Orange.
My address is 1805 South Orange. My name is
Isabel Vargas.
Isabel Vargas.
Nosotros estamos trabajando en conjunto con el área, el área de ahí, la misma área de la que habló mi compañera. Quisiéramos que se mejorara un poquito el área.
We're working in conjunction with this area, and we're trying to better this area. As that person that was talking a little while ago here said.
Nosotros queremos un poco mejor. Ayer venimos a una junta donde decían que se daban ayuda a las personas, a los propietarios.
Yesterday we were in a meeting where they were saying that they were going to provide help to some owners.
Pero también los que rentamos quisiéramos que nos ayudaran.
But also the ones that we rent, we also would like some help.
Yo vivo en una casa que está maltratada.
I live in a house that is damaged.
El dueño me da opción a compra.
The owner gives me the option to buy.
Y quisiera ver si ustedes me podían ayudar para comprar la casa.
And I would like to see if you can help me so I can buy that home.
Y arreglarla.
And fix it.
Para que poco a poco se vaya componiendo el área también, porque hay muchas casas muy maltratadas.
So little by little we can make that area look better because there's a lot of damaged homes.
Como decimos, no queremos irnos porque está muy fea el área, sino quisiéramos que se mejorara mejor y
Like we said, it's not that we don't want to leave because the area is bad or looks bad. We want to make it better to stay there.
Tengo otro problema con el callejón, como está cerrado y no puedo limpiar. Todo el tiempo nos dicen que necesitamos limpiar.
I also have another problem with the alley. It's always closed and they tell us that we need to clean.
Hemos llamado aquí a la ciudad y nos dicen que ya no hacen eso, que no pueden ir a abrir el candado.
We have called the city and they have told us that they cannot do anything, that they cannot unlock the lock.
Entonces no sé qué hacer y quisiera ver si de esa manera también me pueden ayudar.
Then I don't know what to do and I would like to see if you can help me with that.
Es todo, gracias.
That is it. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Next person, please. Name and address. Thank you.
Sí, mi nombre es Hilda Villa, vivo en 4331 East Hamilton, apartamento 116, y vivo en la área del distrito 5, que está muy pobre.
Okay, my name is
Hilda Villa.
Hilda Villa, V-I-L-L-A.
43.
My address is 31
East Hamilton.
East Hamilton.
Apartamento.
Apartment.
116.
116.
Y vivo en la área, en el distrito.
And I live on district
5.
5.
Y está muy pobre esa área.
It is a very poor area.
Y hay dueños que tienen apartamentos bien destruidos y yo vivo en uno de esos.
And there are owners that live on apartments that are very destructed or damaged, and I live on one of those.
Y hay ratas y cucarachas y se me mojó dos cuartos, se metió el agua.
And there are roaches and mice, and I have water damage that got into my apartment.
Y se pudrió la alfombra, le dije al dueño que la cambiara y no quiso.
And my carpet got rotten. I talked to the owner, asked him to change it, and he did not want to.
Y por eso estoy aquí, para decirle que le digan al dueño que no sea un racista, que porque nomás porque no habla uno en inglés.
And that's why I'm here to ask you to please talk to the owner and tell him not to be racist just because I do not speak English.
No tiene uno papeles y todo eso, por eso son unos racistas con uno.
And we do not have any papers, that's why they are racist, and that's why they are like that with us.
Y a mí me pasó algo que hay choferes yo uso mucho el bus y para llevar a los niños al doctor.
And there's something that happened to me. I use or ride the bus many times to take my children to the doctor.
Por lo mismo de las cucarachas y ratas y todo eso, mis niños se me enferman.
And because of the roaches and the mice and all that, my children get sick.
Y yo fui al bus y hay choferes muy racistas y eso no debe de ser justo que haya choferes racistas.
And when I go to the bus, there are many drivers that are racist, and they should not be racist.
Y por eso quiero que hagan. Yo me quejé con allá donde se queja uno del bus y me ignoraron. Eso no es justo.
And I did go and file a complaint where the buses are at, and they did not listen, and that is not fair.
Ya, se acabó. Es todo. Gracias.
That is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker.
Siguiente orador.
Thank you, Todd.
Hello, my name is Earl White. I live in 1195 South Recreation. This is my first time appearing in front of the council, so I'm not a public speaker. But I wanted to say I live in a low poverty area, and in this area I noticed there are roads that have been like potholes, and we have repaved them over and over, and we have repaired cracks. But this is a cost to our city. We're not going to make the same mistake we did with the Fresno City Mall when we tore up a road and devalued the mall. The mall cost us, what, you take the art, $20 million a road, what's that? I don't know. That's like over 3 times the cost to build a road. That was a mistake. Let's not repeat the same mistake. It's simple. We could repair more roads. How many roads could we repair? We could have repaired about 5, 6 roads and destroy beautiful artwork. That was a bad decision. Let's not make no more decisions like that. Let's work together and save the low income. $20 million a road, way too much money. How many roads we could have repaired? Let's not make that same mistake. I'm also a small business owner. I own creative library marketing ideas. Also a Democrat, I volunteer, and also attend Fresno Against Fracking. At this time, I would like to ask Paul Capoeira to attend a meeting in his area, which is across the street from Fresno State, which is Marie Callender's. And we'd like to see you there, sir.
That's my district, and I'm at Fresno State all the time. It's like I'm a graduate, but now I'm back on campus an awful lot. I'd be happy to attend your meeting.
All right, and thank you. And thank you, Sal Gutero. He's an excellent guy. I see him canvassing our neighborhoods, and I had met him before. He came out to our office when I went in to meet him. And I met Oliver Baines at First Baptist Church. Talked to him about the high-speed rail. He listened to me for a while. I appreciate that. That was great. And Esmeralda Soria, I met her at the Democratic Convention for a brief moment. It was a little quick, but I did get a photo op. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And you guys have a nice day.
Thank you for your comments. You did a great job. Next, please. Come forward and give us your name and address.
My name is Francisco Mendez, 2566 South Habitat Avenue. I've been looking for improvement about you guys, the information to do the workshops. I never knew, my neighbors never knew about the ONG or the HCDC workshops. You should have more information in our public views, like in the newspaper, Vida en el Valle, or the Channel 21 Univision at 6 p.m., the news. I've been calling with a lot of problems for Fresno public transportation. It's very worse, a lot of discrimination. When a child is 2, 3 years old, she can pay the driver or put the money or receive a transfer. But when an Hispanic 8 or 10 years old girl try to use the transfer, the driver take him away from the bus. They never look at the Hispanic or the Asian or African American good. We need a lot of improvement on handy right to transportation. Employees look like they are working by themselves. They don't have any boss. They don't have any supervisor. They need to be in classes about how to treat people. I live in the Habitat area, and we don't have any transportation there. We have to walk all the way to Jensen and Walnut. When it's foggy days on winter time, it's very foggy, that area, when the north is clear. And I call why there is no buses for 2-3 hours when it's fog on Jensen and Walnut. They told me, well, it's dangerous. Why, if it's dangerous, they don't put a bigger sign with the red light around the sign or a bus stop there? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker.
Prefer to speak after the presentation. Will there be an opportunity then, or do you want to wrap up public comment?
We'll open it up again after a presentation. Is that all the people you had in mind? Okay, thank you very much. With that, we will take a break and be back here at 1:30, and we'll start with some ceremonial and pulled consent items. Thank you all for your patience this morning. We'll see you this afternoon. Okay, excuse me, Councilmember Brand. Chambers, please. Councilmember Brand, to the chambers. So as we wait, Mayor, do you have any revelations or any?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't want to ever give me an open mic.
Well, you do such
There's
a
no
good.
shortage of things I could talk about.
Well,
So,
you do a great job.
Councilmember Brand, would you like to join me for our proclamation? Absolutely. Come on up. Well, good afternoon, everyone. And
Good
welcome
afternoon.
to Fresno City Hall. We're so excited to be able to honor and recognize the amazing group of young people who are gathered with us here today. They're fearless leaders, they're teachers. But we have with us the journalism department from Fresno Christian High School. How many of you are here with Fresno Christian High School? Raise your hands. Look at this. So, some of you may not know that the Fresno Christian online newspaper, The Feather, is nationally recognized and award-winning. All right, we have among us this jewel of a student publication. I hear about it often from my colleagues over at the Fresno Bee. They're aware of the incredible work that's happening to train up the next generation of journalism minds. And it's a Fresno Christian, so we're so proud of the work of the school, being in a private nonprofit organization with limited resources. To see this group get to the level that they're getting to is quite remarkable. So we wanted to honor them here today. It is especially nice for me to be able to do this because I graduated from Fresno Christian High School just a few short years ago. When the hair was big with spiral perms. And you all don't remember that, you youngsters. But I'm so proud of my alma mater, and to see this organization continue to just improve and really impact the lives of its students is awesome. And of course, Fresno Christian is at Cedar and Herndon, which is in District 6. So Councilmember Brand and I wanted to recognize the Feather Online in particular because of recent awards that have just been given. And I'm going to let the team come up here, and Greg and Corey can come up and tell a little bit more about this. But recently awarded the Gold Crown Award and also the Pacemaker Award. So it is very unprecedented for a school journalism publication to receive both awards and to receive it multiple times, which you all have done. So with that brief introduction, let me ask my colleague, Councilmember Brand, to say a few words, and then we're going to have you guys come up here and let you talk a little bit and then read the proclamation into the record, and we'll have the whole team come up. So here you are.
Thank you. And I finished high school a few hundred years ago. But I'm very proud of Fresno Christian. They're only really 2 blocks from my house. And you guys have got not only outstanding journalism, you've got outstanding athletic teams and a great curriculum. And I'm really proud you're in my district. You're being recognized today. So I'll echo the words of the mayor and let you guys come up and say a few words.
Very good. All right. So Greg Stobie, come on up, and Corey Friesen, come on up. Tell us about these awards, and then we'll ask all the students to come up. We'll get some great pictures, all right?
Thank you, Ashley. Yeah. Greg Stobie and Corey Friesen. I've been at Fresno Christian for about 23 or 24 years and worked on the Feather Online and the print edition years ago. The awards that the mayor is talking about is my students, and there are 31 here. There's 37 total. Over the course of a school year, they compete in 2 national competitions. One is at Columbia University, an Ivy League school, and that's called the Columbia Scholastic Press Association. The highest award that Columbia University gives is a Gold Crown for college or for high school newspapers. The Feather Online has won it 6 years in a row now. And so wow, I'm very, very proud of my team. And so it's not just this team, but it's a long-standing one. And the other award that she's talking about is called the National Scholastic Press Association, and it's given annually to college and high school by that organization that's one of the oldest in the United States. And so they, too, do the same thing. And the Feather has won that now 6 times total. And so... And we haven't won it since 2013 when the mayor graciously had us up here 3 years ago. So with that being said, I can't do it by myself because the team that is in front of these students, they work amazing hours, probably 20 hours outside of the school day to put up a daily online newspaper. And probably about 1,000 articles during a school year with hundreds of videos and hundreds of radio programs called podcasting slideshows, which brings me to my partner here, Corey Friesen, who's taken on the role over the last 2 years to help head up and make our digital media even better. And so I'll let her describe a little bit of that.
Hello. One thing that we're super proud of with the kids, especially the group as a whole, and what the program teaches is the professionalism of real-life industry that the students graduate from the program going into. And one thing that we've strengthened over the last couple years is our media development through photography, video, podcasting, those type of things. And we run a professional photojournalism team and video team that shoots photography for every article, for basically all the social media accounts, and also for the school marketing. And so the students have been taking a lot of the skills that they learn in that, and they're able to go out into the workforce before they even graduate and begin doing professional jobs, as well as the writing and captioning that goes along with that. So we're just so super proud of the students. Like we push them, we work them, we challenge them, and unlike what you would probably consider as a high school paper, it turns over daily. Every day the newspaper is different, and they are sharing news about community events, not just their school, not just the high school, but their reach is far and beyond the walls of Fresno Christian. And watching them get to interview, city officials and some of the people that are making huge difference in the world, it's fun to see them go out and take those skills and then take it beyond. Something we're very proud of amongst our seniors that are graduating this year, we have a lot of seniors who acquired scholarships that go well beyond what we ever dreamed of for them. And I don't know if it's even appropriate to say, but we just think it's amazing. So between 8 of our seniors, we have acquired over $750,000 of scholarships. And these students are going places, yeah.
Just phenomenal. Well, congratulations. So we want to invite all of you up here. We're going to crowd up here at the front, pose for some pictures while the clerk reads into the record the official celebration of the Feather Online Day. So we got to fill in here.
Get someone come to this side.
And how many of you are seniors? Raise your hands. Okay. Oh my gosh, you guys are almost finished, right? Almost finished. And we'll have to make a couple rows here, so.
We'll just do this.
That's right. You guys can.
Come on, you guys, come crowd in. Come, just push in.
Exactly.
Push in.
Crowd of people.
Big guys in the back there.
Yeah, tall people in the back. Taller. There you go. Okay. I should also mention that my nephew, Sage Sobrato, goes to Fresno Christian.
Sage? Nephew?
What? Sage is your nephew? Yes.
That's your nephew?
Sage is my nephew. Very proud of him. If he were here, he'd definitely be in the back. He's a big kid. And Greg, you got to get up here so you can be seen. All right, so while we are posing for these pictures, Madam Clerk, would you please enter the proclamation into the record?
Whereas the Feather Online is Fresno Christian High School's daily digital newspaper run by students and led by advisors Greg D. Stobie and Corey Friesen. And whereas on March 18, 2016, the Feather Online won the coveted Gold Crown during Columbia Scholastic Press Association's 92 Scholastic Journalism Convention Awards ceremony at Columbia University. And whereas this is the 4th consecutive year the Feather Online has won the Gold Crown Award and the 5th Gold Crown in 7 years. And whereas on April 16, 2016, the staff of the Feather Online won what is considered the most prestigious high school journalism award, the Pacemaker, during the National Scholastic Press Association, NSPA, Spring National High School Journalism Convention at the West End Bonaventure Hotel in Los Angeles. And whereas this is the 6th time the Feather Online has won the NSPA's highest honor since 2006, winning in 2006, 2008, 2010, 2012, 2013, and 2016. And whereas in April 2015, the Feather Online website failed and had to be abandoned. In the last year, the advisors and students have worked hard to rebuild the website on a WordPress foundation. The students started the school year in August 2015 with no website in place and have found themselves competing on a national level with what is still technically considered their beta site. And whereas the Feather Online is the only 5 digital or web-based scholastic newspaper across the nation to win both the NSPA Pacemaker and the CSPA Gold Crown in the year 2015-2016. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen and Councilmember Lee Brand, do hereby proclaim May 12th, 2016 to be the Feather Online Day in the City of Fresno and congratulate the Feather Online staff and advisors on their impressive accomplishments.
Mayor, hey Greg, I want to add my congratulations to your Fresno Christian High School. We've talked a lot about these awards, and you guys keep coming up with awards, and I want to add my congratulations. And also, I think it was the mayor's nephew. Well, my son graduated from Fresno Christian about 3 years ago, and he graduated, I think, with a 3.8. At least that's what he told me. So I'm not, my son, JP. Yeah, John Paul Capriolio. So, and he also was able to balance the education with the sports at the school. He lettered in 4 sports and was an all-star in soccer and baseball. Yeah, Fresno Christian, absolutely. So, hey, you guys helped him out, and I thank you for that, and congratulations again. It was fantastic. Great award. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next is the Water Awareness Month, a proclamation by Lee Brand and myself. Well, good afternoon again, everyone, and it's my pleasure to sponsor this proclamation. How are you? Good to see you. And this is a couple things. Not only did you deserve and earn this, but this is the brand new proclamation style that we just incorporated. So you're going to be one of the first recipients. So this is Water Awareness Month, and from the bottom of my heart, working with you and your staff for the last 3 years and making the entire city of Fresno aware of the water and the situation that we face every day. And I can't think of a day in the newspaper that they don't address the drought. And through your efforts, we've been able to sustain ourselves to this point, and with the support of our colleagues on the dais, we've got the surface water treatment plant being constructed right now, and that'll take us to the next level in the very near future. So thank you and your staff so much for everything you did and do, and for the plants. And my co-author, Lee Brand, I'm sure he has a word or two.
One or two? No, I want to extend the thank you to Tommy, Esqueda, Nora, and all the people that have been really done a phenomenal job at water conservation or water capital program. To my colleague who and I wrote the Water Conservation Act to encourage people, incentivize people to save water. And I can say that in the last 4 or 5 months, I've used like 6,000 gallons a month. Of course, the sprinkler's been turned off, but I was up to like 30,000 gallons, I think, last summer. So I'm getting better. And I think everybody, we need to set example for everybody in the city that the drought's still not completed yet. We have a ways to go, but our city staff, as usual, leads the way.
And the beat goes on, and they usually have a bag of goodies from the water control system, the sprayer to faucet controls, everything else. And I say the beat goes on because, look, here's the 8th annual plant exchange that they are providing. So you can take your plants and go down and get a drought-resistant, beautiful, healthy, wonderful plant, and keep this thing going as long as we can, as long as necessary. So you never cease to amaze me. Every time I turn around, there's something new, but it's always good. It's always great for our community. So with that and the proclamation, if the city clerk will read that for us, that'd be great.
Whereas the month of May is Water Awareness Month, and the Golden State of California and the City of Fresno joins with the Central Valley Water Awareness Committee, composed of local urban and agricultural water communities, to work to increase understanding of water conservation. And whereas Water Awareness Month was established during one of California's worst droughts from 1987 to 1992, to promote practical information that helps to ensure the Golden State maintains a plentiful supply of clean water to drink, grow food, power the state's economy, and sustain the environment. And it is important to develop with the ethic of wiser water use to the general public, business, and industries. And whereas Water Awareness Month is more important than ever, as it impacts the outgoing drought are felt statewide in California, and access to the reliable and adequate water supply sources is vital to the city of Fresno's thriving economy, residents' quality of life, wildlife, and healthy environment. And whereas water is California's most precious natural resource and essential for our farms, businesses, and communities, and therefore we must manage its use appropriately. And whereas home water can be significantly reduced by finding and repairing leaks, replacing inefficient showers, toilets, and washing machines, and adopting water conservation practices. And whereas every business, industry, school, and citizen can make a difference when it comes to the wise use of water and thus promote a healthy economy and community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the Fresno City Council members encourage all citizens to join us in learning more about water awareness and encourage all Californians to make conservation a daily habit and join us in supporting local water organizations in their efforts to help Californians be more water aware. Be it further resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim the month of May and all year long to be Water Awareness Month in the city of Fresno.
Congratulations again. Thank you. You know, and Nora just brought up another point. Since we're starting the summer and the watering schedule is going to allow us to increase the watering at our residences, they do provide a very free service, a very helpful service to evaluate your entire property for free. It's anonymous, if you will. They just want to help all of us be more efficient with our water. And they'll find leaks. They came to my house and gave me a 6-page report. And I've got 5.5 pages done of repair. It's not, honestly, it was just a few things. But as we say, every drop counts. And so be sure and call our water department and ask for her. And they'll get a team out there real quick. And don't ask me. Okay. Well, ask for the water leak team, the water leak team. So thanks you again. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Next, if in District 4, I've got Fresno State and Fashion Fair and the airport, and they're all great amenities. And one of my favorite amenities is a place called the Discovery Center, and it's off a winery in McKinley. And I think when Sal had dark hair and was about half his size, maybe about 14 years old, he would, and myself, would go to the Discovery Center. It's a free park, had all kinds of activities and educational things for kids, and a big open space. And they have a Gemini replica space capsule, which I've flown personally about 9 times. I love to get in it and dream about that astronaut status. But anyway, so, the Discovery Center has been improving all the time, and it doesn't improve unless you have a team. And I've been fortunate enough to have a team to help us with that. So if PG&E, Trees Inc., and ACRT would come forward, I have some certificates of recognition. Please come forward. Don't be shy. Couldn't do it without you. So, with hard work comes recognition, and you guys are awesome. You're very, very appreciative. And we have Mr. Pig here, who's in charge of the Discovery Center.
Debbie is in charge.
Well,
I'm just on the board.
Yeah, it sounds like me as a council president. But anyway, here's Debbie Milla, and she's in charge, the director of the program, and I'll let you share a few words.
Well, thank you, everybody, and thank you, Mr. Capriolio, for doing this. Trees Inc. is actually around the corner from the Discovery Center, and I saw them pruning trees all over town, and I had no clue who Trees Inc. was. So I decided to pull up and ask. Well, then they got me in touch with Joe at PG&E, and then our ideas went flying. So the Discovery Center developed this partnership with these 3 groups, and Trees Inc. came out and trimmed a bunch of our trees that, unfortunately, due to drought and age, we are going to be losing. But they trimmed them up so we can keep them for a while longer. And then ACRT and PG&E also planted some trees that we can use as a demonstration to show people what kind of trees and where to properly plant them. So we're very, very proud of this partnership, and we're hoping it's going to continue for a long time. So, thank you.
Thank you. So we have the certificate of recognition for each of these honorees, and it reads, in honor of your commitment to youth education and to the preservation of the Discovery Center, thank you for your contributions and efforts to further enrich the lives of children and families in Central California by ensuring that they have a beautiful and safe environment to learn and to thrive in. And PG&E, Trees Inc., ACRT, you guys are, I love it. It takes a team effort, and we're so grateful for your contributions to our community and to the Discovery Center. And my kids have been there too many times, so it's going to be a family tradition. Thank you all very much. Can we get a round of applause, please? If we'll kind of get together, and we'll do a photo op.
You betcha. Thank you.
You're welcome. Come closer so we can all get in it. Tell us who's taking a picture. There you go. Freezing. Thank you again. Thank you. Yeah, good to see you again. Thanks again. Appreciate it. So next we have a proclamation honoring Marilyn Joust, the former vice chair of the City of Fresno ADA Council, and the sponsor is the one and only Sal Quintero.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this proclamation is being given posthumously, and it's for a lady that contributed a lot to our community, and one of her passions was the Americans with Disabilities Act. And I wanted to call up her friends and family to come up and accept this for her. Her name is Marilyn Jost, and she did so much for our community behind the scenes, and trying to do the right thing, and making sure that the city was aware of the things that we needed to do to be in compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. And I wanted to introduce Stella.
Hello.
Ed Ferguson.
Ed. And I wanted to present this to her because, like I said, she did so much. And I'm going to read the proclamation and then ask Stella to say a few words on behalf of the family in Maryland.
We also have Dale Simmons and Tony Ames here.
Yeah, hi, Sal.
How are you? I haven't seen you in a while. Yes. Okay. Well, we'll gather around here, and I'll just go ahead and read it. And this is from the city of Fresno. It's a proclamation. It is hereby presented to Marilyn Jost. It is with great distinction and pride that we join in honoring and congratulating you for your commitment to serving as Vice Chair of the Americans with Disabilities Act for the city of Fresno. We appreciated all of your attributes by promoting opportunities for the disabled. Your lasting contributions for the local implementation of universal design is invaluable and inspiring to all. Please accept a heartfelt thank you on behalf of the city of Fresno for your dedication and commitment. And on behalf of the city of Fresno, we do hereby proclaim today, Thursday, May 12, 2016, to be Marilyn Jost Day in the city of Fresno. And we truly appreciate you asking that we recognize her for all her efforts. So if you could please give a hand, I would appreciate it. Well, let me have Stella say a few words, and then you're all welcome to follow her.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to basically, this is kind of awkward to be up here at this time. We lost Marilyn on April the 24th, and it was my privilege to work with her on the ADA Advisory Council for several years, and from that we garnered a great friendship and continued after the ADA Advisory Council became the Mayor's Disability Advisory Council. So honoring her in this way for all of her contributions is really a kind and gracious thing to do. We sometimes hope that these kinds of things and the kind of work people have put in will not go unnoticed and will not go forgotten. And we were hoping to do that. And we thank you, Sal, for stepping forth and doing this for her. I'll pass this over to Ed Ferguson, also a friend of Marilyn.
Hi, again, my name's Ed Ferguson, and I met Marilyn about 15 years ago. And what I did for her was I set up a computer to recognize her voice so that she could do internet and email and write documents and things like that. Marilyn had MS. She was diagnosed with MS in 1979. And that disease, if you don't know it, it takes away your body, but it leaves your mind intact. So she could not move her arms and legs, but she could move her head and her neck, and she would operate her wheelchair and come down here to the City Council and work with the council to implement things like universal design and participate in some of the other activities that they did in terms of putting in curb cuts around the city for wheelchair usage and things like that. So she faced a lot of challenges on a daily basis, probably more so than most of us will ever face. And so it's really amazing to me the amount of work that she did, and that kind of work really gave value to her life, so we really appreciate the opportunity she had to do that work with the City Council. It gave her life meaning on a daily basis, so we really appreciate taking the time to recognize her.
I'm Dale Simmons. I was a friend of Marilyn Jost. We met on the Measure C Steering Committee back in 2002, I believe it was the first one. And she and I were both alternates for the some of the stakeholders. And I first helped her by helping her with a straw in her drink. And we joked that it ought to be a beer, actually. And but anyway, I know she did a lot of great work for the city. And with a lot of physical limitations, she did her best. And I appreciate what she's done for the city in the past. And we'll miss her. Thank you.
I met Marilyn with my late husband, Ed Ames, when she joined our committee. And Marilyn had been a teacher of the deaf down in Southern California when her disability became so advanced that she needed help. She lived in a nursing home. And it was a daily struggle for her to be cared for when her mind was so active and her body was so limited. But she was always out there thinking of ways to make things work. And if it weren't for people like Sal, and Stella was the secretary of our committee, who put in the work to work with Marilyn, she had to be fed because at that point she was a total quadriplegic. But boy, her mind was always clicking away, things to do, and it was just wonderful having her as a member of our committee. And it was wonderful having people in the city council for working with us to make the city a better place to live. I recently bought a house, and I really struggled with the salesperson, and I said, make sure there are sidewalks, but I forgot to mention that I wanted to live in the city, so now I live in the county pocket. So sorry about that, Sal. Okay. But she's been a fantastic friend. She could only call when somebody hooked her up to a telephone. She lived with such frustrations, and yet she very seldom lost that smile and that Marilyn ability to go ahead with some new plan. And we'll all miss her.
Well, I want to thank you all for all the work that you put into the ADA commission and committee that we have here, and what you started. I can tell you that we see all the work, the foundation that you laid in the city of Fresno, and Marilyn's work as well. We see that on a daily basis throughout the city, and we want to thank you for that. I'll tell you very quickly, when I first met, I was excited to meet Tony's husband. I asked him if he was a singer at Ames, and I was disappointed that he wasn't. So
he couldn't carry a note.
Yeah. He couldn't carry 2 notes either. Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Congratulations to Marilyn.
Congratulations and thank you, Member Quintero. Next is the proclamation of, quote, National Bike Month, close quote. Sponsor, Council Member Soria.
Good afternoon. So I am delighted. Do you guys all want to come up? I'll invite all our avid cyclists and advocates of our in our community. So I'm delighted to be here this afternoon with some of our great advocates, advocates for additional cycling for bike lanes and also pedestrian safety. So thank you all for being here this afternoon. We are celebrating May as National Bike Month. Earlier this month, we did the Mall to Mall ride. It's 15 years going, so very strong. I want to thank you guys for the work in organizing. I know that it takes really collaboration amongst the different organizations here in our community that promote additional cycling and pedestrian safety. So I want to thank you guys for being here. I do also want to thank my colleagues who were there present, my council colleague Sal Quintero, along with Steve Brandow, were there to show the support as we kicked off the 15th annual Mall to Mall ride, which was pretty awesome. This is the 3rd year that I did it. And it was a great little workout in the morning, and great to really see community members and residents from the city of Fresno come out and support and give visibility to cycling in our community. We know that there's many, many benefits that come from cycling, not only public health benefits. We know that it helps with our air quality issues, and also really an opportunity to be out and active in our community. So I want to thank you guys for the work that you do. I'll go ahead and introduce you, Tony, and then you can introduce the rest of the group and tell us a little bit about maybe some of the activities happening during this month and maybe even throughout the year, because I know that you guys are very, very active.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Soria. Yes, I'd like to introduce, starting over on our your right, my left, our Fresno Police Bike Unit, Officer Brian Anala and his colleague, Officer Moore, and thank you guys for supporting the Mall to Mall ride. You guys have done it every year. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for coming. And then next I want to introduce Stephanie Frederick, who is also been very involved with the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee and writes the communiques that go to the council. So I just wanted to introduce her and so she could have some face recognition with the council members here. And then we have Joe Martinez, who's also a member of the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee and also has a great organization called Peds and Pedals, and he has been very active, and we will be back next month to talk about our pedestrian safety campaign that Joe's been very active with. And then other bicycle organizations that I want to recognize, Dennis Ball, from, a former bike patrol unit officer, retired, who is the president of the Fresno Cycling Club, and I want to thank the Fresno Cycling Club for their awesome support for all things cycling in Fresno. And I want to introduce T. Gonzalez from Pedal Junkies. If you don't know what that is, it's bike polo. It's really a lot of fun, and he's a really awesome bike rider, and his wife Sarah, who's taking pictures there. And this is Chris Eacock, who has been taking a temporary respite from Tower Velo Bike Shop, but has been helping us with our bike kitchen events that the Fresno County Bicycle Coalition has been supporting efforts to help people fix their bikes. And I want to thank Chris for his support. And he brought his folding Brompton bike here for everybody to see what you can, how small you can pack your commuter bike in your office there. And then last but not least, we have Scott Sim from the Public Works Traffic Engineering, and I want to thank him for all his support for all of our BPAC efforts. Without you guys, we couldn't do it without you. But I just wanted to take this opportunity, since we're here and talking about bikes and Bike Month, I just wanted to thank our council members for proclaiming May as Bike Month and applaud your leadership in promoting bicycling as an activity which supports improving health, benefits our local economy, and helps create a more vibrant and sustainable community. I want to thank the council members who rode with us. It was great to have you. I want to thank you for sharing your thoughts and your valuable time with us. Your presence demonstrates a willingness to show that actions can speak louder than words, and having civic leaders participate speaks volumes. However, there's still a tremendous room for growth. This is coming. Growth in the number of people who bicycle. So one of the most powerful ways to increase the amount of bicycle travel is the adoption of bicycle-friendly laws and policies. So policies can remove obstacles to bicycling, create incentives for bicycling infrastructure, and make it easier and safer to bicycle. That means local policymakers have a pivotal role to play in the future of bicycling. So some policymakers may not be sure where to start, and others may be daunted by the challenge of how to use policy to promote cycling. So just 4 general categories of things to consider. One are ordinances and policies that promote safety. Things that will cause traffic calming, reduce vehicle speeds, will help both pedestrians and bicyclists. So that's number one. That's one of the main considerations people have when thinking about riding bikes. Number 2 is convenience, so making it more convenient for people to use bicycling. So things like bike parking ordinances, things that having shower facilities at destinations, things that would improve biking convenience. Third is increasing acceptability of bicycling through bicycle motorist education and encouragement activities. One of the ideas we'd like to talk some more about is creating a bicycle-friendly business district designations that would help create areas that are convenient as far as bicycle parking and special promotions for people arriving by bike. And another thing that would also be something that I want to share with you is open streets events is another thing that the Fresno County Bicycle Coalition actually had a grant from the Central Valley Community Foundation to have an open street event that we're calling Sen Calvia, and so I'm going to leave some save the date flyers for all the council members. And that's the idea for those who may not be familiar with an open street event is to open a major city street for healthy physical activities such as biking, skating, walking, dancing, yoga, Zumba, you name it. And we are scheduled for October 2nd, and I want to thank Council Member Quintero for his support for helping that to come to be. So the last thing is increased access. So things that we may want to consider at some point, bike share programs. But one way maybe before we get to that point is bike distribution and maintenance issues. So an idea of maybe transferring all those abandoned and donated bicycles to residents to refurbish them for youth that may not be able to afford their own bikes, things like that. So finally, the timing of this proclamation couldn't be really better because we were now in the process of updating our active transportation plan, and I want to call everybody's attention and invite everybody to attend this week's May 18th and 19th. May 18th at the Fresno Fairgrounds and May 19th at Fresno City College from 5:30 to 7:30. We're having a public outreach so you can give your input and participate in opening a conversation with our elected officials about ways that we can develop strategies to improve our safety, convenience, acceptability, and access. So we look forward to engaging the council on these topics as moving forward, and thank you for your attention and your support.
Thank you, Tony. No, great work, and which is why I say you guys are awesome advocates. Always taking the opportunity to, put in a plug there, and so you guys have my commitment as a supporter of bikes or biking in our community, trails and bike lanes, and really connecting all neighborhoods within the city of Fresno because there are many benefits that come from it. So happy to continue having the discussions as to how the city of Fresno can become much more friendlier to the biking community, to also the walking community, and so I look forward to continue working hard to find those places where we can make some improvements. And again, thank you all for being here. City Clerk, could you read the proclamation for the record?
Whereas National Bike Month is held every May to encourage more people to use their bikes and is celebrated across the country through a wide variety of events promoting awareness and safety. And whereas the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee was established in 2002 by the Fresno City Council and is comprised of concerned community members with interest and expertise in bicycle and pedestrian issues. And whereas the Fresno County Bicycle Coalition, along with iBike Fresno, the Fresno Cycling Club, and the Pedal Junkies host an annual event to promote Bike Month and advocate the roles of bikes in improving the quality of improving air quality, public health, and traffic congestion. And whereas Fresno is kicking off Bike Month 2016 with the 15th annual Mall-to-Mall bike ride from Manchester Mall to downtown Fresno on May 4th. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fresno City Council does recognize May 2016 as National Bike Month in the city of Fresno.
It's okay.
I'll leave the save the date flyers here.
Okay. You can have this. Congratulations to everyone. Thanks for being here today. Our last ceremonial is College Making It Happen Day in the city of Fresno, and Member Baines and myself are the sponsors of this. It's great to have anxious recipients. So thanks for coming up here and being with us. So again, in District 4, Fresno State is one of my crown jewels, the Discovery Center, and Manuel's helping us with that as well. And so Fresno State is truly a crown jewel in District 4 and for the city of Fresno. So we have Gloria Ponce Rodriguez, Fresno Unified School District. Okay. Christina, thank you for being here. Martina Granados, Director of Outreach and Special Programs at my alma mater, Fresno State, and Councilmember Baines' alma mater, Fresno State. And Steve Brandow, I think he's in the restroom. Not sure. And then Shirley, thank you for being here, Outreach Counselor from Fresno State. So thank you all for being here. And I'm going to share this honor with my colleague, Oliver Baines, III.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Listen, and we're going to pass the mic to you all in just a couple of minutes so you can talk a little bit about this. We're very honored to have them all here today. Many of us know in our community how important education is and how important it is to really encourage our students to move on to that next level of education after they graduate from high school. So any way we can raise the bar, raise the standard, raise the discussion about the importance of post high school education is important. And so we're doing a very small part. I mean, obviously we can, recognize it and talk about it, and there'll be a few people here that will see this broadcast today. But the people that are on the ground doing the real hard work about bringing awareness to our students, making pathways to college truly available for them, are standing here in front of us today. So I wanted to give them an opportunity to talk a little bit about College Making It Happen Day.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here, and thank you for the opportunity. We wanted to have this proclamation because we know that it brings value to the families that we're working with and instilling them that a college education or just an education in general is very important to them. It's critical that we start working with the children and their families that are early stage, not waiting until they're in high school to say, do you want to go to college? And this is why College Making It Happen, it's taking place in partnership with our district, Fresno Unified, who's one of the largest districts and has a need to get our children to go into post-secondary education. And what a better place than to invite them over to our Fresno State University, that is their university, and we're here at home. So the early exposure that we can provide to them is just to do that, to begin planting that seed that a college education could be a reality, to start educating the parents and the students at an early age about the importance of what a college education will do for them, and then also supporting the initiatives and the different things that our campus as well as the district is doing, to do that. I won't take too long, and I will share the mic with both Christina or Sher, who Sher has been, is fairly new in our staff, but has been thrown into the fire with the many different conferences that we've had. I myself have been on the campus a little over 25 years, and I've had the opportunity this last 5 or 6 months to be in a new role, of replacing someone that was in our area over 36 years, Francis Peña. So my charge is to do the early outreach for the university, and so I'm starting, when they say early, I'm going all the way into their homes if necessary, early, even if they're children, by looking for opportunities and events that we can bring the families to the campus, events similar to College Making It Happen, but other bigger events that we've had on our Fresno State campus. We had one big one last year that it was Feria de Educación. We brought in close to 7,000 people to the campus, and that's through an initiative with the Chancellor's Office, but this year we're looking at making it bigger. But today it's about College Making It Happen for our youth in Fresno Unified.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christina Espinoza, and I'm the Director for College and Career Readiness, and I directly oversee the counselors in Fresno Unified. So as Martina had mentioned, the district is very committed to ensuring that our students are graduating with the widest array of options, and so that they have the options to go to pursue whatever post-secondary option they choose to. And we're very committed to start. The early awareness is key for us. So this particular event serves as as a culminating event to the work that our middle school counselors are doing, 7th and 8th grade. So, and we begin with the exposure at a college campus. Many of our students, believe it or not, even though Fresno State is right down the street from their homes, have never actually stepped foot on a college campus. So it's very critical. So thank you so much for allowing us to present this proclamation today, or granting us the proclamation. So we're really excited about the event this Saturday. So if you have children at any of Fresno Unified's 12 middle schools, so please encourage them to attend or connect with their counselors. We'd love to have them on Saturday morning.
And we'd like to extend that invitation to all school districts in the Central Valley, for that matter, because the university is so diverse and has so many people from so many jurisdictions, not just California, but the world, really. Our programs at the university, and thanks to all of you, are getting better and better every day, and we really appreciate that. And now we'll read the proclamation. And this is for you and your team.
Whereas May 14, 2016 is College Making It Happen Day, which provides the perfect opportunity to recognize the importance of early college awareness and preparedness for middle school students at California State University, Fresno. And whereas California State University, Fresno will inspire, motivate, and provide early intervention opportunities to families as they prepare their children for higher education and instill the value of a quality education by demonstrating that a college education is an achievable goal for all students at Fresno State. And whereas the College Making It Happen presentations will target the entire family and deliver information in English, Hmong, and Spanish. And whereas the program will encourage participation from local media to promote a College Making It Happen Day on the campus of Fresno State and be supported throughout the city of Fresno's businesses, local agencies, corporations, organizations, and community by promoting College Making It Happen Day to middle school students who are in need of encouragement from various entities in efforts to strengthen the economic future in the city of Fresno. And whereas the program will promote early awareness to encourage participation from families, students, and other concerned citizens to attend College Making It Happen Day on the campus of Fresno State on May 14, 2016, and any other College Making It Happen Day event throughout the years in efforts to promote a college-going culture throughout the city of Fresno. And whereas the program will encourage the continued partnership with a consortium of colleges and universities, school districts, as well as local media that include Univision and other media outlet stations to support the President's 2020 goal by supporting to promote more graduates in the city of Fresno. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Council Members Oliver L. Baines and Council President Paul Capriolio, do hereby declare May 14, 2016 to be College Making It Happen Day in the city of Fresno.
I think for the council, that's probably the best part of the day, I guess, other than adjournment, but is the ceremonial part and acknowledging the wonderful people of our community that do so much for the city of Fresno, and we really, really appreciate it. Okay, we're going to go to the contested consent calendar, and Council Member Soria pulled item 1E, authorizing the submission of applications for grant funds. And this is a citywide program. Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for being here.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. Staff, both from Public Works and the Parks Department, are available with any questions. This item is an opportunity to apply for grant funding for the current year active transportation program. Generally funds sidewalk, pedestrian type improvements, bike lanes, trails, school area or transit related type traffic signals. And between the two departments, we have a list of recommended projects for council support and authorization to submit the grant applications. We'd be glad to answer any questions and would recommend your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Mosier. Did you have any further? Well, yes, I just thought since he's here, maybe you'd want to ask a question or two right away. I'll take it to the public. Or if you'd prefer, we can go to the public. Anyone in the public wish to comment on this item, please come forward and give us your name and your address for the record. And you'll have 3 minutes to convey your thoughts to us.
Good afternoon, council members. I am Reverend Sophia DeWitt. I serve as Better Blackstone Project Manager it's a project of Fresno Metro Ministry. I'm here to speak in favor of the city's ATP application and urge you to support it as well. I live at 4910 North Sequoia Avenue in District 1. And I urge you to support this application because greater pedestrian and bike facilities are needed in our city. We just saw the proclamation related to National Bike Month. But we have also been working along the Blackstone corridor with a number of residents affiliated with Susan B. Anthony Elementary School. They have a deep concern and desire for a traffic signal and a crosswalk across Blackstone at Webster Avenue, and that is something that we have raised with city staff. We know it's on the priority list for under this application. We're very hopeful that if the application goes forward and gets funded, that this is something that can go in soon to protect the safety of those children as they cross back and forth to school. Also in this application would be funding that would allow for the completion of the Fresno Midtown Trail that would provide trail facilities from the city of Clovis to Blackstone and Shields using a bankway trail design. which our residents are also very interested in seeing come to pass. So I just wanted to let you know that residents in Central Fresno are very excited about these projects and ask for your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the community wish to come forward? Now is your opportunity to address this item. And please give us your name and address.
Hi, good afternoon. Ashley Warner with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I want to say thank you to staff for all the time they have spent talking to us about potential projects that residents in Southeast Fresno and West Fresno and the Jane Addams communities have proposed. My coworkers who were leading this work couldn't be here this afternoon, but I do want to say that we acknowledge and we really appreciate the administration's support for addressing infrastructure deficiencies in the downtown and Blackstone. We'd really like to see going forward more attention also focused on the neighborhoods, the very low-income neighborhoods immediately surrounding the downtown, as well as other areas, Southeast Fresno, West Fresno, Jane Addams. There's a lot of areas that have great need, and unfortunately there are no ATP applications for any of those neighborhoods. So we'd really like to see staff attention dedicated to really reaching out to residents there and making sure that we get projects in the pipeline to address their concerns. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the community wish to come forward? Now is your opportunity to address this item. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it to the dais. Do we have a motion to approve? The screen is clear. Motion by Member Brand, second by Member Olivier. Oh, you just punched up. Okay, good.
Thank you, Council President. So I just had a few questions. I actually pulled the item. So I'm obviously very supportive of these types of projects that the city staff is proposing for us to submit as part of the application. Glad to hear the supportive comments from Sophia, and then also thank you, Ashley, for those comments. And to some degree, I echo some of those same concerns because I actually represent areas west of the 99 that are not included, and so I just wanted to get a little bit more background information in terms of the process. How do you guys select the projects? I'm glad to hear that there's residents in Central Fresno and in certain neighborhoods that have been included to move these projects forward, but if you could maybe speak to kind of the process that you have.
Absolutely. Several years ago, the City Council formed a committee, actually, which was just up here before you during ceremonial presentations, and that's the BPAC. And that's a group who spends a lot of hours, meets each month, and of course, each council member has one appointee along with the mayor who has two. And they communicate a lot of priority requests. They help us evaluate many of them and sift through a lot of competing priorities throughout the city. We're also quite engaged with all the school districts in the area, and typically each school district will have a liaison to the city who will communicate some of these items, such as, for example, the Midtown Fresno multimodal interconnectivity, which deals with installing traffic signals near schools. Two of those, for example, happen to be in Council District 1. Those have been priorities. So we work through those, and then along with that, there are some projects which we'd considered and are not on this list simply because they do not meet the ATP grant criteria. For example, there are areas where we'd very much like to install a sidewalk, but if it's along undeveloped vacant property, the state basically frowns on that and can disqualify the project. So we've got some sidewalks like that we'd like to do. We would look at a different funding source for that opportunity.
Thank you. The other question I had, and so I'm excited to see there's Heaton Elementary, which is in District 1, and then I know that you guys gave me the schools in terms of the parks, after school sites. I know that many of them are in my district that will benefit as well, and so thank you guys for the work. Just wanted to ask, I know that in the staff report you guys mentioned that, so this is the state funding, right? And then there's the regional pot. And so just kind of wanted to get a sense that what is the timeline for the Fresno COGS regional funding? And are there already projects that we're looking at that we're probably include as part of that pipeline, or is there an opportunity to have input?
Yes, so there are, Council, there are two different funding cycles. The state cycle, these are due in June, and those will be selected and made known in October and November. The state, or the Fresno COG conducts a regional call right afterwards, and let me ask our grants administrator, Shelby McNabb, about the timeline of when the COG applications look like they're due.
So it has the ATP.
Okay. Right. Thanks, Shelby. The question was regarding when the COG applications are due, and that will actually come out this summer. So there could yet be another opportunity based upon that to come back for the council as well if there are a desire to add projects even into that regional call.
Perfect. And as part of, I know that we've identified the 29 schools, and so there was one, I think, I'm not sure how many schools were serviced in the first round, and then now we're looking at servicing schools in the, I guess, in the second round. And the services that we provide are with schools that already have after-school programs. Is that my understanding, the correct understanding that I have? And maybe Manuel can.
My colleague, Mr. Maldonado, can speak to that one. That's been a very successful, well-received program this first round. I know I got to see some letters back from some of the kids. Manuel.
Manuel Molinero, Parks Director, City of Fresno. Yes, these programs have been implemented at the school sites that we presently operate out of, which is 29. But in addition to that, we've also taken this program to our community centers.
Okay. And do you think there'd be opportunities? I know that Inspiration Park is our newest park. We do have a community center there. I know that the nonprofit is, there's the Boys and Girls Clubs and RACV that are running essentially in partnership with the city, the park. But do you think that there'd be an opportunity there to include them as part of the list? Because I know that west of the 99 we're kind of deficient in some of these types of programs.
Yeah, it would really be no problem. The program is a self-contained program that we have, and we actually move it from site to site. It's a 6-week-long program, so we would just plug it into Inspiration Park. We would have to coordinate with RICV and the Girls and Boys Club. Girls and Boys Club would help us promote it for the kids there, and then we could go ahead and implement it. But yes, it would be no problem.
Great. I would love to see that. So maybe if we can work together to make sure that residents in that area also get to experience some of the same benefits of these great programs.
Sure.
So.
Be more than happy to work with your office on that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Those were all the questions that I had.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Passes 5-0 with members Brand and Baines absent. Next will be item 1L on the contested consent. This item was pulled by member Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. The item itself, I received a call yesterday from Patience Milrod, and she had wanted to make some additional comments regarding the agenda item. And I guess there was some other folks that were also interested. Patience, would you like to address it?
I believe Councilmember Baines has a proposal, and I had understood his preference to be that he would like to introduce it, and he's better qualified than I am to do that because it's his. So if I could defer my comments, I really appreciate your courtesy, Councilmember Quintero, but if I could come up after Councilmember Baines has proffered his amendments.
We have the empty chair syndrome. Oh, here it comes. Then I'll turn it over to Councilmember Baines, who has now filled the empty chair.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Quintero. And I just wanted to, we haven't gone back out to the public yet? No. Okay, good. Because before we go back out to the public, I thought it was important to make a couple of things very clear. There's been quite a bit of discussion about this issue over the last couple of weeks, it seems. And I think there's been a pretty fairly consistent misrepresentation about what this is on all sides that I've heard. So I'm going to introduce a couple of amendments today to the existing ordinance, and hopefully it's done to clarify what this is and what this is not. So the first thing that this is not an ordinance that deals with any of our interior standards or design. This is not what this is about. It's referenced in here, but the makeup and the idea of this particular policy is and has always been to deal with nuisance behaviors in neighborhoods by residents. This is what it has been for the last couple of decades. I know that because for my 12 years as a police officer, 9 of those years I used this ordinance very effectively to deal with nuisance homes and neighborhoods. It is a very effective tool. So that's the first thing. This ordinance is about ensuring that the quality of life in the neighborhood is not only guaranteed for people in affluent neighborhoods, but for people in less affluent neighborhoods as well. And there's a standard of living that we expect and demand of our residents in this city, and this ordinance helps to enforce that. Secondly, there's been some probably lack of clarity over who this ordinance was expanded to. So to be very clear, for the last almost 2 decades that this ordinance has been in existence, this ordinance has always been applicable to tenants. I can tell you that firsthand because I applied it to tenants when I was a police officer. If a resident and it was in a neighborhood and they were a renter and they had unruly, untenable behavior, believe me, I marched right in with this ordinance and used that as some very severe leverage to make them act right. And I can tell you that it works because I've used it that way. There are a lot of us sometimes that may, in the effort to preserve rights, we also have to remember that people living in neighborhoods that have bad actors want this type of protection. And we must ensure that they have that. And this ordinance really accomplishes that. And tenants have always been a part of that. They are co-responsible for their behaviors in their residences and their neighborhoods. Next, what we did expand this to, we did expand some behaviors. There are some things that you will see that were behaviors that were expanded and clarified that may not have been clear before, so we did do that. But most importantly, this ordinance was expanded to include homeowners associations and property management companies who had largely been excluded from the accountability portion of neighborhood problems or apartment problems. So I believe that was a fair expansion. So now when you think about the applicability of this ordinance, what you have is not only are property owners responsible and tenants, they have always been responsible. Property owners and tenants have always been a part of this, but we now have homeowners associations and property management companies that are included in the accountability portion of this ordinance, which is right, is fair. So I really wanted to contextualize this discussion because so many times these conversations fall into talking points. But this is what it was really about. We have areas of our city where, and I'll tell you one in particular that I used to, was an area known as the dog pound. Many of you probably heard about how many arrests that were made from the police department recently, but I can tell you that absent this ordinance, when I had those gang members and violators in those communities, essentially terrorizing communities, we would have had very little to do that could be done. because there are times in communities where the level of nuisance and disruption does not always rise to a criminal level, but sometimes it is just short of that, but they are tremendously disturbing to our residents. And we want to make sure that all communities have the ability to rely on enforcement from us for habitable neighborhoods. So, with that being said as the context, my colleagues should have a copy of some of my proposed amendments. I'm not going to walk you through them right now because I'm going to allow the public to speak, but when the public has weighed in on that and has given their comment, I will walk you through some of the proposed amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. We have, we'll take this out to the public now, and I have some cards. Andy Levine, you're up first. And after Andy will be the Reverend Sophia DeWitt. And after that would be Noah Paramo. And the last card I have is Jim Grant. So, Andy, welcome. Good to see you.
Thanks, Council President. Thank you, Council. My name's Andy Levine, 546 North Fulton Street. Thanks for the time today, and want to start by thanking Councilmember Baines for the time he's taken to explain and clarify some issues and concerns we've had on this, and put forward the proposed amendments that you all have before you today. We certainly believe that those amendments are significant and important in clarifying some things, in making sure that some significantly unintended consequences that we believe would have been present and still will be present, quite frankly, are mitigated as much as possible. And so thank you, Councilmember Baines, for the proposal on those pieces. We believe that everybody absolutely has a role to play in this. That we have issues throughout our city, and that all parties need to be held responsible for that. So just want to be clear. I think we're all in agreement on that. I do think there's a perception out there that is somehow either not true, not the case, or that there are individuals in our complexes and communities that are problematic, that are in some significant percentage. We believe that's a very small percentage. We know that's a small percentage, but we certainly do know that they need to be addressed. I think our real concern here, so we do believe there is still a risk here for unintended consequences for low-income tenants who are not intentionally doing anything that's problematic, but could get caught up in the net on this. And so, I do think that this feels still rushed and premature, and there's some confusion there. But again, appreciate some of the clarifications that have been made and some of the steps that have been taken to mitigate some of those concerns. The stories that came out in the Fresno Bee this weekend, and some of the voices that have been through our community for the last couple of years and even couple of decades, I think have made crystal clear that we have a housing crisis on our hands. We have substandard housing all over our city, and again, we all have a role to play in that. But we know that there are property owners, again, a minority of property owners, but those that own enough units in our city that have trapped thousands of our Fresnans and our neighbors in substandard and unhealthy, unsafe conditions. And the city of Fresno has a legal responsibility to actually address that and uphold the local and state laws. And so we're excited about the conversation that's underway towards for the first time in Fresno's history, a routine interior inspection program, and look forward to seeing that through. But that, I think, the pain and the voices in the community have revealed that is really the structural gap and crisis that's on our hands. And so we certainly implore you to keep your eyes towards that, and let's make sure we tackle this comprehensively for the sake of our low-income tenants, for those that have been trapped in these conditions, but again, as the story showed, for the sake of all of our health and safety, property values, and otherwise. So thank you.
Hey, Andy.
Thank you.
Council President, if I could ask him
Certainly.
a question.
Member
Andy,
Brandau.
what do you think these amendments change? Could I hear it in your layman's terms?
I think I don't actually know all the details of what are the amendments. I know some of the things that I believe were being considered. So I look forward to your all's discussion on this.
So you don't know what they say, but you're supporting them.
So I
kind of like Nancy Pelosi a little bit.
So we don't have the document that you all have in front of you. I know some of the things that were being considered, and I think one, making clear that this is that the real thrust of this is adding homeowner associations and property management companies.
Well, we did that last week, and you were opposed to that then. So what, in your mind, do you know what changes this that you're standing up here and saying Thank you, Councilman Baines. I appreciate the amendments.
Yeah, I think the steps that makes clear have to be taken before anyone can be cited for this. There's a whole procedure that needs to be in place, and it needs to be only for habitual offenses and for very clear violations that are of nuisance to the entire community. I think the language that has been in the ordinance, both the current and the proposed, is ambiguous and vague, and could have cast far too wide a net to catch people up that don't need to be a part of this. I believe there's a consideration in front of you to make sure that ability to pay is taken seriously, because we have a poverty issue in our city as well.
Is ability to pay in your amendments, Councilman Baines? No. Okay. I just was checking because when he was talking, I couldn't hear any changes, and then you're talking about changes, so that kind of.
And
I'm
Council,
trying to clarify all
and,
of this.
and let me clarify for you and for everybody. This is the amendments proposed are clarity. So the words, yes, there are different words in here, but we are clarifying the intent of this ordinance, because the way that it was proposed initially, unfortunately, the intent was not clear, and statements that people have made on both sides of this have let me see that very few people really understood what the idea of this was. This isn't about slumlords. This isn't about habitability standards. This isn't about the housing crisis that we have in Fresno. This is about nuisance homes and problems in neighborhoods. This is what this is about.
And ability to pay is not involved.
Well, I'm gonna ask the city attorney to come back with an ordinance or with some recommendations on ability to pay for the entire city, because we don't have anything like that at all. So it will not be included in this matter here, but I'm going to ask the city attorney to explore that on our behalf, so that he can provide us some direction on how to insert that into our entire administrative process, so that can be contemplated at every level.
Okay, separate from this.
Yes, but this will be ultimately impacted by whatever decision we make. We don't have any ability to pay discretion for any hearing officer in our ordinance at all. It's actually, a little unique that we don't. So in discussing this with the city attorney, he said, hey, why don't you give us some direction to come back and let you all see how we can implement the ability to pay. But it certainly needs to be present in our entire ordinance.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. We'll come back to council comments in a few moments. Back to public comment, and Reverend DeWitt, thank you for being patient. Next will be Noah Paramo. I believe I pronounced that correctly. Please give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello again, council members. I am still Reverend Sophia DeWitt, and I still reside at 4910 North Sequoia in District 1. And I am up here also as project manager for Better Blackstone project, and I am here to thank Councilmember Baines for the amendments that he worked with many community members on in this ordinance to clarify its intent. And as he said, to clarify that the ordinance is not designed to have anything to say about citing interior habitability standards or letting property owners off the hook for any of those violations of state housing law. And so while I, along with other community members, may continue to have some concerns about ways in which this revised ordinance may have some unintended consequences, I urge us not to take our eye off the ball. And the ball I think that we all need to be looking at is making sure that we have a robust interior inspection program for properties that have a habitual record of housing violations. This is something that has worked very well in numerous other communities in California, including in our neighboring city of Visalia. And I think in order for us to get a handle on some of the housing problems that we have in our community, we will not be able to do that without an interior inspection program. And indeed, if we want our central city, including Blackstone and its environs, to come back and be strong and help contribute to the strength of our entire city, our neighborhoods have to be strong and vital and clean and safe for everyone as well. So let's keep our eye on the ball of that interior inspection program and continue to support the work of the Code Enforcement Task Force that is working to bring that to reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Noah Paramore, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm sorry if I didn't. Please give us your name and address, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Noé Paramo, President Caprioglio.
Thank you.
Council members. I'm with California Rural Legal Assistance. We're here in Fresno on Shaw Avenue. And I'm representing the California Rural Assistance, a statewide organization that looks at low-income communities and how they're affected by decisions and policies that are being made. And so we appreciate the amendments that were presented today, and to hope to clarify and improve the proposed ordinance that's under discussion and consideration, so that it's a safety net and not penalizing residents, and so it has an undue effect and burden on these communities. So we support economic security, and the concern is that the ordinance could be unfairly applied. The idea of to have an amendment that's going to be penalizing to communities is unfair. So the amendment that you're proposing today, as we're looking at it on the ability to pay, warrants discussion, study, and it's to be applied in an equitable manner. And I'm just looking at it, and I see it back here. So that low-income residents live a quality of life, has been mentioned, and healthy communities are built, and not have stress that they're already undergoing. So in promoting economic security and building healthy communities, our communities are already under strain from drought, lack of jobs, low pay, and we don't need another ordinance that's going to have a penalizing effect. Many of our constituent communities look forward to applying for naturalization or deferred action for childhood arrivals, deferred action for parent arrivals. And we want to promote that civic participation through this application process. And we're afraid that this ordinance could have a chilling effect if unduly applied through these fees and costs. So look forward for your consideration, and that this ordinance is applied in a just manner, and that you go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Jim Grant, you're next, please. Give us your name, address, and you have 3 minutes to convey your thoughts to us.
Thank you very much. My name is Jim Grant. I live at 4098 West Harvard Avenue in Fresno, and I serve as the Social Justice Director for the Diocese of Fresno. I'd like to share something that I think bears very much on this issue, even if it at first blush might not. Someone came to this country and said this on September 25th. Government leaders must do everything possible to ensure that all can have the minimum spiritual and material means needed to live in dignity and to create and support a family, which is the primary cell of any social development. In practical terms, this absolute minimum has 3 names: lodging, labor, and land, and 1 spiritual name, spiritual freedom, which includes religious freedom, the right to education, and other civil rights. This was Pope Francis when he came to the United Nations, but when he addressed the UN, he was able to remind the world of the dignity of all people, and that government must do whatever they can to respect the needs of people and to put people always first. He has addressed so many social issues that you always are dealing with as a council, and I thank you for what you do and for what you want to keep doing for the city of Fresno. The issue under consideration, I think, is very pertinent to the Pope's plea for lodging that is worthy of people. And this is a thing that depends not only on the ability of people to maintain, but for the property themselves to be worthy of habitation, and for the city in its own way and with its cooperation with development and with managers to oversee that people have their rights as human beings respected always, in all places, but especially in conditions such as those that have been diagnosed in this most recent investigative study by the Fresno Bee, and also going back in time, all the work done on housing and its issue in this city. Thank you for committing to doing what you can to not only work on this one issue under consideration with amendments on a certain ordinance, but having a direction to your own work to guide this city forward with a respect for the individual human being who happens to be in this valley very often a poor person needing all the help they can get. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in our community wish to come forward and comment on this item, please do with your name and address, and you have 3 minutes. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Council President. Greg Trzakis with the California Apartment Association. My business address is 516 West Shaw in the city of Fresno. I'm slightly confused in the audience because it's my understanding that the MORPO is going to be dealing with behavioral issues of people that are residing in these properties, as Councilmember Baines talked about, and he has probably more experience than anyone else, having been a police officer, in using these types of ordinances. I don't believe this speaks to interior inspections. That's a conversation we're having with the administration, with other community-based organizations. We support MORPO. We believe that, as Councilmember Baines said, these neighborhoods deserve to be habitable and safe, and the malefactors need to be punished, and there needs to be enough of a hammer so they know that their actions are going to be held accountable. I would hope that the council moves forward with this. I unfortunately did not until a few minutes ago have a chance to see the amendments, but I will say that as this conflates into a larger conversation regarding housing, habitability, substandard housing, affordable property, affordable housing in Fresno. I saw Council Member Bain once more time to refer to you, your quote in the Bee about this is not the end or the middle, this is the beginning. And I completely agree, and I would think of what Churchill said in 42 when he said, this is not the end, this is not the beginning of the end, but we hope it is the end of the beginning. And I think we get to the end of the beginning and start moving on to the larger issues by passing MORPO and moving on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in the community wish to be heard on this issue, please come forward. And we'd love to have your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Fisk. I live at 1112 East Franklin Avenue in the Lowell neighborhood. And first of all, thank you so much, council members, for addressing this item. Last month, when you voted unanimously on April 28th to approve the amendments that were made, that showed Fresno that this is something that you're concerned about, and that swift move was appreciated. I also appreciated Councilmember Brand that you had sought counsel with the Apartment Association to work out to see what this kind of amendment would do. As a community advocate, something that I did notice was that community advocates' names were not mentioned last month, so I appreciate the conversations that have happened since then. We just recently have seen a copy of the proposed amendments, and I am not an expert on what the consequences of these may be, but I do very much do appreciate and want to communicate on behalf of a resident of a neighborhood that is impacted by crime and blight, that we appreciate the effort that you are making today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in our community wish to come forward? Now's your opportunity. Name, address, and you have 3 minutes. Good to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan Alonzo, Fresno Chamber, 2331 Fresno Street, just a couple blocks down. The Fresno Chamber GAC voted to support these amendments to the management of real property, and we hope that this can be the final step in passing them along today. We encourage you to.
Thank you for the brief comments. Brief but effective. Okay. Anyone else wish to come forward? Now's a chance.
I think this is my third time up here today. I might be up here again if I can stick around. Ashley Werner with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We did sign on to the letter submitted by ACLU, and I just want to make a brief comment that I'm personally really uncomfortable with this moving forward today with, either as it stands now or with the amendments. I think this is a really significant issue. Whether we adopt this ordinance or we don't, and I think the public has a real right to be involved. We have an established code enforcement task force. I don't believe that this has been vetted with them at all. I'd also like to know if this has been vetted with any actual tenants and, discussed with them about their experience. So just as somebody who works with Leadership Council, with many tenants throughout the city, I think it's really important that we ensure that we have enough time. These issues have been going on for decades. There's no reason we have to adopt this right now and shortcut a real public process. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, anyone else wish to come forward? If there's someone else that wishes to come forward, please come up to the front row and we'll take care of you after the speaker. Good afternoon. If we can have your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is M.J. Borelli. I'm Executive Director of the Fair Housing Council of Central California. We're an organization that's committed to stopping housing discrimination, and it's partnering of also exclusions in lending and insurance markets. And having had this particular topic at our past conference on April 29th with a number of lawyers in the room, as well as HUD, Department of Fair Employment and Housing, and other organizations, we simply do not support this particular move to somehow or another throw tenants in the mix. It looks to us, we're all about inclusive communities, and it looks to me like the problem could be that we're going to be picking on certain communities. In fact, if we look at where the problem areas are in terms of blight, okay, which is, adjunct area of what we're talking about here. Let's make sure we keep it all separate. You will note that all those blighted areas are within your Cdbg maps. And it seems to me that we need to sort of rediscover what we're doing here in our consolidated planning process and determining really what are the real impediments to fair housing choice. And sometimes what we see from the many, many hundreds and hundreds of complaints that we get from tenants in the city of Fresno alone in regard to how they're treated by landlords and how they're unfairly treated by city officials or city departments when they try to make complaints about some of the things that we've discussed today. We do not support the amendments nor this particular change to the ordinance.
Thank you very much. Ms. Milrod, you're next. Anyone else like to comment, please come down and have a seat close to the microphone, and we appreciate that. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council President Capriolio and council members. My name is Patience Milrod. My office is at 844 North Van Ness Avenue in the Tower District. We think, actually, the city attorney spent about an hour and a half with me, educating me about the amendments that you initiated on April 28th. Obviously, you didn't approve them. There was some thought that they might become an emergency ordinance, and they didn't because your council said, no, can't do that, have to have a public hearing, and we appreciate that. And then we appreciated very much the opportunity to sit with Councilmember Baines, who worked with us to ensure that our misunderstanding of the ordinance, which arose from the language of the ordinance, got clarified by putting language in the ordinance that said what the ordinance is for and what it would do. And that's what the amendments that we just all received this afternoon, that looks to us like that's pretty much what they do. Of course, I have to agree with my colleagues, they're not perfect, but also like what is. So I am I am supportive of these amendments. I believe that they will prevent catching up innocent people, and they will ensure that responsible individuals, including landlords, property managers, homeowners associations, and tenants, will not be allowed to make their neighbors' lives a living misery because they fail to be good citizens and good neighbors. So we are very much in agreement about the ultimate aim of these amendments, and I do understand that there will be some procedures, some specific procedures built into it that will prevent catching up people who are actually innocent parties, and that's very, very important to us. So we appreciate everyone's time, energy, thoughtfulness, and willingness to attack these thorny problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in our community wish to come forward? This is your opportunity. Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. I just want to make a couple of comments. I usually go last, but I'm going to just do a little introduction from my perspective. And, there's lots of diverse opinions here today, and we get it during all our meetings often, which is healthy. That's a good thing to do for the betterment of Fresno. But I just want to say, unlike previous councils and council members, as president of this group, this body, and all the members up here on this dais, I'm sure we will be remembered as the council that stopped kicking the can down the road. It happens over and over and over. And from this council, with our surface water treatment plant approval, all the hearings we had from water rates, so forth and so on, to where we are today, we've been making decision after decision for the best possible result for the city of Fresno. So again, nothing is perfect. It's always subject to amendments and so forth to get to that perfection. But to get there, you have to have a council that's willing to take a stand and pass different ordinances and objects and ideas and so forth, public works projects, etc. And this is the body that does it. And I'm proud to be part of this group. And we will continue to do that. And you'll never see us not fall into the trap of the old and not kick the can down the road. We will confront it. We will take care of it to the best of our ability. And we have 7 diverse opinions from well-educated, well-informed people here on the dais, our administration, our directors. It's a total team concept from the city of Fresno. We all work together, and we will get to the best result possible for us. So thank you for your indulgence. Now, Member Baines is the author of this, so we will go back to him. And again, thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Council President. And I've had a very strong request by my friend and colleague, Member Brandow, to walk through each one of the proposed amendments, which I had intended to do anyway. I wanted to make sure that the public had a chance to comment. So let me, at risk of getting the repeater award from our Council President, and I see, unfortunately, some folks that I wanted to talk to who've walked out of the room. I want to make clear, and I tried to do that in my earlier comments, what this ordinance is not, and what this discussion is not about. This discussion is not about our housing stock. It's not about habitability standards. This is about nuisance behaviors in neighborhoods and the quality of life in neighborhoods. And while the other topics are very important, they are being addressed through different policy measures and through a different discussion. So I think it's very important that as tensions are running high, and I'm saying this for my council colleagues as well as people in the audience, that we talk about what this ordinance really is about, so that we can narrow the discussion and not talk about things that aren't relevant today. Not that those issues aren't relevant. Slumlords, habitability standards, interior standards, our housing stock, all very important conversations. This today is not that. So I want to be clear for my colleagues and clear for the public. And lastly, this ordinance has been in place for 2 decades almost. And tenants have always been included since the beginning. They were not included with the introduction of this new ordinance. They've always been included. So I need to make that clear too, because I think that there's still a sentiment that all of a sudden tenants are now going to be responsible for their behavior. Tenants have always been responsible for their behavior in communities, always, with this ordinance. So I don't know how much clearer I can make those statements and make that, but hopefully that clarified it for people. Now, council, I'm going to walk you through the 7 or 8 amendments page by page, and you guys can follow along, and I'll give a very short description on what they all mean. So if you look at page 4, you'll see the highlighted area in yellow. Councilman Brandow, you may want to follow along. The very first one, this simply allows tenants to have representation at the appellate hearings. Property owners were given that ability, so this simply allows tenants to have that very same ability as well. I'm not sure anyone would disagree with that. If we move to page 5, this is very matter of fact. I mean, this ordinance is not intended to supplant anything to do with interior standards or designs. That's all it says on page 5. If you're looking at the highlighted yellow, it's actually very, very easy. When you turn to page 6, if you notice that you see in yellow, we've added cultivation as far as the expansion of criminal activity. So before it was there, it was the legal use, sale, and possession. We now just added cultivation, so it expands that area. If you move on to page 7, this makes sure that we are excluding domestic violence as a call for service that is counted against the tenant. We are not trying to have a victim of domestic violence at risk for being considered nuisance behavior. So we still include domestic disturbances. We just exclude domestic violence so as not to overly penalize a victim. As you move on to page 8, you'll see those 2 highlighted sections there. This simply ensures that a person is not going to be cited unless they're identified. When we talk about crimes of graffiti and what have you, we want to make sure that they are actually identified before they're cited. This section really is designed to ensure that property owners clean up their properties, not go after. Are you on page 8, Councilman Brandow?
Yeah.
Okay.
8? Yep. I'm
okay.
Making notes.
Okay, good. That's what it's for. So if we move on to page 10, I believe. I'm sorry, 9. There's a little one on page 9, and this makes sure that not only are property owners identified, but all relevant parties are going to be identified or given notice for unlawful activity, not just the property owner. All parties are going to be given notice. If we move over to page 10, this really ensures that the hearing officer has discretion to find the party at fault. And there are going to be times that somebody could go to a hearing and there could be a dispute over who's at fault. Well, this allows the hearing officer to make sure that they can arrive at assign blame to the right person. And finally, at the end of page 10, I'm going to ask the city attorney's office to give us a uniform process for the ability to pay for our administrative fines and citations as a citywide policy. We have many areas where citizens in our community are given administrative fines or citations, and as we were going through this document, it was brought to my attention by the city attorney that, quite frankly, we don't have any policy that allows a hearing officer to have any discretion of any sort when it comes to our fines and administrative cites. So this would simply direct the city attorney's office to come back to us with a process that we could contemplate to allow that to happen. That would not only be applicable to this ordinance, but to all of our administrative cites and fines. So council, those are the proposed amendments. It was done to clarify what this ordinance was not and what it is. And so I think that these are very matter of fact and straight to the point. I want to thank Patience and Andy for working, for powering through this and offering up some suggestions that would help make it clear. I know that you didn't get all of the suggestions that you wanted in. I appreciate you working with us with that, but I think that these added portions do add clarity for not only the council and the council later to come, but also the public as well. So with that, I would like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation with the proposed amendments. And City Attorney, I do understand that would reinitiate the ordinance process.
Yeah, it would be considered reintroduced and would have to come back for adoption.
It's considered a reintroduction. So, and Councilmember Soria is my second. Thank you.
Okay, we have a first and a second to accept, and I'm glad I pulled it out off the agenda, the consent calendar this morning. Councilmember Brand.
Thank you, Acting Council President. Soon to be a year from now, President. This ordinance, council members, Bradville. And I'm going to echo what Councilmember Baines said. This ordinance is about social behavior. It's not really about the condition so much of the units. And one of the, I think it was Pastor Levine said, we have a substantial substandard housing problem across the city. I will add, because I've been in this business 37 years, nobody knows exactly what the extent of the problem is. There's 84,000 plus either multifamily units, there's including probably 30,000 plus single family units. And unless somebody did an inventory of the entire city, you're only guessing of what the extent of the problem is. I'm not saying there's not a problem. There certainly is a problem. Whether it's 5%, 10%, 20%, I don't think anybody knows. One of the first things we should do is actually assess the extent of the problem. Same time, we need to have objective measures. So do you evaluate a complex that was built 5 years ago the same as one that was built 80 years ago? We manage complexes in the Tower District that are 80, 90 years old. Believe me, that's a major task, is to keep these things just operating based on antiquated electric plumbing systems. They've got asbestos and lead-based paint. So there's different challenges there. So again, this city needs to find out exactly, I'm looking at Dale there too, that it's a monumental task on what the extent of the problem is, how to deal with it. But on this item right here, you were asking expanding liability to property management companies and HOAs. And again, by being in this business for 37 plus years, I can tell you that when you manage a property and you have an owner and you tell the owner that you have 4 units that need turning over, they need new carpets, they need painting, and the owner says, well, steam clean the carpets, paint them, don't worry about this or that. I don't know how you can come back, and when you have a clear line of communication, even in writing, you can come back and say, well, property manager, you're responsible when the financial responsibility, the checks are written by the owner. We're simply the managing agent. I'm not saying there's never a problem, because believe me, if there's ever a lawsuit, everybody's named in a lawsuit. And same thing applies to HOAs. We manage HOAs. HOAs, you have the control of the common areas. I'll give you one example. I know Bruce Rudd would know this. The units at Marks and Shaw, there's probably a couple hundred units there. They're probably owned by probably 100 to 200 different owners. The HOA management company doesn't have any say into who rents to what tenant. So if owner A wants to bring in somebody just got a state prison, they can do that. Owner B brings in 3 gang members, they can do that. So I don't know how you hold that HOA manager responsible for individual decisions made by individual owners. Now, there may be certain things that are under their control in terms of common areas and letting gangs mill around. We had one recently where there was a shooting and they had a gang funeral, which generally is an attractive place for more shooting. So I'm not saying there's an answer here and there's a way to do it, but this seems to me like everybody's rushing to judgment without even really defining the problem yet. And you're talking about, ability to pay. I can tell you from experience that if I have a tenant who's caused damage in his unit, and we've had $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, $9,000, then I can guarantee you we're not going to get the money from the tenant like 99% of the time. The owner is going to have to pay for the cost. And one that I know there's Mr. Baines is trying to make some amendments, but when an offending tenant is committing criminal acts or antisocial acts, the people that are going to be victims are not necessarily the owner, it's going to be the other tenants that live in the same building in the same complex. So how can you not hold somebody responsible when they're causing, the covenant of quiet enjoyment for everybody that lives in that complex, or having on-site managers that are threatened by these offending tenants? So we need to take a step back and reassess again where we're going on this thing, because, and I appreciate what Member Baines is trying to do, and he should know better. He's been on the police department. He's been out there. But I want to have more time to look at this and make sure the final product is something, one, that actually works, and two, is not just a gut level reaction trying to solve a problem that's not been defined yet. And again, I'm not saying there's not a problem. There is a problem, but we need to, again, assess what the problem is and find specific ways and measurable ways to find solutions. But simply, targeting people that may not be responsible is not the answer, in my opinion. So I'd like to, have more time to review this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brand. Member Olivier? Sure. Okay, and next will be Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. So I'm going to keep my remarks very brief because I have to go to the Park Summit at Bitwise, and so I may have to also, may be missing the next item, which is the analysis of impediments to fair housing. It's unfortunate that actually a number of people that spoke on this ordinance have left, because I think there's a broader issue in our community. While the ordinance is focusing on one specific issue in terms of nuisance, and really trying to hold other folks accountable as well, the city of Fresno has a broader issue in terms of our housing crisis. And I think, I believe last week or our last meeting, when we did have the workshop on the analysis of impediments to fair housing, I was pretty strong in terms of my feelings about the issue that we have. So all I will say is that I encourage everyone that is here on this same ordinance to really stick around and be part of that broader discussion, because in order for our community and for the city of Fresno to move beyond what has been highlighted over and over, not just through the Fresno Beat, but that we've seen through a number of people just sharing their stories and their challenges in terms of the housing crises that we face here in the city of Fresno, it is definitely worth that you guys stick around and really be part of that broader discussion that I know we will continue to have, and looking at other potential policy solutions that this body needs to be bold about, and take those proactive steps to really address the multitude of challenges that the most vulnerable here in our community are suffering. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I hope I don't get to miss much of that discussion. I will be leaving shortly to do some remarks, but I will be back. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Brandau, it's your opportunity.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilman Baines. Thank you for, about 10 or 15 minutes into discussion clarifying that for me. I appreciate that. If you'd have done that out of the chute, I might not have got so wound up. Thank you, patience. Like always, you brought a little bit of sanity. I think you were the first person that spoke that was actually addressing the document itself and not some other something that we've already hashed out, so appreciate that. The truth is, Councilman Baines, after you've gone through section by section that you had highlighted and clarified, I do think you're bringing some clarity to the document. Okay. However, I'm just going to be upfront. Most of the activists that were speaking today were completely off topic And then I started to wonder what is going on here. So maybe I even got off topic, and I do that. So as you went through piece by piece, I thought you brought some clarity, and I can acknowledge that. There's still one item, and it's really your last item, direction to CAO on uniform process for tenant payment based on the ability to pay. And I think that should be a standalone. If you want to give direction to our city attorney, I'd love to see you do it almost standing alone, because people are getting confused over what this document even stands for. And we had 2 or 3 people talking about people's ability to pay. It's not a part of this. Now, hypothetically, you may want it to be a part of this in the future, but I think you should give that direction separately. If you don't mind, if you can withdraw that statement from this document and this vote, then I can vote to support your amendment. Page 11 or page 12? Yeah, it starts on page 10 and goes to the top of page 11.
Councilman Brandau, I can accept that.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
City Attorney Sloan, did you have some comments?
It was covered, thanks.
Okay, and then we'll go to the Assistant City Manager. It's your opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And first, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Councilmember Baines for the clarification and the proposal to really strengthen this process. The changes maintains the integrity of the purpose of the ordinance, which is to improve neighborhood conditions. So the administration is supportive of the proposal with the changes noted. And this is introduction only, and so we will have a second chance to discuss this as well. So we are supportive of this action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, the screen is clear, and almost. Member Brand.
So, Councilmember Brando, you want to vote today?
Once Councilman Baines cleared everything up, paragraph by paragraph, I think he's actually done some good work inside there. Mm-hmm. I just think that the way he rolled it out, we'd already been into the conversation 20 minutes, which had become askew by some of the comments from the public. So if he's willing to pull out the part about ability to pay, then I think the rest I can vote on today.
Okay. I mean, and I think he's done a good job, on this deal. Just want to make one caveat that there could be some unintended consequences. And I'll tell you, being in the business, when you start just throwing liability around, capriciously, you're going to have issues where if I'm a property manager and I'm going to be held responsible for an owner who's not compliant, I'm going to cancel the contract. When that contract is canceled, you're going to have other management companies doing the same thing. You're going to have owners that'll basically go out and do whatever they want. So I'd like to see, I know there's a way to do this in a responsible way. And there are instances where management companies are responsible too, where they have the authority and they just simply don't exercise that authority. So that's something I'd like to see. Maybe Member Baines and I could meet and kind of refine that. And the real one, the big one, is more so on HOAs, which, again, the HOA manager only has control in the common areas. And unfortunately, when you have a case like I mentioned where you had 200 units and probably 200 different owners, you can't dictate to the owners who they bring in, the standards, and so on. You can make fines, but there's a limited amount of ability. And I don't think it's fair to the HOA manager to be penalized on items they have virtually no control. And again, you might get the same thing. You can have a succession of people saying, I don't want to take on this liability because I have no control over it. I'm going to subject myself to potential fines by the city and potential civil litigation because now there's a city law that says I'm responsible for it. So again, I like to work with Councilman Baines on these items, and I'm okay with 95% of it. And I think it's a good step in the right direction. So yeah, I'll go ahead and go with it and vote for it as long as I have the assurance.
I'm happy to work with you, Councilman Brand. I mean, we have a tremendous amount of respect for each other as always. So I respect your opinion, and I'm happy to work on other parts of this document that can be strengthened as well.
Okay, thank you.
Now the screen is clear. So on item 1L, do we have a motion? Yes. Okay, motion by Member Baines, second by Member Soria. And that's with the amendment of striking that last page. Direction of the CEO. Thank you. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go a little bit out of order here because I've seen staff members here all day. And out of fairness to them, we're going to go to item 2D as in David, actions pertaining to the Kings River Pipeline Project. This is District 5 in the county of Fresno. This is public utilities. No, I'm sorry. We will return to, excuse me, sir. We'll return to item 2C and finish that as soon as we do a couple of business items. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. This item is a recommendation to award a construction contract to Garney Pacific for the construction of the Kings River Pipeline. This project is part of the $429 million Recharge Fresno Water Program and is necessary to support the operation of the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility, which is already in construction. Funding for the project is provided through the State Revolving Fund low-interest loan, previously authorized by Council in January of this year. The project includes a 13-mile, 6-foot diameter welded steel pipeline and a water diversion structure located along the Fresno Irrigation District's Fresno Canal. Contractor pre-qualifications in accordance with the Construction Management Act was completed in December 2015, and the project was advertised for bid on January 27th of 2016. Bids were open on March 16th, and Garney Pacific was determined to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, with a bid that is 23% below the engineer's estimate. As stated in the staff report, the second lowest bidder filed an appeal of staff's determination that Garney Pacific is the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. Protest hearing was scheduled, but the appeal was withdrawn prior to the scheduled hearing, allowing us to move forward with the recommendation today to approve the 40th Amendment to the Annual Appropriation Resolution number 2015-104 to appropriate $48,246,900 in the State Revolving Fund Kings River Pipeline Loan Fund and award the construction contract to Garney Pacific in the amount of $45,583,750. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would any member of the public like to comment on this item? If so, please come forward. This is your opportunity to address this issue. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. We have Member Brandow.
Mike, you have a second. Thanks for meeting with me yesterday. You and Tommy met with you. I don't know if you met with other council members. Is this one of the projects that came in under budget? The proposal?
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, within the rate plan, budgetary estimates for construction were around $70 million. When we opened bids, low bidder was $45 million.
It's from 70 to 45.
That's correct.
I'm going to give you a round of applause. Thank you, Mike. Keep up the good work. I'm going to make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Screen is clear. A motion by Member Brandow, seconded by Member Quintero. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 6-0 with Member Soria absent. Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to 2E. Approve the 5th Amendment to the Consulting Services Agreement with Public Utilities again.
Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. This is a recommendation to approve the 5th Amendment to the Professional Engineering Consultant Services Agreement with Carollo Engineers Incorporated in the amount of $656,175. Carollo is the engineer of record for the Kings River Pipeline and must certify that the project was constructed in general accordance with the project construction documents. The purpose of the amendment is to provide compensation to Carollo for comprehensive services during construction of the Kings River Pipeline, for engineering services related to the change in configuration of the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility treated water reservoirs that yielded a savings of $1.5 million to the construction contract for that facility, and for on-call services related to SCADA integration, distribution system, water quality management, and other engineering support services for the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility. Approval of the 5th Amendment will increase Carollo's contract value to $19,585,227 for services associated with both the Kings River Pipeline and the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility. Fifth Amendment has been approved as to form by the City Attorney's Office, and we now recommend it for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, would any member of the public like to come forward and comment on this item? Please do so. We'll give you 3 minutes. Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Screen is clear. I'll make a motion to approve. Seconded by Member Quintero. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 6-0 with Member Soria absent. 2F, actions pertaining to the recycled water transmission main. Again, public utilities. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience today.
Thank you, Kevin Norgard, Department of Public Utilities Wastewater Management Division. The 2 items before you today are, one, the resolution to appropriate money for the design, and the second is to award the contract to the consultant, Blair Church Flynn, in the amount of $4,491,000. This project, Todd, can you get that on the overhead? This project is the linchpin in the recycled water system. It's the last piece that will connect the southwest with the northeast, and it's 18 miles of pipe. We anticipate construction to be about $47 million, and that'll come into clear. It'll be more clear how much it's going to be as we get the design done. We hope to finance that with SRF loans and grants. And Councilmember Quintero, thank you for wearing your purple shirt. We also anticipate this will create around 300 to 400 construction jobs over the course of the projects. I'll be available with questions.
It's great to hear about that job situation. Thank you. Anyone in the public wish to comment on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. I have a motion by Member Quintero, second by Member Brandau, although it's in your district. Thank you. And we will go to the screen. Member Brandau.
I was going to say, but Councilman Quintero made the motion, and that's actually fine. I did want to say this is fantastic for the city of Fresno. Within a couple of years, we have a lot of golf courses on the north end of town that are going to be watered with recycled water, some parks. This is all fantastic news, and very good job to everybody involved.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 5-0 with members Baines and Soria absent. I think what we're going to do is go to 2H, then we'll go back to C, and then to G with the workshop, and close it out with the workshop. So right now, item 2H, actions related to the supplemental reimbursements for urban growth management and development impact fees program. Mr. Mosier.
Good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. This is an item we typically bring before the Council each year. We've received a little bit of extra development impact fee revenue in 4 different funds, totaling $605,000. The developers have completed the infrastructure work. They've been standing in line for reimbursement, and Council approval will allow us to cut those checks and get them reimbursed. So we'd recommend approval and available with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mosier. Any member of the public wish to comment on this? Now's your opportunity. Please come forward, give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Seeing no one rushing to our podium, we'll bring it to the dais. Screen is clear. Do we have a motion? Motion by Member Brand, second by Member Olivier. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 6-0 with Member Soria absent. We'll go back to item 2C and conclude that. That's the one we started before lunch. I think Ms. Clark was in the middle of that with her wisdom.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Clark, Development and Resource Management. Before you this afternoon is the review and adoption of the analysis of impediments to fair housing. This document is required for the city to receive the 4 formula programs that we discussed this morning. Most communities conduct this as part of their consolidated planning process. We did not do that this year, so we are obligated to do it this year. We committed to HUD that we would provide it to them with our annual action plan. To note, the next time we do this document, it will be required to be submitted 270 days prior to the start of the next consolidated planning period. So the next time we will conduct an analysis of impediments of fair housing, it's our analysis of affirmatively furthering fair housing. We will need to conduct that and have it to HUD by October of 2018. So in a very short time, we'll be coming back and reevaluating these programs, and I think that's really important to note as we talk about this today. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the program as a whole, what was identified, what changes we are recommending based on conversations we had with our FHEO office. I'd also like to have our housing manager, Jose Trujillo, talk a little bit about the outreach and what we have tried to do and what we intend to do in the future to continue to expand and enhance outreach and public input on our processes. So again, the analysis of impediments to fair housing is required for the city to provide certification. What does certification mean? Certification means that we will, 1, conduct the analysis of impediments, 2, take actions on impediments if impediments are found, and 3, maintain records and provide a record of our accomplishments through our CAPER, our annual report that we provide to the City Council. So 2 weeks ago, you received a workshop. I hope you've had time since that workshop to review the document that was provided to you at that time. I think it provides a really good basis and a status report on where we are as a community as it relates to fair housing. So what is it that we are evaluating? We are evaluating impediments to fair housing choice. These are any actions, omissions, or decisions taken because of race, color, religion, sex, disability, familial status, or national origin, which restrict housing choices or the availability of housing choices, and any actions or omissions or decisions which have this effect. So that is what we are analyzing through in the analysis of impediments to fair housing. We identified a number of impediments, and I think it's important to remind ourselves what those impediments are that were identified in this report. There were private sector impediments and there are public sector impediments. The private sector impediments included impediment 1. Black or African American and Hispanic home purchase loan applicants have been denied home purchase loans at a higher rate than white and non-Hispanic residents. Impediment 2, failure to make reasonable accommodation or modification of units for persons who need them. 3, relatively low levels of private investment in racial and ethnic minority neighborhoods and areas with comparatively high poverty rates. And 4, for private sector, low use of available fair housing resources and infrastructure. Under the public impediments, impediment 1, persistence of concentrated areas of poverty with disproportionate shares of racial and ethnic minorities. And impediment 2, concentration of assisted housing in concentrated areas of poverty with relatively high concentrations of racial and ethnic minorities. These were identified through a review and evaluation of the resources that we had through analysis of data. There were a number of comments that were received, which I'd like to go over in a minute. But first, I'd like to have Mr. Trujillo go through a list of the outreach that we did to try to gather additional input. So we initially had a series of 3 fair housing forums. We had released the document, had workshops, but there was more to it than that. So I want to make sure that we all understand what we did to try to increase the participation in this program.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. Joe Trujillo, Housing Manager. The outreach process began on for the AI process and public participation began on January 15th. We published a flyer advertising the fair housing forums that were scheduled on January 25th and 26th. The flyers were advertised in English, Spanish, and Hmong. The flyers were distributed through the city's public information office, which distributed this information to the council offices, and through Twitter and Facebook. We also posted the information on the housing webpage. We have a growing email list of 528 individuals and organizations. They include faith-based organizations. We also publish the information at city public libraries, through the Housing Authority, through the Building Neighborhood Capacity Program, also through the city, the office of the ADA coordinator here at the city. We also provided that information to the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals, Fresno Realtors Association, the Fresno Council of Governments, and then we also provided a public notice, which we normally do in the Fresno Bee. That was on Sunday, January 17th. That was published in English, Spanish, and Hmong. Also in Vida de la Valle for Spanish specific. That periodical only comes out on Wednesdays, so that was advertised on January 20th of 2016. And then on January 26th, we provided a link to a survey, and the surveys were also discussed and provided at the forums, at HCDC meetings, at the Housing Element meetings, and also at the Fair Housing Council Conference that was mentioned earlier. And then we also published our final public notice for the public hearings and public comment period. That was published in the Fresno Bee in English, Spanish, and Hmong on April 8th, and in Vida de la Valle on April 13th, 2016. And again, we recently provided all that information, or I should say we did provide all that information through the Fair Housing Forums also. We met earlier this week on Monday with community, or your constituents, and with members of Leadership Council who provided us with some additional information. And I think some of it you heard today was the robo-dial, being able to get the information out. Also through some of the Spanish language early morning programs. I believe the one is Arriba Central, Valle Central. It comes out at 6 a.m. in the morning. We understand that many people who speak Spanish watch that channel religiously to get their information. We also understand that Hmong TV has the same type of source that we can use. So again, we are taking on board that information that we're hearing. We're trying to expand what we do and the way we engage with public participation.
So, as you know, that has been a real concern for this body over the years, is how are we outreaching to the community? Are we just putting an English language only ad in the newspaper that may or may not be read? It may be in the illegal section. How do we increase our capacity? And obviously there's plenty of room to improve. There are lots of other opportunities. We wanted to make sure that you were informed as to what we are trying to do, what we have done so far, and what we are attempting to do to increase participation. So in the process, once we released our analysis, our draft analysis of impediments, we had a phone call with our Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity Office in San Francisco to get their feedback on the initial document. And while I'm not going to go through all of their comments on each impediment, overall, their comment was that they commended the city in identifying groups with a disproportionate need. It's something they don't usually see in their analysis of impediments. It's a very generic analysis, and they really appreciated the fact that the city took the time to identify the groups with disproportionate need. They also were pleased with the types of action steps that we identified and measurable objectives. That was critically important to them. They had some suggestions, which in your document that you received begin on page 183, and they are in highlights that clarify and provide more information on how we will address our impediments. Additionally, our public comment period was through Monday of this week. We received 4 letters, one from the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, one from Councilmember Baines, one from Patience Milrod, and one from Dave Brenner. We were trying to make sure that we got those responses to comments. I know that those comment letters were provided to you via red tag, through supplements to the council agenda. We wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to look at the responses. However, we were not able to get those to you until late yesterday. Last night, the Housing and Community Development Commission heard this item as well. There were public members who were present who provided testimony. Some of them provided testimony to you today. There were 5 members of the public, as well as Ashley Werner and Brunette Harris, who provided information and additional input. And we would be happy to provide you with those detailed comments. But you heard most of them this morning. We want to be a part of this solution. We want to live in our neighborhoods. We want to improve our neighborhoods. So I think what you'll find in the recommended actions is that it's a both and. Our solution isn't just to ask people to move to a different area of the community, but it's to also improve the areas of the community in which they currently live and want to stay. So it's a both and what we'd like to do today is for you to provide some feedback to us on these impediments if you'd like to make some changes, and then if you are so inclined to take action on the agenda item today. And that concludes my presentation. I am happy to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. At this point, we'll take it out to the public. Anyone in the public wish to address this issue, please come forward, and you will have 3 minutes after you give us your name and address. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again. My name is Barbara Fisk. I live at 1112 East Franklin Avenue. I am here as a citizen, but I also sit on a commission here for the City of Fresno. I sit on the Housing and Community Development Commission. So last night, as Director Clark mentioned, this was well discussed at our meeting, as a commissioner, I very much appreciate the work that the staff has done, and especially the work that the staff has done to reach out to the community to get more input for documents that are so important for our city. This analysis of impediments for fair housing is amazing, but what it is lacking is the input of community members it is going to serve. Now, I was one of the folks that received an email regarding the workshops that were coming up. There was a 10-day turnaround notice, and I received it because I sit on the commission, but also because I chair the Lowell Neighborhood Association. And I'm a community member that can connect to other folks. And as somebody who's in the CBO world, the community organizing world, a 10-day turnaround for a workshop at the beginning of the year was not enough time. And who attended the meetings were representatives of people who work in the community. So attendance there were some folks from the community who were there, but they were representing those low-income folks who this document needed input from. In my experience of living in the Lowell neighborhood and trying to communicate to my neighbors, working with many other neighbors, we realize that we need to be really creative in the language that we use, understanding that many of our folks read at a third grade level. Even if they don't speak English, if they speak another language, they may not even read in that language. So we have to be very creative as we reach out to even our own neighbors. And it takes time, and it takes effort, and it takes input. And so some of the actions, many of the actions that are in this document are creative, but they didn't come from folks that are the folks that are affected by this. And if those folks if they were able to speak into this, they may not even understand all of the systems and the resources that the city has. But then the staff here, who are brilliant, could take that input and say, oh, well, with that, we do have this resource. Or maybe we could come to City Council and ask for this kind of, new program. And so what I ask of City Council, and what the Housing and Community Development Commission asked last night, is that if possible, more effort, more money, possibly more time be put to engage with the folks that are going to be affected by this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the community that wishes to come forward and discuss this particular item? Please do so. Welcome. If you can give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity of speaking. My name is Gracia Lenes, and I'm with Leadership Council. I'm here on behalf of Ashley Warner, who, sorry if I'm not looking you in the eye, I'm going to be reading some of her notes. I want to thank you for the opportunity to make comments, and we did submit a comment letter on the draft AI along with the CCLS, which comments that we took into consideration, the residents that we work with, the dozens of residents that we work with, to create better neighborhoods, to create this opportunity that they're seeking, to create a better quality of life, which everyone obviously deserves. And I want to start by saying that this AI update, the AI update represents both a great opportunity for the city and responsibility for the city to show what's lacking in our city, to show these impediments, obviously. And although we haven't updated it since 1996, so that's a big 20-year gap, which federal would recommend to do it every 3 to 5 years. One of the issues that we did have, which we did speak with Director Clark and her staff, was on the public outreach, and we provided very good comments. Well, the residents actually provided very good comments that were low-cost, effective ways that you can reach out to not only the Latino communities, but also the Hmong communities and non-English-speaking communities. And let's see, sorry. And yeah, I think that's the big comments I have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else in our community wish to come forward? Now's your opportunity. Seeing none, we'll bring it back here, and the screen is clear. Do we have a motion? No motion? Motion by Member Baines, seconded by Member Brandow. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 6-0 with Member Soria absent. We'd like to go next to 4A under City Council, a resolution amending the Economic Expansion Act. Member Brand.
Thank you, Council President. This is a simple amendment to clarify the abatement of development impact fees on projects in downtown Fresno. And what it does, it provides that any residential development, residential being defined as single-family, PUD, multifamily, any combination of 10 units or more, or if it's a commercial retail, 10,000 square feet or more, will qualify for a full abatement of the development impact fee. If the project is less than 10 units or less than 10,000 square feet, no matter whether it's 1 or it's 9, it would qualify for a 50% abatement of development impact fees, again, for the downtown area. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve the amendment.
Thank you very much. A motion by Member Brand, seconded by Member Baines, and we'll take it out to the public. Anyone in the public wish to discuss this item, please do so. Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for your patience.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. Jeff Roberts on behalf of Granville Homes. We want to support the proposal put forth by Mr. Brand. We think it opens up some opportunities in downtown Fresno for additional affordable quality infill development that aren't in the footprint today. So we think this is helpful. We're also supportive of this because it takes care of a particular situation we had with 2 pending requests for 20 units that were submitted back in February. We were assured by the city manager that a change was coming, an amendment was coming that could address this, and and we're here today and see this, and we're very happy about this. So I want to thank Councilmember Brand. I want to thank the council and hope that you can support this request and we can move on with our projects, and we think it's good. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else in the community wish to come forward? This is your opportunity. Okay, we'll bring it back up here, and Member Brandau, you're first up. Cdbg.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, could I call you back up real quick, please? So this is, you're referring to that item that kind of got lost in the crunch.
I am.
When we switched over and took money out of TOD fund monies that ended up in the South Mall. Is it that item?
It is. We had made a couple requests in early February to utilize the Downtown Development Incentive Project Fund, I think it's called, to offset impact fees. While those requests were pending, the council looked at something and made a change in the money and actually has passed a resolution that's going to the FCTA. Action was never taken on our two requests, and so this, we believe, will help take the place of that and allow us to move forward with the projects as they were originally submitted, and it takes care of the request as we turned in on February 10th.
So you had already submitted, you were already kind of in queued or in line on this when actually the city kind of went a different direction with fee waivers. Is that right?
Right. It caused some confusion, and we were assured by the city manager that it could be addressed at a later date, and so here we are in May.
Yeah, and I remember on that day, Councilman Olivier and myself both said we would something like write a letter on your behalf. I never wrote a letter, but here you are. Councilman Brand, I'm going to ask, since these guys this project was already in queue for a fee offset, do you mind carving out? So I really agree with all of your language, the number of units going forward being 10. These guys have a project that's 4 units or 2 units.
2 projects total 20 units.
They're both 20 units,
and one's 16 and one is 4.
Right.
But the 2 total 20 units.
Do you have a problem carving out this particular project since it was already in line?
Isn't it eligible as written?
We think it is because they're contiguous. They're literally across the street, and the only reason we had to file 2 requests is because there's 2 addresses. But we filed under one request. We were told put it in both addresses. So we think it fits.
Well, the intent was to encourage development, infill development downtown, and I guess technically whether it's one parcel or the other. I'm not sure if I'm city attorney whether I need to make an amendment or something that could be done.
It's going to come down to precise language. They have one building with 16 units and one building with 4.
Right.
And they don't want another opportunity to pass over them and they be told one thing and then something else happens.
We believe it would be covered without an amendment. If you need a legal opinion that says that, we can do that.
Is that good enough?
I think so.
Okay.
Okay. Well, my intent is to encourage infill development, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm okay with it as long as the city attorney feels that it would qualify.
Okay.
Well, we're very satisfied. We really appreciate the you making the effort to make these changes. So, thank you.
Got it.
Okay. The screen is now clear. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Those opposed? Passes 6-0 with Member Soria absent. Thank you. And now we're going to go to the last item of the day, as far as I know. And public utilities, thanks for being patient again today. It's 2G, workshop regarding Recharge Fresno program. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. And today this workshop is to provide you an update on the Recharge Fresno program, talk a little bit about our activities, and our focus on delivering high-quality projects on time and on budget.
Steve.
All right, before we jump into the presentation, just want to touch on a couple of legislative acts that were approved during 2015. The Enterprise Accountability Oversight Act, as well as the Construction Management Act. Together, these acts require semi-annual progress reports to the council. That's why I'm here today, as well as the establishment of the Oversight Board. Happy to tell you that we are working closely with the Oversight Board, providing them project information, and that way you have an assurance that we are delivering this program in accordance with the legislative acts that you have approved. These acts also made significant changes to how we deliver change orders, as well as the establishment of contingency budgets. As you'll see in the presentation, we have contingency budgets across all our major projects. Required us to implement contractor pre-qualification. We have successfully done that for all 4 major projects in the Recharge Fresno program. It also requires that we employ earned value management. From the very beginning of the program, we have been utilizing project control software, scheduling software, projecting or looking at our actual costs, projecting future costs to the completion of the project. With that, we are able to generate earned value metrics so we can monitor the performance of our projects. If we get off track, we recognize it early, put together recovery plans, and get those projects back on track. All right, today we'll talk about our capital program and project status, update you on expenditures and staffing with some projections going forward, and update you on upcoming contract awards and approval. Before we jump into that, just want to let you know that the downtown 3 million gallon water storage tank and booster pump station is now complete, operational. What you see there on the left is what the site looked like just before construction. We've got a picture in the middle of the site during construction, and if you drive by the site today, this is what you'll see from the street. It's a good-looking site. You haven't been there, swing by and take a look. All right, the Recharge Fresno program is supported by a $429.1 million rate plan. That rate plan allocated $340 million to the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility, Kings River Pipeline, Franklin Canal Pipeline, and regional transmission mains. Of the $340 million, $298 million was budgeted for construction. We have opened 3 bids to date, and we are projecting costs on the RTM. Actual bids are projected right now at $272 million, which is well within the construction cost in the rate plan at $298 million. We are monitoring the regional transmission main budget. Right now, you can see we're slightly higher than the budgetary number in the rate plan, but we do have adequate contingency there between the $298 million and the projection at $272 right now. That's why we have contingencies in place, and we'll work on those RTM, and as we open up those bids, we'll have a more clear picture as to what the total cost of the RTMs are going to be. So right now, we can check the box that we're on budget within the approved $429 million rate plan, and we are also on schedule for completion in fiscal year 19. This is just an oversight map of the major projects we're going to be talking about today. This map is also located on our website at rechargefresno.com. All right, so jumping into the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility, cornerstone of the Recharge Fresno program. Excited to report this project is on schedule, on budget. It will initially start up as a 54 million gallon a day treatment facility. Within the first couple of years, we'll work closely with the state to re-rate that facility, increase the flow to its ultimate capacity, 80 million gallons a day. It's funded with a 30-year low-interest state revolving fund loan. Design and land acquisition permitting are complete. Contractor pre-qualification was successfully implemented. Construction contract has been bid, awarded, and it's now in construction. Looking at the project financial summary, the rate plan allocated $186.4 million to this project. Expenditures to date going back to when we bought the property total $25.2 million. Project is about 17% complete. We established a $1 million supplemental budget to deal quickly with change that occurs during construction and reduce the risk of delay to the contractor. We are managing a $6.5 million contingency in this project. The original construction value is $158.8 million. That was within the budgetary allowance for construction, but recognizing the importance of bringing this project in underneath or within the budget, we immediately began working with Carollo, the designer, as well as WM Lyles, a contractor, to approve 2 deductive change orders to reduce the construction value by $1.7 million. The current contract value is now $157.1 million. Construction started in January of this year, and we're on track to complete the project in September 2018. We're about 9% complete with construction. Moving over to the Frank Kern Canal Pipeline, this project is delayed, mostly due to funding. I'll talk about that in a minute. The project is within the budget. Consists of 4.5 miles of 60-inch diameter pipeline. It will provide an improved and more reliable source of water for the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility. Project is now funded with a 30-year low-interest state revolving fund loan. The state originally offered us a 20-year loan, but to be consistent with the Southeast project and to provide the most flexibility in debt financing for our ratepayers, we petitioned the state to increase the term to 30 years. We lost about 3 months working on that, but we felt there was value in delaying the project while we increased the loan term. Design, land acquisition, and permitting is complete. We also completed a contractor pre-qualification. Contract was bid and was awarded just last month, and we're ready to start construction. Looking at the project financial summary, the rate plan provided $23 million in funding for the project. Expenditures to date total $6 million. Project's about 19% complete. We included a $300,000 supplemental line item in the construction bid, and we have about $1.5 million contingency on the project. The construction bid, low bid, was $15.2 million. As soon as we get the contract documents in place, we'll issue the contractor a notice to proceed, start construction, and we're on track to complete in October 2017. We're going to work with the contractor and see if we can speed that up a little bit. In terms of the Kings River Pipeline, this project is on schedule, on budget, 13 miles of 72-inch diameter pipeline. It is the only source of water for the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility, so it's important that we stay on schedule with this project so we can commission the surface water treatment plant in March of 2018. Funding is provided by a 30-year low-interest SRF loan. Design, land acquisitions, just wrapping up. No, land acquisition is complete for this project. Permitting is complete. We also went through a contractor pre-qualification. Contract was bid and was just awarded a few minutes ago. Project financial summary allocated. The rate plan allocated $75.4 million to the project. We spent about $3.4 million to date. We're about 5% complete on the overall project. We included a $500,000 supplemental budget in the construction bid. And we're currently managing a $19 million contingency on this project, and that's because the construction bids came in quite a bit lower than we anticipated. So we're currently holding that money in contingency. We'll use that across the program to deal with change, which we expect there will be some change that will occur across these projects. But we also anticipate that over the course of the next year, we should be able to bring some of that money back and possibly refund that money to our ratepayers in the form of a reduction in water rates. The contract value is $45.6 million. Now the project is awarded, we'll work on getting the contract documents in place. Looking to start construction as soon as possible. Final completion this project needs to be completed in January of 2018. Moving on to the regional transmission mains. This project is on schedule. This is a project where we're monitoring the budget. We've got 13 miles of 24 to 66-inch diameter pipeline. This project will convey the finished water from the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility right through the heart of the city, primarily the Olive Avenue alignment, where we will bring that treated water in. We'll turn it out into the existing distribution system so we can deliver that high-quality water to our customers. We've broken up the 13 miles of pipeline into 4 construction contracts so that we can increase bidding opportunities for local contractors. We are anticipating a 30-year state revolving fund for this project as well. Construction segments A1 and A2 design is 100% complete. Segment B is currently 60% complete. Segment C, 90% complete. Design, land acquisition, and permitting are also complete, and we just completed the contractor pre-qualification for this project. We are currently out to bid on segment A1, and we will open bids for that segment on June 7th. Looking at the project financial summary, the rate plan provided $55.4 million of funding for this project. Expenditures to date total $2.6 million. We're about 7% complete. Similar to the other major projects, we will have a supplemental budget and contingency budgets for all construction packages. We anticipate construction will start in August of 2016, final completion in April 2018. All right, looking at the program status for fiscal year 2016, we focused our efforts on keeping the project on schedule and on budget. Bids for the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility, the Frank Kern Canal Pipeline, and the Kings River Pipeline came in under the estimates. We have employed earned value management practices across all of these projects. If you look at the two screenshots right in the middle, you'll see our budgetary software as well as scheduling software, and that's what we utilize to keep track of the projects and generate those earned value metrics. We completed the Southeast project, Frank Kern Canal Pipeline project, Kings River Pipeline, and RTM package A1 and A2 designs. We implemented quality assurance and quality control practices to ensure that we have high quality construction documents to minimize the risk of claims during construction. We continued our land acquisition and environmental permitting. We're probably 99% complete on both of those, still wrapping up a few loose ends. Anticipate that we'll bring before you some right-of-way dedications related to these major projects. We have collaborated with the County of Fresno, as many of these pipeline projects are within the county right-of-way. And of course, we are working closely with the Fresno Irrigation District, as the Recharge Fresno program is dependent on that relationship with the Irrigation District. We are continuing our community outreach for construction impact and program status. One of the ways we do that is through our public website, rechargefresno.com. Bottom picture there shows you the front page of that website. We routinely update that website with project information to keep the public informed. Now, in terms of construction delivery, we completed the contractor pre-qualification for all the major projects. We have developed our construction management staffing plan. We've began to onboard the initial construction management team. We have developed and are utilizing construction management and documentation reporting tools. The screenshot at the top shows the front page of our construction project site, where we keep track of our communications and make sure that we have timely responses to our contractor. We have initiated coordination with utility companies. There is high risk with these pipeline projects of utility conflicts, and so we want to minimize those. And so we're working closely with utility companies to obtain the best information and put contingency plans in place during construction. We've continued our focus on local business participation, and we've initiated pre-construction surveys. So we've got staff out walking these alignments, documenting the condition of sidewalks, existing buildings, so that we reduce the potential for property damage claims during construction. Now, in terms of local contracting across the recycled water projects as well as the Recharge Fresno project, total value of the contracts awarded to date for construction and consulting services total $310 million. Looking specifically at consulting, 55% of those consulting dollars went to companies with local offices. 22% of those companies are actually headquartered here in the Fresno area. In terms of construction, over half of the construction contracts went to local companies that are headquartered here in the Fresno area. Now, looking at DBE involvement, we've opened bids on the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility, the Frank Kern Canal, and the Kings River Pipeline. The value of those contracts total $220 million. Our SRF loans require that the bidders go through a good faith effort to outreach to disadvantaged business enterprises. Through that effort and an examination of the bid proposals, we were able to determine that $31 million is going to companies that are qualified as DBEs, so about 14% of the overall the $220 million construction value. Now, in terms of cash flow, historically we've averaged about $40 million in spending over the previous 5 years. 2016 we jumped up a little bit to $61 million, but as we head into the heavy construction period for the Recharge Fresno projects, we're going to see our cash flow jump all the way up to a target of $192 million, dropping down a little bit to $158 million in 2018, and as we complete these projects, we'll drop back down to a more normal range of $35–40 million. Looking specifically at the $192 million for fiscal year 17, $76 million roughly is related to the surface water treatment project. We've got another $53 million that's related to raw water pipelines, about $38 million for the treated water or finished water, what we call the regional transmission mains, and the rest is for or related to water system repair and replacement, as well as some recharge projects. So in that $192 million cash flow, we've got, obviously we have construction costs, but there are also non-construction program activities. This is all the work that we do to deliver these projects. While there's a lot of work that we do, there are, in managing these costs, we must make sure that we are doing this work efficiently for our ratepayers. And so using our project control software, we are able to project those costs out to the completion of the project, and with that we are able to calculate that our soft costs are currently projected to come in at 21%. The industry standard for a program of this size, you typically want to see your soft costs between 21 and 25% of your total budget. So with our projection at 21%, we feel that this provides a good value for our ratepayers. Now, looking at our staffing projection through the end of the program, I want to point out that we do have a $192 million cash flow, and in order to make sure that we hit that target and get that work done, we need to have adequate staffing in place. Looking at the fourth quarter of fiscal year 16, you'll see that we're starting to ramp up as we onboard those construction management staff. We're going to peak out with over 50 consultant and city staff combined in fiscal year 17. As we move through fiscal year 18 and towards 19, you'll see that as these projects complete, we'll begin to ramp down in terms of staffing. So this is important to note that this includes all the staff that are primarily dedicated to program and project delivery. The costs for these staff were included in the $429 million rate plan, and this is what it takes to deliver these projects during the heavy construction period. All right, looking forward at our upcoming construction contracts, we've got the Kings River Pipeline that was just awarded today, so we'll check that one off the list. Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility, we are working on a power service contract to turn the lights on at that facility. We anticipate that'll be here in July. Treated water main, RTM Package A1 will also be in July. RTM Package 2 we hope to have on the September 15th agenda, and Package C in November. RTM Package B will be in August of 2017, so that one's pushed out a bit. We also are planning to bring forward a security contract for the Southeast Treatment Facility, and that will be in August of this year. We also have upcoming consultant contracts and amendments that we need to get in place. The amendment for the KRP services during construction was just approved earlier today, so check that one off the list. Next week, we're going to bring the program management services contract to provide funding for fiscal year 17 services. We're also excited to bring back the safety oversight contract next week, so we'll be talking about that one again. The RTM services during construction, that's similar to the amendment that was approved today, but will support the regional transmission mains. That's going to be coming forward in July of this year. Southeast Treatment Facility SCADA programming contract in July as well, and also in July materials testing. That's compaction testing for our pipelines as well as concrete testing, asphalt. We also have a welding contract related to those pipelines. These pipelines are, every single joint's welded, so we need welding inspectors to get in the pipe, take a look at that, and make sure that these pipes are going to last 100 years. Looking forward to what we're going to accomplish in fiscal year 17, we expect to be 50% complete for the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility, 80% complete for the Frank Kern Canal, just over halfway on the Kings River Pipeline, and also 50% complete for the regional transmission mains. We're going to continue effective project in construction management, monitor risk, minimize change, keep the projects on schedule and under budget, maintain strong community outreach, to keep them apprised of the projects and so they can anticipate construction impacts. And we will, of course, continue to coordinate with the Capital Project Oversight Board and make sure that we are managing our projects in compliance with the Construction Management Act. That concludes the presentation. Be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate that. This is a workshop, so we'll have no public comment, but I did want to make one comment, and there were three things you said that were music to my ears: on schedule, on budget, and below budget. So keep up the good work. You got a great team going, and we appreciate what you're doing for us. Now on the screen is Member Brandau.
You just took the words right out of my mouth, Council President. Another opportunity. Hey, Mike, good job giving us that workshop too. Really thorough. Councilman Baines and I were talking about that.
Thank you. Appreciate your
Very
comments.
thorough. So we appreciate it because, hey, this is the biggest public works project in our city's history. And to see that you guys are already ahead of schedule, below budget, is just fantastic news as far as I'm concerned. So great job, Mike, Tommy, everybody, your whole team.
Thank you. Member Baines.
Well, actually, that's all I was going to say too. I appreciate the report. It was well done, very thorough. I mean, this is how you keep us informed. I appreciate that. You guys are every month or so. I appreciate you all popping by, making sure we know what's coming, making sure we know what's going on. So, again, kudos to the good report and kudos to keeping us informed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And taking words out of one's mouth does not preclude the blah, blah, blah word, just for the record. And I think that concludes our meeting. I wanted to again invite not only the public, but also my fellow council members to the Grizzly game tomorrow night when the president of the PCL will be here in Fresno, and we're going to honor him with a proclamation. If you all want to be there, we can go down the field together and make that presentation. And we'll go to closed session after this, and Member Quintero has one request.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to close the meeting in honor of Marilyn Jost, our ADA, one of our ADA original members that has worked very hard, and we gave her her proclamation posthumously. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Very well deserved. City Attorney, you'll make the announcements, and then we will adjourn after. We'll adjourn now, I guess, until close. We'll do our closed session, and then that's it.
Right.
Thank you very much.
We will not need to return.
Very
it will
good.
be existing litigation, City of Fresno versus AI.